It's all the way live. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna play this one right here. This is gonna be interesting. This is a little college experiment, so I'll be playing this while everybody's doing their thing. I hate when people do stuff all the time. I do stuff, man. All right, so let's see. Share the screen. With whom? All right. So we're gonna go in this one right here. This is a few years ago.
Right. At Villanova, we believe in community.
All right. Got that commercial. Let's see. We'll take that off real quick while everybody else is coming in. Mr. Hannah. Bam. She, we here. Bam. Shaka-noo. Bam. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play this real quick.
When they go natural, and that natural look ain't pretty.
Like
you
what?
Should not look like Eddie Murphy on Beverly Hills Cops 1 with that little ass afro instead of patting this shit and brushing it. There's no reason for you to be doing that. Niggas do not like that shit. I'm just saying right now.
It's or what is it? Ethnic. It's ethnic.
Nah, I don't like those trends.
Why?
I'm sorry.
That's so sexist. Aren't you black?
I am, but I mean, female. It doesn't matter if you're black. I just said I don't like girls.
Have to get comfortable. What kind of wigs? Like, be specific in general.
I don't like no wigs. Yeah.
Wig, period, or wigs? It's totally different.
Wig cool. Wig cool. Wig, that's a whole hair that you would just take off and put on. That's never cool. That's really? A problem. Yeah. Don't cut this shit off. If this shit already long, I'm gonna start over. Fuck that. Keep going.
The big chop.
Yeah, the big ass chop. I'm talking about that. Like, fuck that. Keep going. Jerry curl or something. Like the wigs, the makeup. I hate makeup. And the eyelashes. I don't like makeup. I don't like the fake eyelashes. I don't like makeup. The beauty is inside you. The beauty is inside you. Eyelashes. What the fuck are you doing? Your natural beauty. It's like all natural. Weave ain't the move. Like you don't need weave. Your hair is beautiful as it is.
Because that goes to show that she's not scared to start over or scared to try something different, because a lot of women are scared that society perceives them as looking a certain way if they don't have the long hair look of a bad female. But I feel like natural beauty is one of the most best beauties you can have, because it's showing who you truly are, not what somebody else trying to force you to look like.
The only hair that I preferably like the least is like braids and twists, but like you're cute, you know what I'm saying?
Are you talking about like the big chop, you know, when they like chop off their hair? Is that what you're talking about?
It'd be cool, but you gotta be able to pull it up. Not all y'all can pull that up. Yeah, just being honest. I should not see you at the barbershop in front of me getting a haircut.
Hi.
It's just simple. Like niggas do not. It's not trying to pull up in that girl's chair. It's not trying to pull up and see girl in the chair before us. Like that's not gonna happen.
Or dread? What's wrong with dread? It's so natural. It's so ethnic.
I think they're gross. I don't know.
I like hair all the way down your back, but when I pull it, it's not gonna come out. It's yours. I like that type of shit. And black girls ask me why I like white girls.
You like white girls?
I love white girls. I love white girls. You know why? Because they just want to have fun. They're not Hollywood, and they don't wear all that fucking makeup. And their hair is nice and long, and it's theirs. Black girls be all Hollywood. They be blowing my shit. I don't like this.
Makeup on. Don't.
Okay, so we're gonna get to another one here. I see Raw B, she's in the back chat. Here's another one here we're gonna revisit. There was some other clips I wanted to put in, but we don't have time, unfortunately. We want to get into this part too. You know, we might have time to go into it.
I do. How old are you? 6. You're 6 years old? Okay. Which doll is a black doll? Which doll is a white doll? Okay. Which doll is a good doll? Which doll is a bad doll? Which doll is a pretty doll? Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that one ugly? Huh? Why? You don't know why?
Big lips.
It has big lips? Okay. Which doll do you want to play with?
Okay. Which doll looks like you? Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Now that was mainly about features, or so that the hair part in there. But we're gonna bring some of the ladies up here, pick some brains here until everybody shows up. I got the names popping up here. I don't know what's going on up in here. What's going on, sisters?
Hey,
How y'all? All
hey,
right.
Robbie.
Hey, boo thing.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm going to be conducting this like like a nice little round table type thing. Not like the little who has some kind of talk shows. Forgot that chick's name. She was a model. God.
Cameron Hall.
No, it's another one. She has that big forehead.
Tyra Banks.
There you go. Yeah, we ain't trying to have that kind of conversation when everybody's like going at each other. No, mainly we're going to be going into the psychology behind it, a little bit of origins. I had another clip where you had some women. That's a tight icon you got there, Sister Robbie. Good Lord.
Thank you.
Jeez. Okay. And then we have the famous. Hey, what happened? I sent it to you, Jessica. We have the famous I'm sorry about this. We got Rhonda Mary up in this bad boy. How's it going, sister?
Hey y'all, I'm doing good. How are you?
All right, all right. Are you still a millennial or did you get older?
Man, I get younger every day.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right.
Hey, my Mississippi sister.
Hey.
Hello.
So we got 3 clips up in here. Well, my folks are from the 5th, but
Hey now.
so Vicksburg, Vicksburg, near Port. So let me go ahead and got a little echo thing going here. Let's see. She said drop the link. The reason why I'm not dropping the link, can you check your email, Jessica, please? Where is it? Let me send it again so we can get started. So everybody's doing well?
Doing good.
I'm having a great day so far too.
Okay, so nobody's coughing and COVID out or anything?
No,
Absolutely
absolutely not.
wheatgrass, black seed, sea moss, elderberry going on. No.
Like a chicken foot and a rabbit's foot, and
Soursop.
you got the Holy Bible next to you. You got that COVID prayer.
I'm protected.
I'm protected, and you got that Martin Luther King and what's the other one? RFK and Obama next to you and keep you from catching stuff. Let's see. Can you drop the link? Oh, come on. All right, here you go, Jessica X. Jeez. All right, here you go. So we're going to get started real quickly. Sorry for the delay. It's only 10 minutes. We good. And believe it or not, I just got home from work. I said I can't miss this for the world. So while we're doing this, can you introduce yourselves? Starting with Sister George, introduce yourself and let us know about your channel, and that's about it.
Okay, well, my name is Sister George, and I am one half of The Breakdown, A Woman's Perspective. Our show basically focuses on life, love, and BS. I would say that we have a really, really fun channel where we basically the manosphere and the sisterhood are able to come together and have conversations and good debates.
You just said the sisterhood? No, I'm joking.
Well, I want to keep it a buck.
Okay. Let me go around. Okay, Sister Raw B, tell us about yourself and your channel.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ruby Privilege, and I have established the Butterfly Progressive, and we are a foundation trying to enhance the mind of young women. I actually just got an appointment to a governor's council here in Arkansas, so I'm taking my foundation and my goals to the street, to the governmental level. On my channel, I talk about family, women, dating, relationships, how to save money, how to cook, how to keep your marriage and your relationship together, and a little bit of news and, a couple TV shows, just a hodgepodge of good stuff that keeps you in your right balance. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Then we got Sister Rhonda Mary. Tell us about yourself and your channel.
Hey y'all, so I am Rhonda Mary. I am a social and political commentator. So I talk about, what's going on in politics, what's going on in the news, mainstream media, usually particularly as it relates to Black people. I'm also a Second Amendment advocate, trying to get more Black women involved in self-protection, being armed, and things like that.
So you know some self-defense?
Yeah, a little bit.
Uh-oh. Okay. So
I'm still learning. Like, it's a lot to learn. But I definitely want other women to go on that journey with me. So
I might have to do a panel about women in self-defense.
okay.
Somebody gonna steal my idea. Somebody might steal my idea, but nobody can do it like me.
That's right.
And last but not least, we got the famous Jessica X. Tell us about yourself and your channel.
Hey Art. So I have a channel that talks about social and relationship dynamics within the Western world. To sum it up, as you can tell, I'm from England. I'm from London.
You are? We couldn't, man. We would never be.
I am.
No, I would. We'll give it away. I'm just messing with y'all. Okay. All right. So we're gonna get started with this. As you know, that this topic is very touching on a lot of people. Man, and every now and then, sometimes it even becomes argumentative, right? So I want to get some, so just to explain to people that didn't read my description. This is the first part of the panel where it's going to be all women addressing the questions. They're going to be as honest and candid as possible to make sure we get some clear understanding what is and what isn't. Okay. And then later on, we're going to switch panels to some of the selected guys based on what they heard and, from the sisters. And then after that, then I'm going to make it a free panel, open panel. So ladies, if y'all want to come back on the open panel to address some of the things that some people may be addressing based on what you said or what the guy said, then feel free. So what I'm trying to do when we have these things, I'm trying to make sure that people don't get cut off. We have order. So I'm trying to get, so mainly I'm just extending the respect to everybody that comes up here. So I appreciate the ladies coming up here. So let's get started. I don't have any Ready to Rumble music. Okay. All right. So let's see. Here we go. The first question is, all right. So one is usually like when you're dealing with all these different nationalities and so on, and even some cases, our sisters, they got salons. I was telling Complex, they got salons out here called Man Trap, Man Catcher, meaning that, you have a lot of ladies that say, I'm going to get my hair done just to catch a man, or I'm going to get my hair done this way because he likes it this way, right? So when you're making selection, this is the question that's coming up. When you're making these selections about the different types of styles do you do, whether it's weave or even natural, does it matter what guys think to you? Let's start with Sister George.
Actually it does. I would say for me now, and I'll talk from when I was single versus being in a relationship. Men like nice hair, men like long hair. Most men I know actually prefer real hair over any weave wig any day, right? I would say that it's always been about attracting men and having men be attracted to me. And then when you understand what men actually like, you try to acquiesce to what it is that they like. And then if you're into a relationship, then it becomes about acquiescing into what your man specifically likes when you do. My man prefers that I wear my real hair, or I can get braids or twists or something every now and then. But as long as I'm not ashamed of my real hair and I'm able to control my real hair and wear my real hair, I try to do that more often than any types of weaves or braids and stuff. So I feel like it's kind of important. I think that I do personally acquiesce to what men want in that situation.
Okay. Raw be privileged. Same question.
When it comes down to hair, like I was Muslim for a while, so I don't really show my hair, but I don't think that weave or natural hair is an issue. I think that women have to wear their hair how they feel comfortable, because if you're wearing your hair to please a man and then things go south with that man, then you're all messed up in the game emotionally. You are not your hair. And I feel like a lot of women, like, they have songs and there's a whole bunch of adages that speak to women cutting their hair when they're getting ready to end a relationship or changing their hair. A lot of women just give men too much power.
I forgot about that question about cutting the hair after a breakup. Dang, that's a good question. But if we have time, I'll revisit it.
Okay.
Sister Jessica, same question.
I don't know. I think for me, your partner definitely has an influence on your hair. So, for example, because I know, just say my ex, I know he preferred my hair a certain way. And so he prefers my hair curly. And so if we're going out together or we've got something going on, I'll go out of my way to wear my hair like that just because I know that that's how he likes it. But I will say when it comes to the weave versus natural, I had a weave before and he didn't mind, to be honest. He didn't even realize that I had a weave, first of all. He didn't even realize, but he's not anti-weave. I don't think he really cares too much, but I know he prefers my hair a certain way. So yeah, definitely an influence on how I'd wear my hair, but he's not too big into the whole natural versus like weave thing, just not in general. I've never heard him say he dislikes weave or anything like that. No.
Okay. Sister Rhonda.
So when I originally went natural, the guy that I was dating at the time was very hesitant about it, right? Like, he wasn't going to outright say, like, no, you can't do that. But I believe he was very hesitant about it. I don't think he was really on board, and I did it anyway. And since then, I've never really like acquiesced to a guy in that manner as far as weave versus natural or any hairstyle. I kind of always just done what I wanted to do. So I don't know. I think if you're doing something different to your hair, I think it's gonna depend on the guy and how actually hands-on he is. Cause what I've noticed for me, I can't speak for other women on the panel, but I kind of attract people that are on the same vibe as me. So my hair, has never really been an issue in that regard.
Okay. Got another question here, and for you guys in the chat, could you please hit the like button and share this? Because these kind of chats need to be, or excuse me, panels need to be more popular. Because we're getting down to some things. I'm gonna go in with these questions. So, ladies, you already saw the questions in advance. I'm assuming, right?
I actually didn't receive a
Yes.
copy of them.
Okay. So I don't want to hear no. I can't believe you asked that. Okay. So, now you hear, different criticisms from all over the place about, weave versus natural. I was trying to find some clips to put together, and I typed that in the search. There was tons of clips. I mean, just going in. And the question I wanted to ask is, where do you hear most criticism as far as hair and weaves? Do you hear it mostly from the men or the women? Let's go with Sister George.
Now, if you're talking about as far as too much weave, I definitely hear that more so from men. But now, if you're talking about the style of weave and how a woman actually wears her hair, like if she has a messed up weave, I'm definitely going to hear that from the women, because more women are more detail oriented in comparison. When you're talking about, like, if a woman has a busted weave, we're going to notice if she has a lifted lace, or if her hair texture doesn't match the actual weave. I would think that women are more so detail oriented and are quicker to point that out. But most men that I've come across generally say that they just see so much of it, and it's almost a treat to see a woman wearing her real hair and being proud of it.
Okay, Sister Raw B.
I often hear the conversation about weave versus natural hair from effeminate men. Like, hair, hold on a second, please.
Okay.
Sorry, my child was speaking to me. Women don't have a tendency to care. As long as you look good when we go out, or you know what I'm saying, you are keeping yourself to the standard of other women in your circle, it's fine. And yeah, but mostly it's effeminate men complaining about the two, and they only like a certain type of natural hair, as we saw from the clip that you played earlier. They only want girls to wear their natural hair when their curl type is like 2A to 3C.
What is 2A?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to share the screen.
Okay. Because I don't know.
Here you go.
Is it showing?
I just shared it. I think you have to show it on your end.
Here we go.
Okay. So this article is from allure.com. It's the Gallery to the Curly Hair Type Guide. So now we're talking about 2, which is like white girl hair, the wavy or whatever, or super relaxed curl. So this is 2A hair.
Okay.
This right here is 2B hair.
I didn't know it had all them names. Okay.
Yes. This is 2C hair. This is 3A. It's still a little, thin, but it has a good curl body to it. This is 3B, and this is a wig. So the fact that they put this in here as a curl type is beyond me. But this is 3B, and this is 3C. Once we start going past this and we get into like the 4A through 4C curls, then all of a sudden, men don't find that attractive. They find this unkept. They find this haggard looking. So if a man is not okay with this type of natural hair, then his opinion on hair is beyond me.
I didn't know all that about the whole, because I know BGS talked about the C something. And I was like, okay. Now, I want you to kind of go back a little bit because you said effeminate men. So when these effeminate men say things about the hair or whatever, what can you give us some examples on the things that they cover and what they talk about?
Oh, yeah. Like when they try to tell a woman how she should feel wearing her hair, or, oh, you not this or that and the third because you don't wear your natural hair. Oh, you don't have long hair. Oh, this, that, and the third. That is some things that women say to each other when they're trying to castigate or denigrate one another. Why is a man coming to a woman about where your hair is not long enough, or your hair is too poofy, or this, that, and the third? That's a feminine quality to me, and that's my opinion. That's not the opinion of Google or anyone on this panel.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sister. Jessica X, same question. As far as who has the most criticism towards like weave and natural or whatever styles.
I think I'm more along the lines of what Sister George was saying. So I think men seem to dislike weave much more overall, but women are definitely more critical of, you know, the style of weave or how good it looks. That's where women come into it. But yeah, men more so. But to me, it's I don't find it feminine for a man to say what he prefers on a woman. I think it's natural for a guy to have his preference in regards to what he likes on a woman.
Okay. Sister Rhonda Mary, same question.
I definitely think as far as the conversation of we versus natural, that's definitely something that I see coming from guys more. But what somebody mentioned about, I think that was Sister B, who said something about guys not liking when their hair is like not the looser curl patterns or things like that. That hasn't really been my experience. And I don't want to jump ahead because I know you're probably going to ask this later in the conversation. But I think that it seems to me in a lot of ways that different hairstyles attract different type of men, like a different quality of men. And I do think that you have a lot of men that like 4C hair just fine, or like not even necessarily 4C hair, but what we may consider more, you know, like coarse hair, more phenotypically black hair. I think these days you have a lot more men that are now especially open to it, with more women having natural hair. We see, you know, how the natural hair community has flourished over the last years. We see now you have more people in mainstream rocking their natural hair from time to time.
Okay, these are all well thought out answers. Okay, so now I'm gonna get into this real quickly. For if anybody, any people that are mods, are you able to drop some of these sisters' channels in the chat? Sister George, Robbie Privilege, Jessica X, and Rhonda Mary. They all got channels. Subscribe to them. Support these sisters. What was that?
That was my alarm. Sorry.
I'm like, did I say something right? Okay. Please drop their links in the chat, please, because I'm trying to keep up with the questions and trying to stay focused. So, Ayama Van Zandt did some kind of test about different wigs. Did y'all hear about that one? As far as the attitude of a person wearing a different type of wig?
No.
I haven't saw it, but LAR was talking about it, but I knew exactly where he was coming from. Because I did touch on one of the questions I had. Now, is there a different mindset of women when it comes to wearing straight weave, braid extensions, curly, or any like that kind of thing? Does that cause someone to carry themselves a certain way based on the style that they're wearing? Let's go with Sister George.
Okay, I would say that I have definitely seen women change up their attitudes when they get a weave versus wearing their natural hair.
Wow.
I would even say I will go so far as to even say myself at one point, like when I got my first real weave. And I'm saying like I went to a really good professional. She was really expensive. This is when bundles and stuff. Well, bundles are always, I think it's gonna always be popular, but like the first time I really got some good bundles and the look that it gave me, and I felt like I looked more Hollywood, and I thought I looked really really fly with it, and so it gave me an extra level of confidence that I didn't normally have at that time when I was wearing my regular natural hair. So I will say that I've definitely seen women change up attitudes when they get a weave versus wearing their natural hair. Now, if you're talking about a certain type of weave, I think most women, if the style looks good on them, I do think that it does give you an extra boost of confidence if you have the right style. When you get a weave, like if you get a great stylist and she's able to bring you out more so or enhance your look, I do think that changes a woman's attitude. In my
Okay. Sister Raw B.
I think that men and women have a boost of confidence when they get their wigs and their weave done.
Okay.
Because I need for the conversation, if we're gonna have this open conversation about weave versus natural, there's a whole channel out here dedicated to men's wigs and braid extensions and what have you. It's called Mickey the Barber. She actually does installations for men that are missing hair. And I think that women that have like alopecia or they're having struggles with their natural hair, getting it to be the length they want it to be or the look that they want it to be, wigs and weaves are outstanding. It's a good boost. Sometimes it makes people, just feel really shiny. And I think anything that women do to make themselves feel better is always acceptable.
So if they didn't have the weave, then it would make the difference in the attitude.
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes people feel like they looking plain or their energy is down until they go and get their hair done.
Okay.
And that's not, and I don't want it to be about like just it's the wig or the weave that changes the attitude. It's about getting the hair done in a way that is fitting and makes them feel more attractive.
Okay. Sister Jessica X, same question.
I think there's definitely a difference, an attitude shift when a woman gets a weave done or fake hair, even just gets your hair done in general. But, with the long weave, there's just that extra bit of confidence and that extra bit of sort of sass that can come through. So it definitely has an effect. I think I can understand it to a certain extent because we all have that feeling where we've just left the hairdressers and we've got our hair done and it's, you feel like $1 million, but I don't want people to rely on that weave to get that confidence boost, because what you do see is, yes, there's an attitude shift, there's a confidence boost, but then people rely on that weave to maintain their confidence, and then it creates a cycle where you have women who feel unconfident if they don't have a weave in their head. And that's really where the issue comes in for me, because then you're relying on that weave to make you feel good. So yeah.
Okay. How about Sister Rhonda Mary? Same question.
So I think Jessica X made a really good point about this cycle, this continuation of this cycle, because when I was going natural, right? So going through, that little awkward phase and, where you working your way up to cut off the relaxed ends and stuff like that. I was wearing a weave for like a year straight, not a weave. Like I was obviously getting my hair done over that year. But during that time I was doing like different protective styles, particularly with weaves and stuff like that. And so after that year, I was like, okay, I'm finally gonna cut off all my relaxed hair. I went and cut my hair, and I almost had like a mini like breakdown because, I had never seen my hair like that. Now, keep in mind, it was also pretty short, and I'd had long hair since I was like young. It just had always been like relaxed. And, you know, it almost felt like a ego hit because I think, yes, like within that year, I became so used to psychologically seeing myself with weave that the moment I took it out, I felt like I didn't look like myself. So it took a couple of weeks for me to kind of like be like, okay, I'm gonna rock this TWA, which is the super like short afros or whatever, and teeny weeny afros, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna rock with it. But yes, I do think that we can attach our egos, our self-confidence. So it doesn't even just have to be hair, right? It could be eyelashes. It could be, it could be designer clothes. It could be, so I don't think that's unheard of. And hair, particularly for women over centuries, has been like a type of adornment, right? We do take a lot of pride and put a lot of time and energy into our hair. And then you also have a media, like what we see on social media, that also plays into, how we view different hair and hair types and things like that.
Okay.
Just quickly, you're gorgeous, Rhonda. I think your hair looks lovely. Looks really
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you.
And she's Southern. No, speaking of Southernness, all right, Sister George, and the rest of the sisters here. But question is, I think from what I've been hearing, most of the time I hear the most criticism. And what is that type? Because now we're talking about certain types of hair. The long hair, the straight long hair, like the Asian chick from Soul Train, right? That straight long hair. Has anybody been accused of being white or other than being? Have your blackness been questioned for wearing that type of weave?
Now my hair gets when I go and get her pressed, because I'm natural, but when I get my hair pressed out, I won't say that I'm accused of being anything, but people will be like, "Oh, you got good hair," or something like that. Now I'll hear that, but I'm dark, so I've never heard anybody be like, "Oh, what are you?" Now, when I've had some really tight braids in my hair, African girls have thought I was from Africa, but that's another story.
May I call you BB? No, I'm joking.
Do I know you? No, you don't know me, honey. I'm from Mississippi.
I'm just messing with you.
Funke, that's you.
Right. Are you one of my people? No.
You don't know my people. Okay, did we lose somebody? Okay, we got raw be privileged. Same question.
Yeah, I mean, but this happens with when I wear my natural hair too. People often assume that I have like some type of Dominican in my background, or people are like, "Oh, well, you can't love black people and you can't be pro-black because you have weave in your hair." And I'm just like, it's immature mentality. Period. Like, I don't know. It's
So you get it from
sad.
pro-black people. So pro-black people criticize you wearing something straight.
Yes, wearing something straight, wearing something curly, anything that, doesn't meet up to their standards. And then when I wear my natural hair out, people assume that I'm Spanish because my hair is curly.
Yeah, I forgot to sing you because you look like my cousin from Mississippi. But yeah, y'all look just alike. Now we got Jessica X. Have you been accused of looking or being white or whatever for wearing straight weaves or straight hair?
No.
Okay, person. No, I'm joking. So there's no elaboration on this one?
No, it's not something anyone's ever said to me. No. So I don't really know what else to say there. No.
Okay. Sister Rhonda Mary.
I would say the same thing. No, like it hasn't been a thing. I don't like mean to interject, but I kind of want to ask a question if you don't mind, Art, because
Go
this
right
has
ahead.
me thinking a little bit.
Go ahead.
I want to know if the sisters on the panel have had actual like situations, disagreements with people that they've dated, like in real life
I
about
was
their
gonna get
hair.
to that. I was
Or
gonna get
I'm
to that.
sorry, because I'm kind of wondering, is this more like an internet thing in some regards? I just like even the last question you asked, right? Like, has somebody accused you of, you know, trying to be white or look white or whatever because of your hair? Like, I don't know. That just doesn't seem like a huge, you know, big thing in actual real life. Like I see people talking about it in internet spaces, but just as far as how people are moving, I think even on an initial attraction, right?
All right. So let me rephrase the question for her. One of the questions, you probably didn't read my questions. That's why. Let's see. Does this topic cause a wedge between our relationships when it comes to connecting and intimacy? Is that what you're trying to ask?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you elaborate enough on that question, or you want them to?
No, I elaborated enough. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, we got Sister George up in here. What's your take?
Um, I've never, well, no, that's a lie. I've had one relationship to where when I was wearing my hair in afro, and the guy was like, "Well, this isn't the 70s, you know. Baby, this is we in the 2000s, so you know." But the guy was um I would say that he was a F boy. And you know, F boys have a type of look that I think that they go for with certain chicks. So when I was wearing my fro, he did have something to say, but I would say that for the most part, when I've worn my real hair, and I generally wear my real hair pressed out now, I haven't had any issues. You know, I think that bouncy real hair on a dark skinned woman, especially if it's got some length to it, is an anomaly. And so I think I actually get more attention being when I wear my hair like that. So I don't think it's been an issue for me for the most part.
Okay, Sister Robbie.
I don't have any issues when it comes down to my hair. Like, and I never have in a relationship. I wear my hair how I want to wear it, and it always looks good. So it's always appreciated.
Okay. All right. And then Sister Rhonda, excuse me, Sister Jessica X. What say you on this?
So the question is, can your hairstyle drive a wedge between you and a relationship?
Yes, and intimacy. Yes, intimacy and I guess connecting.
I don't know, particularly in a relationship, he's gonna have his preference, and maybe you know he prefers to see your hair a certain way. But then when you're talking about intimacy, I know I like fingers ran through my hair, like a little scalp massage, and you know those sort of things. And you can't really do that. When I had a weave, one thing that caught me was how uncomfortable it is. How uncomfortable it is because you have all of your hair underneath and then all of the tracks, and you can't really get to your scalp that much. And like somebody can't really play it, like someone can't play in your hair because it's like you didn't feel them play in your hair, if that makes sense. It is just, it doesn't feel the same. So I guess it can hold you back in that way, maybe. And if a guy
Okay.
likes to, you know, touch a woman's hair himself, maybe he's gonna have a preference for natural hair.
Okay. All right. And did you want to touch on this a little bit more, Sister Rhonda?
Yes, because I wanted to clarify earlier when I brought up the guy that I was dating when I first went natural, right? Like he was kind of hesitant. He wasn't opposed to it. It wasn't like he said like don't do that, right? But he was kind of hesitant about it. And at the time that I did, it wasn't as popular. It definitely wasn't as popular as it is now. And so I think all of that played a factor, that kind of like not knowing what to expect. And then also you do have some people that, you know, if they meet you a certain way, especially when it comes to like those physical traits like that, you know, there can be some hesitancy there. But as far as none of my relationships, I've ever had a problem with that. I know somebody mentioned F boys, and I think that was a good point, because like after going natural, I did notice that it changed the quality of the type of guys that I was attracting. And so it's almost as if my natural hair, warded off a lot of the F boys.
Jeez. Okay.
If I can speak a little bit to that, Rhonda Mary is absolutely correct. When I had my hair in a fro, certain types of dudes did not approach me. Now I would say that wearing my hair pressed, I still don't get the same types of dudes that would approach me versus when I wore weave. So I do think that is a difference.
Okay, so I have a couple of more questions before I bring the fellas up. Would you guys like to stay on when the fellas come up, or? I mean,
That's fine.
really, I prefer to stay.
I'll probably stay for a little bit.
Okay, I don't think I mean, they're probably, you know, it might be, they might have some questions about, you know, what it, you know, for some clarification of what you probably said. I'm not sure. You know, it's going to be that structured, and later on it's going to be an open panel afterwards. But I'm trying to keep it structured first. So I have a couple of. Do you get enough? I mean, do you feel that there's enough guys out there that encourage you to go natural?
Guys will encourage you to go natural up until a certain point, right? It goes back to what Robbie Privilege said about certain types of hair men do not mind whatsoever. Love, love, love. And they receive love from, even when the girls were little girls, they receive a lot of love. I would say if you are rocking a teeny weeny fro, that is probably, and especially if you have 4C hair or kinky coily hair, that seems to be the least desirable hairstyle for most Black men that I've encountered. If a woman has a softer hair type, she can generally go short. Most men don't have anything bad to say. If a woman does have very, very, very short, kinky, curly hair, she has to be finer than a mother. So, if she's fine, she can generally get away with a lot of things with her hair. But if she's a regular average chick, she better have something. She better do something with her head. And if she does have a teeny weeny fro, she's probably not going to get the most attention unless she is super duper duper fine. But most Black men that I've encountered, and this is just my personal experience, most don't like a teeny tiny fro. So I would say that they don't necessarily like, if you have enough hair and you can go natural. Like, men like a lot of hair. Most men I know like a lot of hair. If you have enough hair and you're able to achieve to where you look like you have thick hair or you have full hair, yeah, I think most men will encourage you to go natural. But most men don't like the beginning stages of a natural, especially if you have kinky coily hair.
No happy to be nappy?
Not until it gets to a certain length. Like, if it's past the teeny weeny fro stage, most men get comfortable. But if you're walking around looking like that lady from Good Times,
Florida
they
Evans?
ain't going. Yeah, they ain't going.
No Esther Roll. Sorry, Esther
No,
Roll.
no.
Rest in peace.
Right.
Okay, so we got Raw B Privilege.
Yeah, I've always gotten encouragement about my natural hair, and you know, but it is definitely a cost involved. So when the dude that you're dealing with pays for your hair care, and he's used to paying for, you know what I'm saying, $100 maybe wash and set or something at the store, but the products that, you know what I'm saying, you use to keep your natural hair luscious and moisturized cost like $300. Sometimes it's a little pushback about that, because it is way cheaper to do a weave or a wig than it is to buy all of the products that you need to maintain a tighter coil in natural hair.
Okay. And we got Jessica X.
So the question is, have we had encouragement from the men around us to go natural?
Yes.
Again, not really. Like I said, my ex prefers my hair curly. So he definitely does have a preference for curlier hair, but he doesn't trip if my hair's straight. My hair's straight most of the time. He doesn't trip, but yeah, he prefers it curly. But then, to Sister George's point, like when it comes to, rocking short hair, I know that personally, I don't think I could get away with short hair. Not everyone. Sister George actually has the face structure to get away with short hair and actually look good. I don't feel
Thank
like I'd look good
you.
with short hair. So that just depends on I think the woman. If I could have versatility that way, I think I would try it out, but I just don't think it would suit my you've got to have a certain face structure to be able to pull it off. And I don't feel like I have that. So that definitely affects sort of how I keep my hair, like how short I'm willing to go. The shortest I ever went was shoulder length, and that's when I didn't really have a choice. But I prefer to keep it at least like, boob length is where I'm comfortable.
Okay. Then we have Rhonda Murray.
I always get compliments from guys and encouragement when I wear like my big afro. And I'm like, it depends on, because I'll wear my hair like curly, I'll wear the fro look, but sometimes I don't wear it as actually as big as my hair can be and can get. And sometimes that's just, I guess it depends on like what type of mood I'm in, and then also the maintenance that goes into it as well. But even after like I wear braids and stuff like that, after I take the braids out, I'll have, you know, like my YouTube supporters, they'll be like, "Oh, I just like your hair so much more when it's like your afro or something like that." So I always get good vibes and stuff, about my hair and encouraging words from the people around me. So
Now, I think this is an important question coming up here. It's because the first this is one of the first items in the email I sent you guys. As far as how the pressures that's put on you as far as how you should look in the workplace, corporate America, social places, academia. Does this play a part in your decision making on wearing wigs versus natural?
I would say at one point when I wasn't very secure with my natural hair and its glory, that I felt like it did, but I think it was more of a self-esteem issue than what I felt was being projected on me. Now, I think that you do, if you have a certain type of hair, people will give you like the strong black woman label. And I think a lot of black women are starting to shun away that label because we don't want to be seen as strong and masculine in that sense. But um I think I've had maybe one older man say something to me while I was in the workplace about wearing my natural hair. And actually two older black men said something to me about wearing my natural hair in the workplace. Seem to have gotten a lot of compliments from white men, which I thought was strange. But it was two older black men who were like, "When are you gonna do something with your hair? Your hair's all over your head." And I was just wearing my fro. But I think that dating wise, you're going to attract a certain type with a fro, and depending on if you have the facial structure for the hair type or for how you wear your hair, because sometimes women can wear a fro but not necessarily style the fro, and it's not the man not liking your natural hair, but the way it's styled may not be um, a good look for you, and But I'll say that in the workplace, after those men told me that I needed to comb my hair, that was around the time that I started to press it out. But wearing a weave in the workplace, um, wearing your weave versus wearing a press, I never really saw a whole lot of difference in the workplace, except for when I was wearing my fro versus wearing a weave or a press out. I did get a different response. So I'll say that that was the difference for me.
Somebody had a problem with the word I use, pressure. Um, for those people who have been sleeping under a rock, some people are under pressure as far as wearing dreads, afros, and things like that in some of the workplace. So, anyhow, um, Raw B.
Hello, I had myself on mute. Yes, I do think there is pressure to have a neat look to your hair when you're in the workplace. And I've actually seen it where they don't give people promotions if someone doesn't have a certain type of look that represents the corporate brand. Is it racist? Absolutely. Is it elitist? Absolutely. But there is that element when a woman is considering how she wants to wear her hair in the street versus how she wants to wear her hair in the house.
Okay. We got Jessica X.
Yeah, I haven't had any pressure to have my hair a certain way in the workplace, but I'm not going to be ignorant and act as though I have necessarily the same issues when it comes to hair texture and navigating that whole field of trying to look professional in the workplace. I get that in that I get that there's more maintenance that has to go in the morning when it comes to natural, like a hair that's more more coarse, more like a different hair texture. I get that there's more maintenance that's involved in the morning, and so that becomes a thing of how early do you have to wake up to get ready for work, having natural hair, and you might have to do nighttime prep the day before. And for some people, they feel as though it's easier to I'd say this in my opinion. I feel like natural hair, as in like afro hair, in the workplace, I know where I am, it would be more preferred to say something like box braids or some other hairstyles that people might choose. So natural would definitely trump braids, things of that nature where I work, because there is there's a dress code that's enforced. There's a dress code that's enforced, not necessarily a hair policy, but you will get the side eye if you come in looking unpresentable. You will. And if you're not on the dress code, there are consequences for that. So I get if you're working certainly in like the corporate world, there can be issues regarding hair. And I get it's a trickier thing to navigate. I do get that.
Okay.
It's not something that I'm fully going to understand.
And I appreciate all the super chats. I'm not able to read them. What y'all can do, if I missed it, if it's too far up, then just send the questions again or the statements even after the super chat. And I try to get to it, but I appreciate it. So we're going to go into Sister Rhonda.
I've never really had problems on the job as far as like with my natural hair. I've mostly worked for and around Black people, so it really hasn't been an issue. When I first went natural, and my hair was like shorter, like somebody else mentioned, I was getting a lot of compliments from white people as well. I think it was only one experience that I had, and the funny thing about it is I actually had in a weave. It was a curly weave, and a curly weave was the color of like my hair is red, like I keep my hair red. And a white lady, it's like the nerve, because I was working at a black-owned establishment with 100% black staff, and I would say maybe 30% of our customers were white. And she came in and she told the girl at the reception desk that my hair looked ghetto. And I'm thinking, like, the nerve, like, who does that? You know what I mean? But my hair was actually curly and in a somewhat natural looking state, but it was a weave. And so, I think that's the only kind of comment that I got from a stranger. Uh, as it relates to my hair. And then I know somebody else mentioned how sometimes like the older generation, like with men, uh, like, well, this is not the 70s type thing. I've had like, my uncle and dad who were kind of originally on that wave, but I think that's just people getting used to like a certain standard, seeing something in the media, and then before natural hair started becoming accepted again and things like that. So as far as a workplace, I haven't had any issues, but I could just imagine. I know it was a lady, I think she was from Mississippi, on the news who they didn't want her to wear her braids. And then also a lady I know personally that worked for the news. She started the local news station. She started going natural, and they was like, "Yeah, nah, we not feeling it." And so she just had to press her hair out like every day for work. So I empathize with women that have to go through that. I definitely haven't experienced anything to that extent.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this last question for the ladies, and I appreciate you ladies for coming out and being a part of this project. While I'm asking this last question, is for the guys that got the link. Could you please come up so we can bring you guys up and address some of the things that you heard? So we're going to give this last question out here. So the question is, and y'all can jump in on this one. If they came up with some kind of magic pill or some kind of sure thing to make your hair grow the way you want it to look, one, would you take it? And two, if it works, would you still wear a weave? Anyone?
Can you say the question again? You said if they came up with some type of magic pill, would we take it to do what?
Would you take it if it was something to make your hair grow the way you want? And if it works, would you still get a weave?
Okay. I'll start with my
oh, my bad.
Okay.
No, go on, Sister
Um,
George, my bad.
okay. So I do think there are things that you can take that will make your hair grow. Um, if you drink chlorophyll, if you take wheatgrass, if you drink flaxseed oil, there are a lot of different types of hair growth methods that you can take to make your hair grow the way you want it. And your hair will be nice and shiny and full and healthy. I think there are quite a few products on there for that. Do I still wear weave every now and then, but I don't let um weave doesn't control me like it used to. And so I prefer to actually wear my natural hair out and wear my own hair. And I think my own hair is better than any weave that I could ever put on. So I would say that every now and then, just to switch it up, just to give myself a different look. Yeah, every now and then I will wear a weave, but I'm not dependent on it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I
Yeah,
was going to
like
say, I'd.
Oh, y'all want to arm wrestle for it?
no, go ahead, Jessica. X.
I was going to say, I'd probably take the pill to make my hair like more curly, to have like a bit more of like a voluminous curl. Because if I have more of like a wave than a curl at the end, sort of like, if you know what I'm speaking about. So it curls up at the end, but it's more wavy till like midsection. So I take a pill to get like better curls, because then I have to go in for like with a, I don't know if you guys know what a diffuser is, to get like better curls and to get them a bit tighter. I prefer like a tighter curl look, so I do that if I could.
Okay. Raw B, you want to go next?
Yeah, I wouldn't take nothing to grow out my hair because my hair is actually a pretty decent length and I enjoy my hair. But while we're on the topic of like growing hair, they do have products that grow hair, that hydrate hair. And there's a lot of gentlemen in your chat that think that hair products are cheap. And they're not. You guys have seen, I've been scrolling through a whole range of products. Every now and again, you can find something that's, pretty much all right. Like Jessica X, you might want to look into this Mixed Chicks Coil Kink and Curl Style Cream. That might help you develop.
I don't like mixed chicks products. I've tried them before. I'm not really a fan, but I do get what you're saying in that it can be expensive because when you get those little pots, and they can be expensive in themselves. And I wash my hair a lot because I don't want like smells clinging to my hair. And I go through, if I have to put a mask on my hair or a conditioner on my hair, I can go through almost one of those pots in one session. Like literally, because my hair will just soak it all up. So it can be expensive, having natural hair. And if you have a different hair texture, maybe even more product. So it can be expensive depending on what you're using, your hair type. Because I think that's why my hair, like certain hair, soaks up product more. I'm not sure it's like which one it is, but it's like to do with porosity
Yeah, the
and
low
how porous
porosity
your
hair.
hair is.
Yeah, low porosity hair takes more product. High porosity hair takes less product. And it's good that we're having this conversation because I see men all the time saying what it costs to maintain natural hair, saying that natural hair is cheaper than a wig or a weave. And I'm here to tell you it's not. You can get yourself a decent wig for like $200. And if you take care of that wig right, that wig will last you 2-3 months. And you just have to like wash your hair, condition your hair, and oil your hair. But if you're wearing your natural hair out every day and you want to have good definition and you want to look well kept and maintained, you have to buy shampoo, conditioner, oil for your scalp, curl defining cream. You have to buy tools in order to make those curls pop, like Jessica X was saying, a diffuser. Like you have to buy satin bonnets, satin pillowcases, satin sheep. There's a lot of money that goes into natural hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and Sister Rhonda Mary, did you have an answer?
I'm pretty happy with my hair. Some days I think that I would want it longer, but I don't think that's really what I want because the longer it gets, the tougher it is to maintain and stuff like that, just as far as like detangling and things like that, especially with the type of hair that I have. So I think I'm pretty happy with my hair. And I mentioned earlier how like after I stopped wearing weave and did the big chop, how I kind of freaked out. But now, like when I get my hair pressed out, I think it's not as drastic, but it's like the opposite. Like how when I first went natural, I'm like, I didn't think I looked like myself because I was used to seeing myself with a weave. Well, that's how it kind of is when I press my hair out now. And I usually just press it out like once a year for, just a really good trim and, just a link check, that type of thing. But now it'll be like, I'm ready to get back to my afro.
Okay. All right. And Brother Rob says this isn't. He said we ignore the elephant in the room. Who gets paid for the products we use on our hair? I'm just saying. So that's Brother Rob.
Well, I actually everybody gets paid because I go to a Dominican. I use black hair care products as well as white hair care products for my texture of hair. But to offer a solution to Rhonda Mary, have you ever heard of Rasul clay? Um, Rasul clay is excellent for ladies that are natural. And if you wear your hair in a natural style, washes, detangles, conditions. It was one of the best products I used when I was wearing my hair in an afro. So if you haven't heard of it, it's
What's that
great.
called? Rasul clay.
Yes, it's
Rasul
RH.
clay?
I'm gonna spell it for you. It's
Okay.
RHASSOUL clay.
Okay. So we got
Okay, Ruffle. Let me put that there so I remember.
a couple of guys waiting in the back. Everybody didn't. I guess a lot of guys that I invited, they're afraid to come up. They prefer to mix it up instead of. But there's ladies, you want to be able to take turns, like step down and have the guys come up, or do y'all want to be able to have them address you based on your respond based on some of the things you said on the panel?
It's
These are
however you want to do it.
Yeah, I
There
don't
is no
mind.
issue for me. It's however you want to do it, Art. It's no biggie for me.
okay. So I got two fellas right here. Actually, I got three. All right, Game Changer, Jay Shine, and Curlin. All right.
Hey, Mr. Curlin.
Check
Hey
this out.
guys.
Hey, baby.
Hello, gentlemen.
What up, y'all? What up? What up? Hey, hey, hey.
So fellas, based
It's
on
like
some of the,
in the.
so
I
based
was
on
just gonna
the,
say, you see, oh my bad.
oh, go ahead, Jessica. Go ahead, Jessica.
No, I was gonna say, when it comes to one thing you'll notice if you go to the supermarket, hair care store, whatever you call it, black hair products are considerably more expensive than hair care products for like European hair, considerably more expensive. And I'm talking about probably a similar thing, but like 3 times the price. At least that's how it works here. So it can be expensive, and you do have to think who does own those companies. And sometimes it's crazy because it's the same company. It can be like a L'Oreal or all of those big companies that have a brand just under a different name, but a very similar product is being sold for 3 times the price to black people, but the other product is a lot cheaper. So that's something that we need to bear in mind as well, is that who's actually behind it. Yeah, who's the company behind it.
Okay. So fellas, you've heard the questions I asked the sisters. So has anything jumped out that you would like to confirm or even address so far?
Any particular order you want us to go in?
And just jump in.
Okay, so I wanted to address what Rhonda was saying earlier, because she was talking about the different reactions that she get, or the different type of men that she gets attention from with real hair versus fake. I can definitely see why that would be a thing, and that's because it's my belief that women who have fake hair or wigs or whatnot are really more instant gratification. And that is going to attract F boys because they're offering instant gratification in exchange for their own gratification. So I can definitely see why your hair sends a different message, kind of like a dog whistle that attracts different types of dogs. So, and I can say I'm somewhat guilty of that. I do change my approach based on certain visual cues that I see in a woman. And furthermore, to what raw privilege was saying earlier about an effeminate man is concerned about the woman's hair. I'm curious of what exactly. Okay, so here's how I understand it. Hair, just like breasts or glutes or legs or anything like that, is an attraction trait for men. It's a physical trait that men are attracted to in women. That being said, we do talk about things like that. Like I remember having a conversation about Chili's hair in the 80s or 90s when she first came out. This is just something guys talk about. How is that effeminate?
Okay, so you see how you just said you acknowledge for yourself that you change your approach to women based on her hair. But
and clothes and shape, yes.
But is she any less of a woman just because visually she's not presenting a way that you want her to?
Absolutely, she is.
Okay, so when I say effeminate, I mean, if a man sees a woman that he wants, no matter how she looks, if she has natural hair and he wants her to have weave, Vella, Rapunzel down to the floor, if she has weave down to the floor and he wants her to be in natural hair, he's going to love on her. He's going to encourage her. He's going to tell her that she is beautiful just the way that she is. When men sit there and they bash women and they say that women aren't worthy, or they make assumptions about the type of woman that a woman is just because she decides that she wants to wear a wig, which wigs have been in existence since prehistoric time, as far as like the British Parliament, as far as the queens and kings of Egypt. You understand what I'm saying? That's when it becomes effeminate.
Okay, so here's what I mean by that, because there's different levels of attraction that a man has to a woman. So when a man sees a woman, he can say to her, like, she's barely attractive enough to get my penis, or he can say that, oh, this is the woman that I would like to bear my children. So there is different levels of physical attraction. Is one better than the other? Absolutely. Now, if you are a woman who is of base physical attraction, meaning that you're barely erecting him, then what happens is he may try to increase your level of attraction to him. And that's up to you to reciprocate. Once again, wanting a more attractive woman doesn't make a man feminine. And as far as the whole, listen, a lot of people wear wigs and it says something about the person. Like, for example, it says if a woman has cancer or not. Or it says if a woman is recreating the Civil War or something, or excuse me, the American Revolution, or is she pretending to be a member of British Parliament? Like, it does say a lot about a woman if she decides to wear a wig. However, if she does so in modern times, it's a sign of laziness, and that's going to attract a certain type of man and a certain type of approach from a man. Now, once again, but just the fact that the man is attracted to the woman herself is masculine by definition of heterosexuality.
So if you see a woman that is in a wig and you don't want to deal with her, right? Isn't it more masculine to just not deal with her than to try to bash her or tear her down? Not to mention the fact, let me keep it all the way 1,000 with the gentlemen that are here on the panel.
Okay.
There are plenty of women that walk around with hair that looks like Rhonda's hair in her avatar. That's not their hair. Mm-hmm. There are women that walk around here with braids and it's not their hair. Mm-hmm. It's a wig and you won't know it until they decide to tell you that they are wearing a wig.
And at that point, she becomes less attractive.
So then do you leave her or do you berate her because she's not wearing her natural hair?
It depends on how attractive she is otherwise. See, here's the thing. A woman with a spectacular body and a nice face can get away with a wig, provided everything else is in line. A woman who is borderline by a man's definition of attractive and she has a wig gets dismissed. Now, if a woman is comfortable being barely attractive enough for a man to have sex with her, then she's naturally going to attract F-boys because that is the only level of attraction she seeks. She's not seeking the type of attraction that secures her relationships over long periods of time. She's seeking, once again, instant gratification. This is the message that a wig sends to a man's penis. So with that message that's being deliberately sent, men are going to act accordingly. I mean, I know.
So you're saying, wait, hold on. So you're saying that all men don't get their penis hard if a woman has on a wig. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you lose 6%. You lose 6% of this potency depending on the wig. So therefore, if a man would be at 50%, then you would take him down to 44. Now, a woman needs, at least 46 in order to gratify herself. So, I'm saying that you do get less penis. You get 6% less penis as a result of wearing a wig. But more importantly, you are satisfying your man less. And a wig shows that you have a diminished desire to satisfy my penis. So when I see that message that you're sending, I'm going to act accordingly. There's nothing effeminate about wanting a woman who maximizes the pleasure that she gives to my penis. That's the most masculine thing ever. As far as not talking to women based on like if she's attractive or if she has a wig, why not talk to her? Well, once again, masculinity, because she still has a vagina and sometimes even both breasts. So if she has other features of attractiveness that puts her over the penis threshold, then by all means she gets it.
So is Viola Davis more attractive to you or is Halle Berry more attractive to you?
Those two women are completely unattractive. However, in the past, Halle Berry was more attractive, yes. But this has, I mean, once again, she has the other features that I was talking about.
But again, when it comes down to attractiveness, there's a lot of things that factor into attractiveness.
There is, and that's one of them.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't cut you
Okay,
off.
my mistake.
I think that it's unfortunate that, you know what I'm saying, that is a game changer for you, but that's you. And that's not
a game changer.
You did say it was a game changer. You said that it takes away 6% of attractiveness to you. So it is a game changer for you. And that's okay because that's your preference.
Okay. It's everybody's preference.
Okay, so
the wig mimics something. Oh, my bad.
Okay, so we got the fellas, a couple of fellas here waiting to jump in. So we had Jay Shine, he wanted to go, and he had Curlin, Complex. So they have a lot to share as well. But I appreciate the dialogue because I think that was needed. Go ahead, Jay Shine.
All right, what's up, y'all? That was a good back and forth. That was entertaining. What's up, Raw? Curling my man's up in here. What's up, Sister George?
Leo's.
Yeah, Leo's in the house, man. I tend not to, entertain, conversations like this too much because my thing is if you don't meet my likeness, I'm just not going to deal with you, but the conversation needs to be had, I think, from the man's perspective. Why? Because we're fathers. And that's one of the reasons why I tend to shy away from the weaves. I'm raising a daughter. My daughter's 17. And, I remember when she was young, she had Asian friends and white friends in school. And I remember my mother bought her this big ass dollhouse, took up half the room. And, she started, she was playing with, Barbie dolls. And then one day, my daughter told me she wanted her hair to look like that. She wanted, why doesn't her hair look like that? This was when she was young. And in that moment, I didn't know that I was fucking up. I didn't think a big deal of it. I didn't think about it until it impacted my daughter. Now my daughter's be 18 this year. And she's never had a weave in her hair. She has a natural look. She braids her own hair. She gets her hair braided all the time. And I have nothing against women getting extensions, when they braid their hair, because as long as it's an Afrocentric look, I mean? I think it's important. And I'm gonna tell you why this is important. There's 3 reasons why this is important. I wrote this down. One is pride and the effect on children. And like I said, I saw this happen with my daughter. I also seen this happen with other little girls. When little girls come out the womb, they are what they are, and they look to the women around them for, affirmation, what womanhood is and what being a girl is, what being a feminine is, and if you walking around with a Yaki 10, blonde hair, and she's looking in her own mirror, you're telling her that's what's beautiful, especially when the women glamorize it. Let's not act like there's not a glamorization that goes along with it. When they're getting their hair done, they're giving each other props. And I want you to really think about what the little girls are seeing and the zapping of pride that comes out of them, of what beauty is. And this is the first person that's doing this. It's bad enough the TV is there. We all know about the doll test, right? We know about the effect of the society on our black children, black boys and girls. But when the women are telling them that they don't want to deal with their hair and, making a big fuss about combing their hair and get over here with this nappy hair, y'all creating a complex in these girls. And I've seen this shit happen with my own eyes, so that's why for a long time I didn't care. But when I became a parent and I started being around other parents and other young girls, it started to hit me what the issue was. So that's 1. 2, finance. I don't like to throw rocks and hide my hand. I live what I talk about. So me personally, I go out my way not to support other groups of people. When it comes to shoes or, I got a jacket from this homeboy I found on Facebook. I try to find other black designers and support other black businesses as much as I can. For the last 2 decades, if not 3, the billions of dollars that have been siphoned out of, black women's hands, whether it's from the work, they make their own money. It's their money. Not counting nobody's dollars. I'm just calling a spade. And, whether it's from child support or the money they make on their jobs or a combination of, there's been a current currency going to other groups of people. And that's a big deal for me. When we talk about, y'all know I'm a political type. We talk about, money. Money is a big deal when it comes to empowerment. So a woman can't be in my house using my resources to fund some other man's child's, college fund. It's not going to happen. I'm too militant for that. So I would ask sisters at minimum, keep that shit between y'all. Stay away from them other shops. If you're going to do it, like my aunt used to tell me, if you're going to do wrong, do it right. Spend your money with your own. But it's too much money going outside the community. And the third reason I'm against it is, it's like, me personally, I'm not attracted to it. I like natural shit. If I'm making love to you and I'm touching you, I can't get in your hair. We can't jump in the lake. It's too much drama that comes along with that. I want to see you for who you are. And I always tell people, forget hair for a second. Being who you are, your personality, and how you represent yourself in the world is the best way to get other people that don't fuck with you in a real way away from you. You know what I mean? And then when it comes to men, now, like what Rhonda Mary said earlier, it got rid of the fuck boys. Only motherfuckers who like her the way she is gonna fuck with her. They're gonna look at her for who she is. They're gonna look at the woman she is. You know what I mean? Instead of this, carbon copy we see out here. Because that's what's happened. There's a lot of following. And if you think I'm crazy, there's a song that was out in the 90s called Him, Me. Do You Really Want Him? By Today. It's a group called Today. There was a parody to that shit called Hair, Weave. Do you really want hair, weave? All right. You can go look it on YouTube right now. Yeah. And they made fun of every ridiculous hairstyle you can come up with weaves and wigs. And that shit is now common.
That was in the 80s.
So it's not normal. You know what I mean? So if you can indulge me real quick, I just want to share my screen. I want to show y'all something. If you can share my screen real quick. Because this is what I grew up with. This is the women I grew up around and the girls I grew up around in my hood. Hold on.
Yeah, for the guys that's trying to get in, we're full. Y'all
no, it's not gonna take long. It's not taking long. I'm just gonna show a photo.
Y'all waited too late to try to come up. Now all this. Oh, I want to get up now. I mean, yeah. We'll have some space a little later.
Entire screen. Let me just do this. Let me do. Here we go. Okay. Let me hit share. All right. Let me know when the screen's up.
It's up.
All right. So this is women back in the day. There was no weaves. And I grew up with women like this in the church, in my neighborhoods. And this is the 70s. All right. I'm just trying to figure out why it got to be what it's got to be. You know what I mean? This is how black women look back in the day. This is now when women choose to be natural. This is actually, I took the screenshot from a video I watched these sisters talking about natural hair and, being socially accepted and, being who they are. And, and that shit is gorgeous to me. It's gorgeous to me. You know what I mean? It's like, there's nothing like black women on the planet in a natural state. You feel me? So, I just wanted to show that real quick because I grew up around that kind of shit. I grew up in the hip hop era in the 80s and 90s. I remember women hair having their little, MC Light haircuts, and we had the Holly Berry haircuts. We had the near long hairstyles. There's all types of different styles. And I remember the Afro sheen and women doing their hair different kind of ways. I know what the hot comb smells like, because I was around those kind of sisters. And I just think on a spiritual level, what we're doing optically to our children is incorrect. We're bending the knee to a Eurocentric, beauty standard. And, I think it's unhealthy all the way around. You know what I mean? So I hear lots to say it's like, it's for hair protection, it's for work. I'm going to close on this point. And I disagree because I worked in government for 10 years. I worked in corporate America for 10 years, and I've been in the military. And I know all the sisters that get braids and locks and, all kinds of different hairstyles. Yes, of course, there's women who wear weaves and wigs too, but there's women who wear their hair naturally as well. All I want to know is, I'm gonna give y'all one more search to do on YouTube. Go on YouTube, check out all the marching bands, and check out all those sisters who dance in the marching bands. And I want you to tell me what job they're wearing weaves for. We got to admit there's an addiction to this shit. Let's stop acting like it's about protection, it's about acceptance and all that. No, it ain't. Because why they doing it at proms, why they doing it in college, that ain't got nothing to do with jobs. That ain't got nothing to do with getting accepted. You at a black HBCU and all the women are weaved out. That's you see what I'm saying? That's where you look at the smoking gun. It's like it's got nothing to do with the jobs. That's cap. All black women don't work in corporate America. My daughter pointed this out to me. We was at a Burger King and there was a white girl in the window with her hair pulled up. And then a sister came to the window with a full weave on. She works at McDonald's. You know what I mean? So it's like there's something else going on here. And I'm raising girls, and I got other black girls around me that she hangs out with. I have an interest in their confidence in their own beauty. And I wish other black women would project that. I'll close on that.
Okay. Anybody want
Okay.
to respond to Jay Shine?
I do. So you said that in the 70s, women were not wearing wigs, and that's not true. The French fashion house has been in the hair business since 1974.
Raw B, can you blow that up so people can see it? Because it's real small.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that right now. I think that should be better, right?
Okay.
Let me see. And they recently launched a custom-made hair service to cater to the growing demands for weaves. But new advancements in technology and celebrity openly embracing their hair pieces have caused a resurgence in the wigs that now rivals the wig craze of the 1960s. There was a period of time in the late 60s and early 70s when women were changing their hair with wigs. Jean Doyle, a hairstylist and author of Wig Ed, explained. A lot of people were afraid that they were going to look like their grandmother or that it was just going to be very fake, like a Halloween costume. But that's from a lack of education around how far wigs have come and what they can offer. So this is not about being European and Eurocentric. People have always been changing their hair with extensions, and it started in Hollywood. So this is about what is culturally relevant. And this is, wait, can I finish a thought? Because every time somebody say something and I say something back, then everybody want to cut me off. That's kind of...
I was going to ask you a question. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
So when people are saying that, you know what I'm saying? Oh, black women are wearing wigs and they don't care about what their little girls see. Don't y'all missing the point? Ain't y'all missing the point? It's not about hair. Hair is something that can be taken on, put off. Hair is something that can be shaved all the way off or grown out to the floor. It's about what other morality, what other values are you teaching your children, little girls and little boys?
Can I respond to that, Art?
Go ahead.
Okay. To respond to Raw B and to Jay Shine, I think that Jay Shine brings about a good point. If I'm a woman that walks into an establishment and I am one of the only black women rocking my hair, all the hair looks like Brazilian hair. It does not look our texture. I think a lot of the problem is that a lot of black women don't even wear their own texture of hair. If you walk into an establishment and you see one or two women out of all the black women rocking their own natural hair, that screams that's a problem. Whether people have been wearing wigs from the beginning of time to a point to where we don't even wear our own real hair, and it's almost a shameful thing if you walk into a spot with your real hair and everybody's looking at you like you're the outsider because you actually have your real hair out and everybody else is with a weave. And I do think that it does speak to a hair addiction of black women. And then if you think about women not even feeling comfortable to wear their real hair out. And then you look at the alopecia problems and you're seeing celebrity hairstylists trying to get women to even get back to their roots. It does scream that there's a problem with the weaves, though.
Yeah, I was just going to add real quick, because I'm actually going to jump off here in a minute. I was going to add real quick, look, I don't really want to bring in outliers, bro, because I grew up with black women. All right. I can't really get into Hollywood because I grew up with sisters. It's like you completely dismissed me I was telling you what I was seeing as a boy and the smell of the hot comb and what women went through to prepare for church or going out. Or even the examples I gave you with the near long haircuts and the box braids. And I'll give you another one, the Polar Justice hairstyles that women were wearing in the 90s. I mean, like this is about something else. When I see a sister sitting in a car petting her hair. That's got nothing to do with protection. That's got nothing to do with, that's about something else. And we're not dealing with that. And I gotta be conscious of the little girls coming behind us. I got sisters that struggle with that shit. I got 4 black sisters. You know what I mean? And thank God 3 of them are natural. Or they keep it natural. And to me, natural is also getting extensions. When you get braids and you add on your other texture, but you have an Afrocentric hairstyle. I'm talking about bending the knee to the European style of hair. When you out here looking like Farrah Fawcett, that's not you. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I'm thinking about what that's doing to young girls. And now it's out of control. Now we got 12, 11-year-old girls getting weaves. For what? You know what I mean?
Oh.
So stop playing games, man. Like, there's too many pictures I can show of my family. I can go down to the 80s and show you how sisters were looking in the 80s. We can look at music stars in the 80s. This is not true.
But
These
what
are
I'm
music
trying
stars.
to,
So you're gonna bring up Hollywood, I can bring up music. We
But
can
what
look
I'm
at Neil
trying
Baker to Neil Long. We can look at all these different people who were in Hollywood and on the stage. And they wasn't doing all of these long down your back weaves. And come on, man.
But what I'm trying to tell you, just like how I have been showing and demonstrating, wigs come in Afrocentric hair too. Wigs come in Afrocentric hair too. And the point that I made earlier is you wouldn't know that any of the women that are wearing these units that I just showed you are wearing.
If I was having sex with you, I would. Yeah, I would.
Okay, yeah. But visually to see, because you're not just having sex with somebody as soon as you see them.
I'm talking about keeping, right?
Right, but I'm saying y'all talking about, well, not y'all specifically, but it was said that
I'm talking
seeing
about
a woman in a wig.
I'm talking about Zane Chronicles. I'm going to know if she's real or not, girl.
But what I'm saying to you is sitting there and acting like every person that you see in a picture that their hair looks a type of way, that you're seeing the natural hair that grows out of their head, you may be mistaken. And I know that is a hard thing for men to embrace, that you don't know everything about women's hair and you don't know every woman that has natural hair, a wig or a weave.
Of women with short hairdos.
Right, but what I'm showing you a picture right here of a woman with a short hairdo.
Okay.
Now, if you walked on the shorty in the street, you might think that that's her real hair.
All right, let me give you an example.
It's not.
Everybody
It's
know
a
what Claire
wig.
Huxtable looks like, right? Claire Huxtable is a perfect example of how corporate women black sisters used to do their hair back in the 80s.
And you think she didn't have clip-ins?
Maybe she did, but she looked like a black woman, though. I know that.
So now black women only look black if their hair is pressed out and if their hair has a texture. So we ain't going to talk about the black women that have nice, long textured hair that's like not.
We know
why are we playing games?
There's something deeper going on with some of us.
Right.
Maybe
it
not
is something.
You, Raw. Maybe not you. Maybe you just put it on and you doing you. Maybe I'm talking about what I've seen though. From a father standpoint, looking at little girls, and like you just don't even care about none of that. When I see a little girl crying,
I do care about that. But what I am telling you as men, as leaders, when you reduce women down to a wig or a weave or their level of attractiveness, or their level of attractiveness
talking about the total woman. You know what I mean?
Okay, but so when you're talking about hair, we're talking about the total woman and what women have been through through history. But when I say something, we're not talking about the total woman.
No, because I didn't get into your personality. I'll tell you what.
I'm not talking about your personality. I'm just making a statement. I'm making a statement.
I'll be completely transparent. If I'm at a gun show right now and I see Rhonda Mary looking the way she looks, I'll watch some of her videos. You know what I mean? I don't know her personality. I don't know if she's crazy as cat shit. I don't know none of that. But I like what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a sister, her natural look. That's going to attract the fuck out of me. It's going to attract a man like me. But I'm going to want to get to know her. You see what I'm saying? Now we can get into the full woman that she is. We just talking about aesthetics. But let's not act like girls don't deal with confidence issues. And when girls are dealing with beauty standards and beauty issues and, and all kinds of issues dealing with their own look, how are they going to get over that when even the women around them are telling them that they don't look good with their little braids in their hair? The Serena girls were cute and fine when they had little braids in their hair and they were starting out in tennis with the little beads on it. But now you got to be a bad bitch to have a full weave going on your back. That makes you a bad bitch. But the point
that I'm making to you is you could see a woman that looks like Rhonda with hair like Rhonda and it still be a wig and you still won't want to holler at her. But you still won't want to holler at her.
And I'll find out. And when the shit pop off, like I'm going to get you sucker and everything starts popping off and the eyeballs start popping off, the legs start popping off, we done.
Right. Now, go ahead.
I have a question for Jay Sean though. is your issue more with the weave or the texture? So, for example, right, we have like a Marla Negra. We also have SZA. Those are two people that are really popular that were both in the mainstream media that are known for wearing big curly hair, but we have come to know that wasn't their actual real hair. So do you not see an issue with that? Is it more of it's when it comes to the European standard of hair? Okay.
That's what it is for me. Yeah. And I just said it earlier. You can add, look, black women are very creative. If you look at all the hairstyles that came out in just the 80s and 90s alone, black women are so fucking creative with their hair. It's ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you another thing that's being lost. When I was raising my daughter, I'm still raising her. When I was raising my daughter, you know how hard it was to find braiders and people to do her hair right? I could find a girl that could do good braids, but she didn't do the scalp and take care of the hair right. I mean, the girl is good with the scalp and take care of the hair, but don't know how to braid for shit. I grew up and I used to have hair, believe it or not. I had twist down past my ear, and I used to get my hair braided all the time. And I could just throw a rock at a sister that can braid hair. I could sit there and watch Beavis and Butthead and Aeon Flux and get my hair braided. You know what I mean? So it's a lost art when women are not even knowing how to take care of their own hair. Girls sitting around playing in each other's hair is universal to all races. That's
so
what
you
girls
think
do.
that women that wear wigs don't do their hair? Do you know how many women have wigs and they take them wigs off and their hair drop down to the middle of their back? You have to spend more time taking care of your hair when you have on wigs and weaves. When you have on wigs and weaves, contrary to popular opinion and belief, you're constantly oiling your hair, you're washing your hair, you're braiding your hair. Most people take off their wigs every day so that they can maintain touch with their hair. They have to actually do their hair in order for a wig to lay down a type of way. And this is the issue that I have with these type of conversations. Men come with all these preconceived notions. Men come with all of these stereotypes, but men really have no clue about what goes into doing women's hair.
Yeah. I got one question. I got one question. I got one question. Let me get up off of here real quick. Then if that's the case, right, and I know what you're saying is true, because I had a sister who was doing that. I had a sister who had a hair full of hair, and she was still wearing the weaves because it was fashionable. And that's my point. That's the point I was just trying to make. You helped me make my own point, bro. What are we sending these little girls? We're telling the little girls to be beautiful, even if you got hair, cover that shit up.
No,
that's all I'm trying to say.
But I don't think that that's a true statement, because as a woman with hair, when you have long hair, when you have long natural hair and your hair is textured, there are a lot of elements that fall into women's hair care. We are talking about element from the wind, elements from humidity, elements from the sun constantly attacking your hair. Some women just want to protect their hair and they don't want their hair to break. In order for it honestly, it is. Most women that wear hair for protective styling is wearing hair for protective styling because they cannot afford to constantly spend $150 to replenish products all the time to maintain their hair at the appropriate moisturization level and protect it from heat damaging. Like, so when you guys have these preconceived notions about wig and hair maintenance, you might need to think on a broader spectrum. That's all I'm saying here.
Okay, and I appreciate that, sis. You know what I mean? And me and you are cool. You know what I mean? We have no issues. You're still my sister. But I just vehemently disagree with you. You know what I mean? We just gonna have to disagree on that.
That's your opinion.
All I want you to do is this, sister. Is factor in the fact that, man, we're not that ignorant. Black men got hair too. We in a hair salon too. Black men who get dreads on their back and get their hair twisted, we go to the salon too. So stop acting like we don't have black hair. You know what I mean? Y'all keep separating y'all from us from each other.
Do black men worry about hair typing?
Hold up, time out, sis. I just talked about getting my hair braided. I just talked about my experience watching grown older women in my neighborhood, in my family. I have a daughter, but you keep Xing us out. Like we don't have no input or no information. We completely ignorant to this. We got men running around the NFL football field right now with fucking hair down their back. What do you think they're doing to treat their hair? The same
when
thing.
When people say things like Suave and Blue Magic, no, that's ignorant. Because I just showed a whole bunch of products for black hair that cost $125, $70 a bottle, $20 a bottle. So when people make statements like that, yes, I'm sorry, that's ignorant.
Were they paying that much in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s? to keep their natural hair together? I'm trying to figure that out.
They
I
weren't
remember
paying
my grandmother was feeding me cream of wheat and you know, and government cheese and okra and salt pork. I don't remember her spending that much money to keep her hair done.
Right, because the economy was different. But let's not act like Bronner Brothers hasn't been around. Let's not act like hair care products haven't been around and they were not expensive for people of the time.
Game Changer, I gotta go. It's like 1 in the morning. I gotta get a shower. But it's a good conversation. I just want to get my input as a man, you know, where I'm coming from and how I see it as a father. You know, we don't have to, you know, be angry at any enemies at this. I just want you to, you know, think about what a brother's saying from a brother's point of view. Because usually I don't even talk about this kind of shit, but you know, this is what we're seeing and how a lot of us feel, and a lot of us do want our sisters to be natural, believe it or not. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thanks a lot, John. But yeah,
we got to get a complex.
She's say one thing first, please.
But go ahead, game changer. Make it quick.
I'll make it quick. Raw. Is it enough to know that men prefer natural hair to make you want to change it?
Honestly, men's preference has never been an issue for me.
Exactly. So I think that the reason why men aren't attracted to it because women with fake hair don't really value men's preference.
Wrong again. I said that men's preference has never been an issue. Not that I don't value their preference. So don't put words in my mouth.
And I prefer women who tailor themselves to my desire. And you're not it. So that's why it's less preferred. I'm done.
Now, like how I said, you're making an assumption. I have natural hair. No, you're making an assumption because I said a man's preference.
You're advocating for fakeness, which means that you
I'm
are
not advocating
for women being their best selves for the men, making you lesser of a woman. Yes, it is. That
Wrong again. What I am advocating for is women having the ability to make a choice.
Well, I'm advocating for
women natural hair. I have natural hair and I wear wigs too, but don't get it twisted. Like everybody has a choice. That's your choice. It's your choice that a woman that wears a wig is less than to you. But who's to say that you are that to another woman?
To deal with unruly woman.
Okay, but you choose to live with a Filipino, which is not a black woman. It's just another way for you to bash a black woman. It's another way for you to bash black women.
You are unruly.
It's another way for you to bash black women.
And you won't lead me to the shampoo owl and take care of your own real hair? No. In order for me to effectively,
and that is an assumption.
I will get with a woman who. Excuse me.
It's an assumption that women don't take care of their real hair. That people that wear wigs. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Y'all are talking stuff out the side of your neck, and you're talking about a minority of women instead of talking about all women as a whole. And this is what y'all do in these spaces. This is what y'all do in these spaces. In these spaces, you sit there and you denigrate all black women because of your preference. You do not speak for all black women.
All right.
That's why you're
your husband a sandwich. Period.
That's why you're single.
Less yakking, more sandwich smacking.
All right. So we're gonna move on to some other. We're gonna move on to some other people. So we got Complex, we got we here, and we got West Coast African. So and then we got Curlin. So who wants to be able to chime in on what you've heard in the
let me hop in here, Art. So yeah, so for me, it's a couple of things.
Well, before you go on, Curlin, let me shout out Kenny Conjo and Clark asked for the super chats too. Go ahead, Curlin. I'm sorry about that.
All right. For me, it's a couple of things. Like when as a guy that was out here searching for a life partner and a mate. To me, the way a woman takes care or doesn't take care of her hair says a lot about how she will be willing to apply that same nurturing throughout the household. And then the pride in order to wear her hair and not feel any of the social influence that comes with it. case in point, like Danny and I, we talk about this all the time. Like you hop on Instagram, and there are a gang of chicks that look exactly alike. And the you know if this whole psychological dependence on looking unlike yourself, where you can even tie the whole surge this trend of surgeries into the same thing. And it's like, come on, like, are you not proud to be yourself? Do you not love yourself enough to rock yourself the way that you are, the way that a lot of the women, well, I would say the majority of the women in the 50s, 60s, and 70s did. You know what I'm saying? This search for what I call the cheat code, you know, the shortcut, so to speak. You know, I don't want to get out there and get a trainer and lose this weight, so I'm gonna just go have a surgery real quick and be done with it. Not realizing that when she comes back and posts on Instagram, if you're paying attention, you can see that she had surgery because there's going to be inconsistent things with the way that your body has changed that doesn't align with each other. It's the same thing with the hair. You know what I'm saying? Like the quick fix. You know what I'm saying? Well, I want my hair to be long, so I'm just gonna spend, $600-700 and get this wig and look like every other Barbie girl on Instagram. But I'm gonna feel good about myself. You know what I'm saying? And damn what everyone else thinks. And then you get to the point where with the whole psychological dependence, you have women that don't feel comfortable in their own skin without that stuff. It's the same way with the lashes, the heavy makeup. You know what I'm saying? Like how many people do you know that will not step outside of their house or get on camera without all of that stuff in place first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot. I'm gonna step back and let someone else have it for a second. But,
And shout out
yeah.
to Raw Be Privileged by my sister. Appreciate the super chat. Says some of y'all think you know everything about every aspect and get mad when people do not agree. This is why the black community can't grow. And shout out to Jay Shine for the super chat as well. Appreciate you, fam. Leo Power in the building. And then the last but not least, we got Game Changers response. It says, feminists, instead of giving a man what he wants, they question him for wanting it. Appreciate you, Game Changer.
I want to say this: the black community won't grow into a black woman's hairdo. Okay.
Wow.
Say, brother,
Can
can I ask my question really quick to the panel, and then I'll hop off?
Okay, go ahead, West Coast.
All right. So, first and foremost, peace to everybody on the panel. Had an opportunity to listen to the panel for the majority of it, and I think that some of the points were already being brought up. So I'll skip more so to something that I noticed. When there's something when it comes to black men's or just men's preference in general, I noticed that there are qualified insults that are attached to it. Case in point, when Rob B. Privilege brought up that only effeminate men bring up a woman's hair when it comes to, their preference and so on and so forth. And my question being is, why is it offensive when men express their opinion or preference in regards to a woman's hairstyle or anything of that nature? And to elaborate more so on it, just from a psychology point of view, listening to the back and forth and the dialogue, both Jay Sean and Game Changer, no matter what their position is, there is a level of pushback in a sense of a man doesn't know what a woman has to go through. A man doesn't know what a woman does. However, in your explanations, you have multiple inferences in regards to what men's expectation or the reasoning why they decide their preference are amongst your explanation. So either way, it's either you're a misogynist if you express your preference, or if you try to bring up your opinion about it, you're still considered a misogynist. And from there, I'll step off. Peace.
Can you guys hear me okay?
for the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So who else wants to jump? Oh, is that complex?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you might have to give a little bit louder, but yeah, we can hear you.
Wait, what about now?
Perfect.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow. Okay, let's do this here. For all the women in the chat, I want you to press 18 if you're attracted to men who wear toupees. And for the women on the panel, I want you to say yippee-yi-yo if you like dudes who wear toupees. Wow, nobody said anything. Jesus Christ. Did anybody put 18 in the chat? I'm just curious. I got StreamYard up. I can't see. Wait, Game Changer, I'm sorry. Say that again.
No one put it.
None? No?
No woman. I mean, Shaka Nulu did, but it was a question mark afterwards. So it's no 18s yet.
Yeah, no, that's right, Shaka. It's like literally 18, like literally 1-8, or the number, or like if you write it out like 18, or you could put like ATE and then TEAN if you want to be funny. You could do that too, right? But no one put it.
I'm still dead at toupees, but proceed.
No, I'm saying no one so far has either agreed that they like it or no one's put 18 in the chat yet. This is interesting. This is interesting. This is very interesting. That's funny. I wonder why. Well, then you know what? Actually, I don't want to wonder. Let's see. There's some women up here. Let me ask you guys. Why? How come you guys don't like it?
Personally, I wouldn't want to deal with a man who was walking around with a fake beard or a toupee, especially if he can go bald and be socially accepted.
That's an interesting answer. That's a pretty interesting answer. Jessica X, how come you don't like it?
Just because it drastically changes your appearance from what you really are.
You don't say. Really? You don't say. Who's the other woman that's up here? Sister.
Rhonda Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your take on that? I noticed you were eerily silent. What's your take on this?
I just kind of feel like that's an odd question.
No, it's a very legit question. Are you attracted to men who wear toupees?
I haven't come into a space where I knew of a guy wearing a toupee to know if I would be attracted to him.
No, I'm saying,
I have dated a guy with lock extensions, so I don't know if that counts.
Okay, well, I mean a toupee though, like legit. So like it's like I put it on my head. So for example, like what I have now is an afro, right? I got like a real spongy fro. But what if I approached you with like a Donald Trump wig on? Would you think that was weird?
Yes, if I know it's a toupee and if it looks wiggy, I have a problem with it.
You don't say. You don't say.
Now, would you make it feel better to know that ancient Egyptians wore wigs?
Oh God.
Does that change anything?
Yeah, does that change anything, ladies, knowing that ancient Egyptians wore toupees?
Not for me.
Okay.
No? Okay. Well, okay. Well, that was interesting. I wanted to start out my little soliloquy with a poll, and yeah. All right. So let me also talk from the position.
Oh wait, Melody didn't go.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry, Melody. Oh my bad. I didn't see you. Hey, love. How you doing?
Yeah, the screen is small. Melody, while we waiting on Melody, let me read Renaissance Man super chat. It says, crazy thing is when black women wore natural hair in the 60s, like I said, white women wanted wigs to emulate them. Yet it seems lots of women don't like their natural hair. And the next one is, oh shit, where'd it go? It says Snuggles 668. Appreciate you, fam. Let's see. A leader cannot lead without having someone to follow their lead. If no one wants to follow their lead, they can never be a leader. So who are leaders? Thank you, fam. Go ahead, Sister Melody. You good?
All right, can I jump in after Melody?
Well, wait. Well, actually, I wanted to, because I still, because there was a poll, and then I'm a single father, right? So there were some other things that I wanted to speak on to kind of follow up with Jay Shine on, right? But see, I needed what I needed to do is sort of preference where I'm going to go with it, because I needed to basically show like literally the blatant fucking double standard. Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, you can't have more of an obvious damn double standard than that, okay? That's like in your face in a way that it can only be like all up in your face. So I think it's pretty damn disingenuous to expect men to accept a certain beauty standard that you yourself wouldn't even fucking accept. And we happen to be the same fucking people. How ironic is this? So what I have to now start to do is literally question the sanity. Because you wouldn't accept it. You would wholesale reject it. If I literally walked up to a sister with a goddamn Donald Trump wig on, you would be repulsed isn't even the word. But somehow, I'm supposed to pop a boner when I see you with a fucking Heather Locklear wig on. Make it make sense, folks. So here's what we're gonna do. I have a daughter, right? She is not gonna be walking around with that type of shit in her head, because we just clearly demonstrated that there's a wholesale like logic break here, right? And I'll be damned if if it passes on to her, because I was attracted to her mother, who had no problems with the very thing that grows out of her head naturally. Okay. Now I'll tell you, as a sapiosexual male, it's not really about your hair so much, in the sense that I'm thinking that you're okay with who you are as a person, so there's no need to do things, right, to sort of mask who it is that you are, right? See, so I'm perfectly okay with a sister who has naturally long hair, maybe naturally medium length hair, short hair, a fade, doesn't matter, as long as it's her shit. As long as it's hers, I don't care. Beauty comes in all forms, but see, there's something deeper when I see you mask it. There's something there, because see, if I mask my shit in any way, you will wholesale reject me. Now, Art, if you want to show picture of me and my daughter.
So I'm uploading it right now.
Can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
I think the difference here, and I can't speak for everybody, so I'm gonna only speak for me, right? The difference is why it's not disingenuous for me, because if I don't like a guy with a toupee or a Donald Trump wig or whatever the case may be, I'm not going to see him. I'm not going to date him. I'm not going to have sex with him. I'm not going to do any of that. However, you'll have guys that say, I don't like this weave. I don't really see this woman of real value, yet I'll still take her on a date. I still have sex with her. I may even give her my seed, right? But long-term commitment, as far as like trying to be in a long-term partnership, marriage, or anything like that, that's where I draw the line.
Don't conflate.
Yeah,
No, don't conflate. Because I just sat up here and I literally told you. I literally just sat here and just said,
excuse me, I would like to finish my point.
No, because see, I was speaking and then you responded to what I was saying. What I just literally said was that, well, the thing is, no, she kind of conflated though.
My point. I did not interrupt you.
But you did
I did not
conflate.
interrupt you.
You conflated.
Well, yeah, let's let it complete.
So like I was saying before, Raw left, she mentioned something about, I don't think the Black community can grow until, I don't know what she said, but I think a bigger issue is here. First of all, you have women trying to force their preference or make men accept their preference in a certain way, right? I think that's part of the problem. I understand that there will be men that with my natural hair, with my nappy hair, whatever you want to call it, they don't like it. They won't be attracted to me. And I have to accept that because it's a personal choice. I like my hair, and I think that's what should matter. And if you like what you like about yourself and you feel confident, you don't have to push it on anybody else. However, it also becomes very confusing when you have a guy like Game Changer that comes in and says, yeah, I like natural hair, but this girl with the weave down her back, I may still give her attention, right? I may seek like some level of sexual desire and stuff like that. So in a way, I guess I'm trying to say is, I don't know if
What are you
rewarded.
shaming him?
I don't know if
Are you
rewarded.
wait,
Can
GC,
I
hold on.
finish and I'll tell you if you let me finish? I don't know if rewarded is the right word, but it's like almost rewarding a behavior that you don't like. And then when that happens, then women feel the necessity of, well, with this weave, I'm still being dated, I'm still being liked. That you not liking weave is not translating to us spending time together.
Right. Okay, so basically what you're doing is you're shaming. Basically,
I get what she's saying.
I get it, right? But basically, what she's also doing is shaming him for exploring what options that he does have on the table. So let's just say there is a chick. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Because the fact of the matter is that look, if sex is on the table and she has a weave and he wants it and it's there for the taking, he's going to take it. Just accept that. Now, I want to address the picture that you see there. That's my daughter, and that's a head full of natural bushy black hair, right? And 6 little puffs that I had to take down and do because I'm a widowed single father and I do her hair, right? Well, I just found somebody to do it now, and she's really good, and she doesn't charge a lot of money. That's another point that I wanted to make, right? So what I'm not trying to do is have any sort of thought in her head, because there's enough out here. There's enough bullshit out here in black culture, right? That's self-perpetuated. Okay, it's self-perpetuated. I don't want to hear shit about what white beauty standard. Man, fuck all that shit. At the end of the day, black folks are the ones that are practicing it in black culture and in black communities. Make it make sense. Stop blaming other people. So what I'm not going to do is sit up here and reinforce it into her mind. No, you know what I do? I tell her that I love her and I love her goddamn hair because her mother had the same goddamn hair and I loved her motherfucking mother enough to have her. See, so as a father, I'm reinforcing this shit. See, it ain't up for debate with y'all. If you have some sort of thing with doing all that shit, fine by me. But we've already clearly established here that if a dude did it, they ain't even trying to look at your ass. But you want to give me all the huff and fluff? Man, take that shit somewhere else. All I know is this: my daughter ain't gonna have any sort of thoughts of that whatsoever. Go ahead, GC, you got it.
Okay, I want to point out that you said my daughter isn't going to have any thoughts in her head. Yeah, I'm here. I want to point out that you said that that my daughter isn't going to have any thoughts in her head. The pun there, y'all get it? Any thoughts in her head? All right. Okay. But in addition to that, listen. What's her name? Rhonda. There's different categories of women that men put them in. There is a such category as good enough to bed and good enough, but not good enough to wed. If you understand this about men and you continue to seek that category, then you will find yourself in a life of F-boys. You will. This is what you're asking for. This is why you get less F-boys approach you when your hair is natural. You're sending a message. You're sending a message saying, I'm completely fine not having that extra 6 erect percentage, 6 to 10. You're saying that. You're okay being good enough to wed, not good enough, or good enough to bed, not good enough to wed, and here the F-boys come. There's a pun in there too. So yeah, I mean, we do still, and unlike complex design, he is the exception. Most men have an F-boy in them. They do not turn down a proper opportunity for an F-girl, real hair or fake. We thank them for announcing that they are an F-girl by putting on their hat. So yeah.
So do you think that that adds to the trajectory of what we're seeing with maybe women feeling like, okay, well, I get more attention this way? Do you feel
Well,
any sort of responsibility in how it adds to maybe women wanting more of that
um,
attention? Or maybe
if she wants F boy attention, then she gets it. Like if she's content with F boy attention and F boy energy and F boy penis coming her way, if that is her goal in life, then I will give it to her rigorously for 15 to 25 minutes. Like that is, but that is the extent. Like that's what she's asking for. Do I think? I mean, she obviously wants that. That's her hair. She put the hat on.
Yeah. Hey, let me hop in here real quick, and I'm gonna hop off part. What my interpretation of what Rhonda was just saying is that by giving those types of women any attention at all, it's to them it's still validation.
Right.
And in handing them that validation, they're saying, "Oh, well, hell, this is working." You know what I'm
Right.
saying? No matter the level of attention that us as men in our mind know, we already know what category she may fall in. You see what I'm saying? To your point, GC. But at the same time, in her mind, she was like, "Well, they still looking at me," you know.
Well, it's like
And,
the
and
old saying. Oh.
oh, I was gonna say, from my perspective, if there were more of us guys that would simply not pay attention to or ignore the chicks that we don't like, they will also take notice of that too,
Right.
and say that, well, hell, they ain't looking at me no more. But the one lady that walked into this building full of 300 women with her natural hair, everybody's staring at her. Maybe I need to change up. And with that, I got to get back at it, y'all. It was great talking to everybody, and I'll catch y'all on the next one.
All right, peace. Now, here's the thing.
Can I get in like
Right. Let me say one last thing, brother. I promise. Ladies, don't listen to what the men who want to F you say. Listen to what the men who don't want to F you say. Listen to your brothers, your cousins. Listen to me. You know, I don't want it. So just know that what I'm telling you is true. You think I walk up to a fake-haired woman that I'm attracted to and say some crap like this? No. So I'm telling you the truth now. This is not what we want. Deal with it. The attention that you get is you're speaking to his penis. You're not speaking to him. And if that's okay with you, if penis attention is okay with you, then by all means keep it up. However, you are content with the new caliber of attention that you get with your hair now. And you want to know something? Guess what? You think that you're attracting different type of guys? You're attracting the same guys. You're just attracting a different aspect of them. These are the exact same guys that if you wore your hair different, they would approach you different and you would get a different aspect of them. These are the same guys. They just treat you different because of the way you treat your hair.
I will say to Rhonda's point, I do get where she's coming from. Because one thing I always say is that if you're still paying something attention, it means that you still like it
yeah,
in
Jessica,
some
you
way,
got a lot
shape,
of
or form.
background.
I've got a what,
Yep.
sorry?
Yep. Okay, so I guess somebody paused. You had a lot of like feedback coming in.
I think somebody else had feedback. But yeah, I always say one of the quickest ways to change something you don't like is to completely ignore it. And that's one thing that I encourage people to do. It's the quickest way to get rid of the behavior that you don't like. And women are very nuanced in that we can pick up on what men are paying attention to and what men aren't. And if
But
men
you can't pick up what men want to fuck and what men want to wife.
Hey, let her
no,
finish. Let her
but
finish.
here's the thing. If you're still, let's be real, people are still wifing up. Even if guys don't like weave, they're still wifing up chicks with weave. They'll still sleep with her, spend money on her, give her attention, all of those things. So in her mind, and I get where you're coming from because guys say this a lot. They're like, but I'm not taking her seriously. But in her mind, the way that she's going to look at it is, well, if he's not disgusted by it enough to still sleep with me, If he still thinks it's dick worthy, if I can get the dick, I can get a bit more of him. And so she doesn't necessarily see it as something that she needs to change, and just that, okay, I've got this amount of him, I can persuade him to take more of me seriously. So if we really did want to get rid of it, one way that we could do that effectively is to start ignoring it, like full on. If you see a chick's got weave, a wig, ignore it, ignore her, because it can send mixed messages
y'all
to a
hear
woman.
this? Y'all hear this? Y'all know what this is?
Can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
Jessica, I absolutely agree with you and Rhonda Mary's point, because if a chick has a fat ass, guys will say whatever to get to that chick, and if she has a weave, so what? Guys don't necessarily present themselves as if they want to have sex with you versus wanting to wife you if they're in a pursuit of ass. Most guys are not going to be honest and say, you know what, I really don't like your weave, but you have a fat ass, and
Right.
so I just wanted to have sex with you. Most guys are
Yeah.
not going to come.
I'm
to
saying
you.
it. I'm saying it, and I wouldn't say it if
Game
that ass was
changer,
in front of me.
game
But since
changer, game
it's
changer,
not, but since it's not,
but game changer, what I'm saying is, if you listen, you are one man, compared to the
everybody here
millions
is
of
saying it.
I'm not saying it.
Can I
No,
just
not me. Speak for yourself.
I ain't saying it. Speak for yourself.
Every man but him.
Can I just finish my point real quick? So the majority of men don't tell women, um, outside of having real conversations with somebody that's not necessarily trying to have sex with you, most men are not going to ignore a fat ass over a woman with a head full of weave. They'll get the ass from the woman and determine what they want to do or whatever, but most are going to be honest in their approach and say, you know what, I don't really like your weave, but you got a fat ass and I just want to have sex with you. Most men are not going to.
Y'all see, fellas,
Yeah.
y'all see what's going on here.
But
Can
I
somebody
honestly
Can I get in?
Yeah.
Well, real quickly, can somebody make some room for Melody, because she was trying to get back in there. If whoever's not participating.
I'm gonna head out. Thank you for having me, Art.
Hold on,
Y'all can
Rhonda.
find me at Rhonda Mary.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice
So
to
don't forget to support Rhonda Mary's channel. I'm looking forward to. We gotta talk about BLM. You got time to do that next time around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Rhonda, but okay. Sorry about
Well,
that.
yeah.
In the chat, can you drop the link, please?
I'm gonna drop the link for her channel right now. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Yeah, we're gonna
Bye,
do some more
Rhonda.
because she got some good content, man. That's what I try to support people with good content. But somebody who was chiming in.
I want to chime in.
I was just gonna say, if just very briefly, I feel like if you're saying the reason that I'm not taking you seriously is because you've got a weave, she directly knows what the problem is. But I do feel like most guys wouldn't say I'm not taking you seriously because you've got a weave. So even if you like you're pumping and dumping or you're just having sex, she doesn't necessarily know why you didn't take her seriously. So that's
Well, you
something to
should
bear in
realize
mind.
you're a dump. But we're telling you. See, here's the thing. Here's what's disturbing to me about the way the timbre of this conversation is going. We as men are saying that we don't like it. We don't take you seriously outside of your sexual function. If you have weave on, we're less likely to take you seriously. And and the conversation should be, oh, okay, no more weave then. And I will tell my sister that if they want to be taken seriously, then they will take off the clown hair. You know, that's how the conversation should end, but it doesn't end like that. So, and then the trick. Hold on, Sister George. I'm on a diatribe. So, and then furthermore, the conversation continues to go downhill when y'all say, you know, oh, well, why not sleep with it? Y'all know why not sleep with it. Why? Because y'all will continue to convince other chicks, the ones that we want to sleep with, to put fake hair in their head. So y'all can monopolize my penis. That is what y'all attempt to do, and that's why the chick with the big booty. The chick with the big booty is wearing weave. Y'all try to take my penis like Boardwalk and Park Place. But I'm not.
control your penis. You do what you
No,
want to do
no,
with
no,
your
no,
penis.
no, no. You're trying to
You do
limit
what
the
you want to
options.
do with
You're
your
you're trying
with
you're
your
trying to
penis.
you're trying to limit the
Vincenzo, I
options.
think you're
You're
being
trying to poison.
ridiculous
You're trying to
and
poison.
being
Could you
very
please not interrupt? This
disingenuous.
is not your show. Thank you.
Well, it's
So
not your show
Tag,
either,
so,
and I
but it
want
was
tag,
you
my
to be
turn
the
to
right
hey,
talk.
person.
hey, Tag, can I get in?
It was
Tag, can
my.
I get in? It's my
So,
turn.
All right, he's just
Tag,
waiting for a minute.
tag,
Hey, I
No,
thought y'all
well,
tag.
were
I'm gonna
friends.
finish my point real quick,
Oh
and this is
shit.
what I'm
Go
trying to
ahead,
say.
Sister
And just
George. Go
real
ahead.
quick, just real quick. If you had women that were not getting married because they wore weave, and if you saw more married women and all married women that you saw didn't have a weave in their hair, I would say that you absolutely had a point. The fact that you can walk down the street and you see the majority of black women with a weave says something. The majority says something. So if she has a weave, but she has a fat ass and she has a nice personality, she can still get married. Weave has not prevented women from getting married. And if you're saying that men are finding this intolerable, men have to set the standard. Men set the beauty standard so men can actually change that. Not women, not us encouraging women, not us telling women to get weave. You guys are choosing who you choose to stick your penis in. If you're choosing to stick your penis in a woman with a weave and a fat ass, that's what you chose to do. If you chose to marry that woman, that's what you chose to do. That doesn't have anything to do with what a woman encourages another woman to do. If somebody told me not to wear weave and I couldn't get any penis behind that, then I probably would think about that a little bit different. But if I'm still able to get the attention, the ring, the penis, the money, the 401k from that, I'm going to do what it is that I want to do because it's accepted. And that's that.
There you go.
all right. Okay.
Go
So,
ahead, She.
so,
She.
so,
Yeah.
right quick. If I could speak, if I could respond uninterrupted because I was interrupted.
Well,
Fellas,
can hey, hold on, hold
Can
on.
she get
Gang
in? Come
changer.
on, man.
Yeah, cause you've been on and off for like
no, I've been
I get
interrupted through the
Come
whole
on.
thing,
Come
brother.
on.
I didn't even finish my last point. Just this one
Oh,
thing. One thing, please. You know.
it's
Okay.
never gonna
So
end.
so basically, if men do not like, say, a woman with that wears green, and then you tell them that I don't like women that wear green, and then women say we should all wear green, and then when they get with a woman that wears green, we should say, see, they like it. That's just stupid. That's just stupid, and that's another manipulation tactic that they're using. Listen, companies don't like a lot of things. They don't like giving people 2 weeks vacation. They don't like high salaries. They don't like certain things. But when people unionize, companies are forced to accept it until men start. Or excuse me, until companies start outsourcing their labor. But the fact that
You just proved
please
my
don't
point.
laugh. Listen, if you have to laugh, do so on mute. Now, so what's going on right now is they are trying to monopolize the situation and say you still like it. That's like a man in the desert, and then they serve him swamp water, and then they say, "Oh, he must like swamp water. He's serving it." No, they're trying to control the market and then take your reaction as a justification. Listen, fellas, you are dealing with the mentality of a woman who refuses to get better. I'm not saying each and every single black chick is like this, but when she talks like this and thinks that she's justified in behaving a certain way that you express is wrong just because you're still willing to fuck her, then she is not worth more than your effort in fucking her. I said my piece.
Okay, great. I can
go ahead,
respond.
She. Jump in, please.
Yeah, can I go? Just y'all about to make me go on this long time. I'm about to turn. Hey, shout out to Edward Anderson, shout out to Mr. Z, and shout out to Judge Dredd, because I'm finna start interrupting people and I'm finna get long-winded. I've been waiting patiently.
Me too.
Shout out to
Go ahead.
them brothers. But basically, when it come down to it, most dudes don't even know what a weave looks like. Most
Mm-hmm.
dudes don't even know until they take that wig off their head. So
I
let's
was gonna
start with
say
them.
that. Yeah.
So I'm just pushing from that standpoint.
Agreed.
And this whole point of dudes not dating women with weaves, you're not looking at the woman hair make your penis get hard. You looking at the woman ass, face, and everything else. So all that is irrelevant. The first thing a dude's not gonna be like, oh man, she got a weave. I can't hit that. No, he's gonna be like, damn, she bad. What the hell wrong with her head? Because you gotta understand, with a woman's weave, if it looks good, dudes would never know. Because the average dude can't
Mm-hmm.
spot a weave on their head. You know, even with extensions and all this other stuff, the average guy don't know this stuff unless you really into this stuff. You know, I dealt in fashion a little bit, so I kind of know certain things. You know, there's certain men that have sisters that know certain things. But the point of an average Joe just coming out there say, weave, natural. Of course, you see an afro, you're gonna think it's natural, but just like Rob B said, people who have afros, it's a weave. You know, the average, a girl takes her hair, she'll sew her hair down, put on a little cap, then turn around and put the wig on.
It's like,
If
just
if,
quickly,
if she
not to
dresses us
interrupt
up
you,
like,
but Amara La Negra is a good example of that because a lot of people thought that was her hair, but it's a wig.
Right. And I was going to
Are
say that,
women
Jessica. I wanted to ask the men on the panel. Can you guys hear me?
Finally, we can hear you.
I just want to ask all the men on the panel. Is it only black women you have a problem with wearing weave, or is it all women? Then I'm going to make my point.
And shout out to Snuggles 668 for the super chat. I would like the lady to come back. One of the men needs to leave because people need to hear discussion. It's going to hear this discussion from a woman to a man.
I just put Rhonda's link back in the chat.
That's when Rhonda left.
Did you guys hear the question?
Yeah, Melody, you said is it just black women or women at large?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's what you asked, right?
Yeah, I want to hear from the men. Is it just black women?
You know, I'll answer that question because I can answer that and address sheet at the same time, actually. It's all women, right? And I'm going to tell you why.
The reason
I'll just say all women, and then I'll elaborate later. I'll let everybody else give their answer.
Now, the reason I asked that because, like he said, you can't tell when women have weaves. I'm half Dominican, okay? When Dominican women have weaves, majority of them have them. You can't even tell. Nobody even questions it. But I think it's because when black women wear weaves, it doesn't match their hair texture. And that's what I think the problem with black women is. If they wore like Afro weaves or weaves that match their texture, it'll be fine.
Can I elaborate on that? Because that's what I want to kind of get into. For me, I prefer natural, but if I think the weave looks good and it goes with her natural hair, I'll rock with it. I'm not going to lie about the situation. Now here's where I kind of disagree. If a woman has a red weave on her head, I'm not touching her. I don't care if she does have a big ass or a nice face. And especially if she's dark skinned and she has a blonde wig on her head, I'm likely to tell her to take that poodle off your hair. But I get Jessica's point that if you don't like the way a woman's weaves look, don't mess with her. Not even for just a F.
I like F. But I want to answer Melody's question. It is worse when a black woman does it. Pretty much everything women do that's bad is worse when black women do it because black women do worse stuff. So, like tattoos, for example.
I disagree with that, but okay.
Yeah, no worries. It's worse when black women do it. And unless the white woman has a swastika or some crap like that, it's pretty much better when they do it than when black women do it. Because black women do it in clear defiance. You see, white guys never made it clear that they didn't like that crap. They never did. Black men, however, we made it clear that we don't like that crap, and they still do it just a matter of defiance. And they're defiant because they like to flaunt their independence. For example, Shanae. This is an example of black men making it clear that we don't like that crap. The chick, Janet Jackson from the First Friday movie, and she took off her hat, and he was like, you shouldn't have no damn hair. This is us making it clear in the 90s that we didn't like that crap. Wanda from In Living Color. This is us making it clear we didn't like that crap. The chick from I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. This is us making it clear that we didn't like that crap. Miss Purdy, when she takes her wig off. This is us making it clear that we don't like this crap. How often do we have to make clear, in the song Bald Head Hoes, just several. So we make it clear all the time that we don't like that crap, and yet they still do it. It's an act of sheer defiance. It's treason. It's penal treason. So yes, it is worse because it is treason of the black men when they do it. Now, if white men made the same remarks and had the same type of movies and songs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, expressing clearly that they didn't like that, and the white women say, oh, well, if everybody do it and you have to fuck somebody, then we'll just make you like it. Then it would be the same, but it's not. They do it because they think it's cute, and if you ask them politely to take off the wig and get me a sandwich, they would right after they suck my penis, which makes them better women.
Come on,
It's
man.
the texture.
Really?
It's the texture. That's
Can I jump back in, please?
I still want to be the cute to respond to you. But
Let me cut off this. All right. So basically, when it comes down to it, if a woman wears a weave and she has an issue, just like Rhonda said earlier, why are you dealing with her?
Yep.
If you're gonna have sex with her, okay, that's you. You're putting the pool of women out here that knows that it's acceptable to have a weave and a man still will deal with you. So you're adding to the problem when you do that. So for the people that actually don't want to mess with women with weaves, by all means, just stop, because that's what's making the situation worse. And when it comes down to it, like I said, a lot of times those weaves cost a lot of money, and some women, you got cancer, you got women with receding hairlines, all this other stuff. That's why they're wearing weaves. For the ones that don't wear weave just because, I mean, to be honest, when it come down to fixing hair, natural hair, it takes time.
Are you
It takes a
attracted to
whole lot.
cancer
My wife
patients?
has natural hair.
Are you,
I
are,
always,
are you attracted to cancer patients?
like I said, I'm not even. I'm not even. I'm interrupt it. I'm not even gonna entertain that.
Okay.
The point of it is, my wife wears natural hair, and when it comes down to it, it takes a whole lot of time to actually get her hair done.
And
When
she
she
does it
goes to
because she wants
Dominican,
my daughter, I have a
see,
daughter with natural hair, and that's why I just fundamentally, I cannot. Okay.
Speak up, complex. You're real low.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
low.
Wait. My bad. My bad. Okay, wait. Here.
You're
Okay.
good.
All right. Okay.
Bless
So
you.
I have. Okay. So fundamentally, I can't buy that shit. I am a single dad who has a daughter, and we just showed a picture of the head full of natural hair on her head, and guess who's responsible for doing it? There's a type of process based on the fact that she has, what is it, 4C hair or something like that. See, so with a little bit of fucking research, even in a little bit of direction from a woman who knows a thing or two, I can't even do it. Right? Remember that whole Geico slogan? So easy a caveman can do it. I'm not putting myself on the level of a caveman, but I mean that if I could do it, he could probably do it too. So yeah, I once again, as a man having to be responsible for a little girl and her natural hair, really, as grown women, we doing this shit, huh? Okay, well, no, wait. Now I need to speak to another point though. I wanted to respond to your original point. Okay. Now, once again, not all men are created equal. Let's start there. Not all men are created equal. See, so when I earlier asked if women dig men who put fake shit on their heads, it was a unanimous no. And the very reasons why the women said no to it all is the very reasons why guys like us say no to it all. Fuck with the reasons you give. Now, this is what I'm ultimately trying to get across here. The reality is that there are men who simply look at the fact that you would take someone else's hair and then glue it into your fucking head as a subtle sign of insanity, right? That needs to be considered, because you have to think about this for a minute. Do you take other people's skin off of corpses and glue it onto your skin in the hopes of becoming light skin? No, it's not extreme. But what I'm saying, these are extensions of the same type of psychological aspects, right? Because like I said, if I went and did it, guess what my counterpart would look at me as? Fucking crazy. But all of a sudden, if I kind of have the same viewpoint, there's something wrong with me.
So you just
It-
have a
Really?
problem with the
Well,
glue,
can
or you
I?
have a problem with weave in general,
Well,
clipping?
Can I?
no, Melody. What I'm trying to get across here. This is what I'm trying to get across here. Okay. For certain men, and I'm saying that when I say certain, that means that there's more than just me. There's a multitude of men who basically don't care for it because what it gives off is a fundamental psychological kind of thing here where what happens is that based on what you glue into your head, you jump into a different alter. Art, let's go deep psychology for a second.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Right? Because I'm fucking sick of this shit. Right? Because this is how it comes across to me. Because when I asked earlier if I put a toupee on, would you think it was weird? And guess what all the women said? Fucking yeah. But then if I asked the inverse, all of a sudden it's like, well, complex. What is your
To be
wait,
fair,
Jessica,
none of the
Jessica,
women here wear weave. I think apart from Melody wears
it
clippings,
does
but
not.
no
It does
one
not.
wears
It
weave.
does not matter. When I asked the question, guess what all the women said? No, they wouldn't. However, there is a lot of justification for women doing the same goddamn thing that I said. If a man did it, you guys would be like, no, that'd be kind of weird. Now, this is worth this is worth exploring. That's why I just asked Art. Let's go deep psychology with it. Art, what is your takeaway from a person who jumps into different altars based on their appearance? Let's go there.
Can I just say something real quick? I don't necessarily think that
I asked Art a question, and you're going to derail.
I'm not.
I asked Art a question, and you're going to derail. Art.
Go ahead.
Why are you being so immature?
No, I'm not, because the thing is, I need him to answer.
Yeah.
I wanted to go here, and I want him to answer this shit.
Yeah, hers going to be pretty quick because go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that men have to be almost like Nazis when it comes down to the beauty standard. If you don't accept a certain behavior, don't deal with the certain behavior that you don't like. The fact that you as men still deal with certain behaviors that you don't like is not going to make a woman acquiesce to your leadership if you're still dealing with something that you don't want.
I love it when women tell men how they should be. Art, you have an answer?
Okay, so let me go ahead and address complex.
You totally caught that shit. Art, please answer this question.
Your volume complex.
Yeah, bro. No, I got it. Art, please speak to altars.
Well, mainly it's definitely some kind of way of running away from who you're supposed to be or who you really are. So remember we talked about the whole thing with Ayama Van Zandt. I'm gonna look for that project when the women were wearing different types of wigs. They had different types of personalities wearing different types of wigs.
Thank you.
And that's the thing. That was a thing that I didn't want to get into much of the aesthetics. I do because
they didn't understand these things. They need to understand this shit.
Yeah,
no, complex. In the beginning, we actually Art asked us this question, and we spoke about how women's personalities shift. So, like you're speaking about the alters, and we spoke about that in the beginning, and I think we all acknowledged that women's personalities change when they have a weave. I've seen women get more sassy, more confident, more fierce, more aggressive, whatever you want to call it, all of those terms. But we did speak about that in the beginning, if you were listening from the beginning.
I did listen, but the thing about it is that as the father of a daughter, right? Not only that, as somebody who practices, let's just say, higher spiritual concepts, much like Art does. We can more speak to the deep psychological aspects of what altars do to the psyche and how altars can actually take over one's persona.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I wanted Art to speak to this from a Rosicrucian's perspective.
I don't even think, to be honest, complex, that they're ready for that conversation. I know where you're taking it in regards to the psychology behind.
Wait. Dude, this is Art's channel, and I asked him to go there, man. Like, we speak on this type of shit. I need him to speak to this shit.
Yeah, because if you're looking at like the entertainment industry with Nicki Minaj, when she has her altered ego, her altered ego, according to what I was told, it has a lot to do with her whole outfit and clothing, and almost the same thing with the Sasha Fierce with what's her name?
Beyonce.
Beyonce. There you go.
Beyonce. Nicki Minaj has
Beyonce.
Roman. I think
Yeah,
his name is Roman. Yeah.
right. So, and that's the thing that, how does that sound when you're doing this within your family? Do you have altered egos in your family to where every time you wear something, or what about if you have an altered ego with your husband or your significant other, and it's like, wait a minute, did I marry you? No, you didn't marry me. You married Sasha, and it's like, oh shit.
Well, there's also something that I wanted to speak on as it pertains to children with different types of hair. And I actually think that it starts off at a very young age. When little dark skinned girls have certain types of hair, and I'm just saying what I've observed about adults and how they treat children with different hair textures and types, and what that does to the psyche. And me and Art had this conversation prior to this panel. Okay, if you go to a school and you see a little dark skinned girl and she has her natural hair, nobody will give her the same type of attention that they will give a little mixed girl who has long curly hair, and she's light skinned. They'll look at the light skinned girl with the long curly hair and say, oh my gosh, she's so pretty, oh, her hair is so beautiful. And I've noticed that adults, and this is adults, who will look at the dark skinned child with her natural hair and look at her as an afterthought unless her hair is long, even in whatever texture, unless she has long hair, she does not get the same attention or the same acknowledgement as the little light skinned girl with long hair does either. And I want to know if anybody else has noticed it, and do we think that that's also an issue?
Well, it's
You know
not
what,
this
Sister
issue.
George,
That's completely off topic. But
no, no, but
furthermore, if
to
you
her
don't like it,
point,
then don't fuck them.
to her point, I can actually speak to that. So I know that growing up, I saw exactly what you're speaking about, in that people would come up to me and they'd be like, oh my gosh, your hair's so pretty, you're so gorgeous, you're so cute. And then the girl next to me wouldn't get that same attention, and you can see it in their face that it's like, what about me? And that's where you start to get these almost
Like
superiority
an
or
afterthought.
inferiority complexes. But I have to admit that whenever that's happened to me, it's come from women, not men. It comes from other women, and so it creates this cycle of older women passing it down onto younger women. They get that inferiority complex and they pass that on to their daughters, and then
Mhm.
it just keeps going round and going round. And so I think as women, there has to be a certain amount of confidence that we have, an appreciation that we have for natural hair and embracing your natural texture, especially when it comes to children, because they're so sensitive to the outside world and they do pick up all of these different things. And so we need to teach them to love yourself and not put one above the other. And that's why I go out of my way to tell all girls they're beautiful. I'll compliment their hair. I'll make sure I compliment all of them equally, just so that that complex isn't there. And I think that's something that women need to be conscious of, because a lot of the time we try and shift that blame to men and say, well, men are picking the women with the weave. Men don't like me if I have natural hair. But if you as a woman are creating this hierarchy when it comes to looks and what's perceived as more attractive, that starts from within, to be honest. And even when we go like in these spaces, most people are saying they prefer natural hair. And to my point earlier, I'm like, okay, if you really don't like something, don't mess with it, or make it clear to a woman as to why you don't mess with it, because these are the
Mhm.
differences in, our brains, so we function a bit differently. But we can't use that as an excuse, because my thing is, most of the time, that mental, what word could I use, that mental,
Gymnastics.
that no, almost that mental complex is already there by the time that woman has reached adulthood. And so it's not even about the outside world at that point, it's about something within her that she needs to fix. Something
Yeah,
internal.
So I would like to.
Wait a minute, wait a
Hello,
minute,
Art
Greg.
is Art was gonna talk. Art was
real
gonna
quickly,
talk.
Well,
real
I just wanted
quickly.
to
Let me
clarify
because I have
something.
this on the screen. Shout out to Curlin for the super chat. It says if you don't listen, if you don't want to deal with her cause she does something you don't like, let's see, but are willing to f
F.
f it, ain't gotta work, man. You gotta take your D2. Wow, that
Yeah,
can't boy. I
I
try.
disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Let me just say something real quick to clarify something. As far as the colorism thing, it was just to demonstrate a mixed girl versus a dark skinned girl with natural textures of hair. Now, I will say, dark skinned little girls with long hair also get a lot of attention. So I'm saying maybe with the length, it is a thing that girls with long hair, especially while young, do get more attention than, let's just say, a little girl with short natural hair. She doesn't get the same amount of attention as, let's say, a little girl with long hair.
So let
Period.
me ask you guys this real quickly. This gonna be some meat back and throw some meat in here. Give me a percentage of the sisters as far as having weaves. How you think it's like 40%, 50, 60?
Of black women having weaves, I would say like 70%, 80.
Damn, 70?
Yeah, it's a lot of black women with weaves.
Wow.
I would agree with Melody. I would say it's
Yeah,
about
probably something like that.
70% right now. I would
Mm-hmm.
say that the natural hair community is growing drastically. A lot of women are not even getting perms anymore. So I will say that it's growing, but it's still not enough.
So
I'd probably agree with that
Exactly.
percentage, about 60-70% from what I see in everyday life. Yeah.
that's why all them Koreans being the colleges, man. We're giving them their tuition.
True though.
Big facts. I wanted to push back on Sister George real quick when it came to a man and his responsibility in regards to choosing the women that he wants to bed, as Game Changer had put. The bottom line is, and this is coming from a man to a woman, we think differently in regards to sex and relationships. And this has been communicated time and time again. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. Men are the gatekeepers of relationships. So the burden of responsibility and who you choose to lay in bed with is a woman's responsibility. Now, the misconception is that if a man is giving you attention and that he's smashing you, that's the same as dating you. And to try to put the onus on a man to say, well, change your habits in regards to how you want to deal with women isn't going to happen on a biological level. If I see a woman, weave or not, if she has body and I'm attracted and the opportunity is there, I'm going to smash. Period. Whether or not I smash versus wedding her are two different things. Now, I will agree that men should be more selective in the women that they choose to have sex with, but it's going to be for an entirely different set of reasons and outcomes than a woman and her particular reasoning. Primarily, when you do get in bed with a woman, there are legal implications that come with it if you do get her pregnant. That's totally different than whether or not you have an actual attraction or whether or not you want to have sex or well with her. And to add on to what Complex was talking about in regards to the psychology, because the whole focus was about natural hair versus weave hair. What we want to know as men, when you are putting these, when you're putting these certain types of devices in your head, there are explanations about, okay, it's more cost efficient, it's more this, that, and the other. However, that's not what is being led with it. That's when men are looking at women and them going about their process of putting weave in their head, it doesn't add up, and there's a cognitive dissonance. And Complex provided the illustration when a man does it to try to give you that example. But the reason, well, I won't even say the reason why. Why is it that from a woman's perspective, when Complex gave that illustration about a man in a toupee and us trying to draw or illustrate an analogy, if that's how we feel about it, that there's still pushback about, well, no, men want to do this, that, and the other because they're sleeping with them.
Well,
No,
because
I
it does
think.
send a mixed message if you're telling a woman that you don't like certain
Oh my
things
God,
and
dude,
you
no, the
hate. Let
problem.
me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
It's the same
If
points you had before.
well, even if it's the same point that I had before, it's still mine to make. Thank
Make it
you.
again, please, because we
Thank
haven't heard it
you.
enough.
Thank you. Please, GC,
Hey, come on now. Let's be
Come
mature.
on,
Come on.
Go
Let's
ahead,
be
Mr.
mature.
George. Go ahead.
let her get a point out. Go ahead, Sister George.
Again.
okay, if you're telling a woman that this is something that
You're
you
real low,
have,
Sister George. You're
Yeah,
okay,
your
low.
can you
volume
hear
went
me
out.
now?
Yeah,
Can
Yeah.
you hear me now?
Yeah,
you good.
that's much better.
That's better.
Okay. If you're telling a woman that you don't like something, and I'll give you a prime example, Curlin does not like weave. It's not his favorite thing, and but this is what he tolerates. He says, okay, certain things hands down, I can't get. There's no discussion, there's no compromise, there's nothing. I cannot get a lace front weave, period. Curling despises lace fronts. So what I don't do, I don't get a lace front because I know that's something that he's not going to compromise on. Um, However, Curlin knows that I like to change up my look every now and then. So he says, okay, well, we can compromise here. You can get this type of weave. I can compromise with you on that because that's not going to really be outside of your texture of hair.
You have
There's
beautiful
certain
hair.
things that I can compromise with you on, but there are certain things that I am not going to tolerate, period, point blank. That is a standard
Mhm.
that he said. That is a standard that we agreed to. That is a standard
Uh-huh.
that I follow because that's what I acquiesce to. And that's
And no
acquiescing
one,
to his leadership.
well,
So if
that's
a man
no one's
chooses to
making
set
that
a standard,
argument.
let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. If a man sets a standard with a woman from the
Mhm.
beginning, and he is very clear as to what he likes and what he is going to tolerate, and she
Yeah.
chooses to disobey that standard and not go by that standard, and he chooses
Uh-huh.
not to deal with her, then that's what
Yeah.
she has to deal with, that he's not going. So I'm
Okay.
saying that if a man doesn't like something, then he has to be clear and
Yeah.
concise and willing to cut her ass off if she does
Okay.
not acquiesce
I
to
think
that.
that
Right,
I
right,
think
right.
that
Wait,
Yeah.
GC,
AB, AB.
please, GC,
I waited.
GC,
Hey,
please.
hey, hey.
Context.
AB
I was
Media was
waiting
trying
for
to
a
go
while.
in.
I was waiting for a while. So
AB Media hasn't
No,
got his
let him go.
opening
I
statement.
didn't really have anything. Go ahead.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I have a point after GC then.
Thank you.
I haven't
Thank you.
spoken as of yet.
yeah, let
Good
DC
brother.
Yeah, let
speak.
DC
DC a
speak.
complex.
Can a
Go
brother
ahead.
get in from the
And
outer rim,
DC
please?
is next.
Yes,
AB
sir.
not
The
gonna
outer
say
rim.
it.
Welcome, brother.
Hey, brother, how's it going, man?
Please. What's going on, man?
Peace,
Now,
peace.
I think there are like two conversations that are kind of like going at the same time. Brothers as a whole, and I even said this in the chat. Me and Game Changer don't agree on anything, but on this, I'm right in line with him because the logic is sound, it's accurate, it's correct. Black men have been telling sisters for the longest, wear your own hair.
Yep.
There is no reason for this, sisters. Like there are plenty of women that will be beautiful wearing their own hair. Well, God, I mean, this is to me is the biggest misnomer of it all. Oh, I'm doing this to protect my hair, this and that other. Have anybody seen somebody when they wear box braids for like 2 to 3 months, what their hair look like? Been around sisters like that? I have. Been around them when they wear wigs all the time and how decrepit their hair is. Their hair don't get no air, it doesn't get no kind of oxygen. Come on, man. This to me just seems to be a misnomer. Where the way you wear your hair it reads a certain way. Now, a brother like me, 5 years ago, let me just take it back 10 years ago. Let me go 10 years for me. I would read a woman off the bat, the way she wore her hair. Look, smash. I don't care if she got a college degree, whatever. It says something about you to me in my mindset. Because I know if I can't have a conversation about transitioning you into wearing your hair naturally, even when I think that you would be more beautiful that way, then I knew that you weren't the sister for me. But that's just how I looked at it. But would I still smash? Yeah, I would. I would do that. And was I incorrect for doing that? Yes, I was. But that doesn't stop the behavior, ladies. Because guess what? At the end of the day, these men are not going to settle down for what they don't want. Now, I do agree. There are some nuances when it comes down to this. There are what we call outrageous type of weaves and things of that nature, where a lot of brothers, if it's not outrageous, they'll deal with it. If the wig is not outrageous, they'll deal with it. But when we get to the blonde, the purple hair, and all this,
Yes.
you know, the hair going all the way down to the crack of your ass, and you got the it's a costume at that point. So if it's Halloween, then I'm gonna give you a trick and a treat. You understand what I'm saying? That's what it's going to be, man. And
Right.
I'm gonna go about my way, and that's me from the beginning.
Okay.
That's how I look at it. Go ahead.
Can I follow up
Is
on that?
that DC?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to quickly say, so I get where you're coming from. I think what I was trying to highlight is the difference between female nature and male nature. So one thing I always press to women is that just because he's sleeping with you does not mean that he's taking you seriously.
Pay
It
attention,
doesn't. So
ladies.
women have to understand male nature in that way, but also you have to understand female nature and the way the female mind works. In that, women, put it this way: if you said to like a child, you're allowed to get 2 detentions a week, that's a behavior that you don't like, but as long as you clean your room, and I'm happy with you cleaning your room, it's all okay. So you're saying that that bad behavior is okay if they
No,
get something from it.
no.
No, but no. DC, I get that's not where you're coming from, but I'm saying this is how women are looking at it. That's their mindset. And this is why you have, you know, women 300 pounds who think because they can get laid, they don't need to lose weight. That's the way their minds are working. So we need to acknowledge how their minds are working in this situation. It would be pointless if we didn't acknowledge that the psychology, the pathology behind it, because when we're getting into these situations, you do have to understand the pathology. You have to understand what you're dealing with in order to fix the issue. So that's where I was getting at with that statement.
We do
Now,
understand.
I wanted to follow up on this. There's absolutely nothing confusing about this. You see, some men accept it, some men like it, some men will accept it within a certain reasonable look, right? And then some, like myself, it's a no-go because it points to something deeper, in my view. There's literally nothing confusing about a guy who basically states his preference, right? So in just that brief right there, there's me who says, no, because I just don't care to deal with it. It's just no, it's just a complete turnoff. There's the other dude who's like, well, you know, if it's not too bad, you know, whatever, right? And then there's other dudes that are just like, well, shit, you know, hey, I like the enhanced look or whatever. Like, I like that look or whatever. And there's nothing confusing about it. There's literally nothing confusing about it because
I get you.
no, I'm not addressing you, Jessica. I was addressing Sister George because she said it's confusing, and I'm sitting here like, no, the fuck, it's not. It's very simple, actually. If I say I don't prefer it, I literally don't prefer it. And if other dudes say, hey, you know what, I like it within reason, then that's their thing. And then if other dudes are just like, hey, dude, give me the full kit. I don't give a shit. Implants, fake nails, eyelashes, makeup, hair, the whole shebang. Give it to me. Right? There's dudes that are on that. Like, it's not, there's no confusion. What the hell?
No, there's not going to be confusion with you when you deal with a man one-on-one and he's honest about what it is that he wants.
But you have men up here being honest about it, and that's the thing. No, the whole. Well, you actually kind of interrupted me. You actually interrupted me because the ultimate point that I was saying here is that men are not in a vacuum. This is the whole point. See, so when women sit up, women will make these types of these beauty generalizations. Well, we do this because of this, and we do this because of this. And as you've clearly been demonstrated here, right? Men are sit up here and say, I don't really care for it. I don't really care for it. It doesn't really fucking matter. So all I'm saying is that I don't want to hear anything when men are actually being upfront and honest with you. There's no confusion.
Real quickly.
What I'm saying to you is, okay, men are being honest in this instance with us right now, right? I can agree with that. I'm not saying that you should wave away from your standards, but the standards is still going to be up to the man.
You're muffled, Sister George.
Somebody's mic, I think Melody, your mic is crackling.
No, it's not. It was a little bit.
No, Sister George, your voice is low. Your mic is low.
I'm gonna mute up.
Can you hear me now? I'm just saying that
you're low.
It's muffled.
Okay, it's still up to the man.
Could you share my screen, please?
Okay. Hold on.
Wait, go ahead, Danny. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm just saying that it's still up to the man to enforce his standard
Oh,
as to
damn.
what he chooses to deal with versus what he won't deal with. And if a man chooses to enforce his standards, then a woman doesn't have a choice but to either go with it or leave. And
What
that's
man
not
wants this
going to
on the
be up to
screen?
the woman and trying to get a man if a man is
Missy.
enforcing his own standards. That's all I'm saying.
Sister
What
George, I
man?
think
What
you
man
missed the
wants this
part.
on the
You missed
screen?
the part about
Fellas,
women's
if I may,
accountability behind it.
so fellas, if I may, Sister George, does a woman have the option to go to another man if she finds a man who doesn't like fake hair?
Yeah, she does.
So I would argue, and an intelligent person would argue, that the reason why Black women are the last to get married, according to the statistics that you provided on your show, is because they've been waiting longer for a guy to put up with their shit. Now,
Good
and
point.
if
I
they
don't have
if
any
they
arguments against that.
yeah. That's good. That's good that you realize that. So I mean, now that they found themselves in this quagmire and they understand that men do not really like it, they could do better. Don't do what the woman on the screen is doing right now. Don't do whatever she is. You know, she literally gave herself a George Costanza haircut so she can put glue up top of her head and do whatever she's about to do. You know,
She
don't
might
do
have
that.
alopecia. She might have a disease.
Don't care.
No,
I'm not attracted to
Melody, do you know where that comes from? And we have to be honest. That stuff
From where?
comes from years and years of wearing
Oh,
weave.
weave,
Your
right.
hairline starts pulling back and
Thank
back, and
you.
then
Thank
these
you.
women get themselves in a cycle because their hairline disappears and they
Definitely.
get all of this traction
I do
alopecia,
not want a
and
wife
then
in the
they have
future that
to.
looks like this.
We get it, but then no, like for the women, just as a warning sign, because you get this from wearing weaves and wigs, and then in order to cover it up, you have to wear more weaves and wigs, and then you find yourself like this woman on the screen. So
Facts.
let's talk about the dark side of weaves and wigs that no one really wants to talk about, that it's making women go bald out here. It's
And
pulling
black
out their
men have been trying to
edges
tell you that.
and their hair.
But hey, you know,
Black men have been trying to tell you that the whole time, and
yeah,
I think this boils
but
down to the gynocratic psychosis that we talk about, where
sure.
black men in particular, will express themselves, but the women will push back and say, "No, you want this. You want this. This is what you want." Although you
No,
have 4 to 5 brothers on panel, as well as I'm pretty sure when you go throughout the manosphere, who will try to articulate it in their manner of words about why they don't like weave, but this argument, the circular argument, will continue to persist. And I wouldn't doubt if the woman in this video will blame the men in her life for her going in this particular route. And I
Hey,
think
well,
that's
when she was younger, men fucked her, so she's going to use that as justification to do this crap now.
Hey,
You know,
GC, I got a question. Hey, GC, I got a question, bro. hey, how many chicks would go for a dude with their hair like that?
yeah.
Sorry.
It was the with the F, right?
How many chicks? Hey, put 19 in the chat. All the women that are listening to this shit, put
But they
19 in
never
the chat.
know.
If you would, no. Pre that shit right there. Okay, you see the George Jefferson. So you know how guys have male pattern baldness, right? How many women are attracted to male pattern fucking baldness? Put 19 in the chat, and the women on the panel, give me a hippie-yo if you find that shit sexy.
Do you know what? I don't mind a bald head. I'm not a fan of the George Jefferson, but if
No,
it's
the
like
George
that, you shave it
Jefferson,
all
I'm
off.
saying.
I'm good.
Oh my god, I haven't heard it yippee-yo yet. Has anybody put 19 in the chat? GC, anybody?
Not the actual George Jefferson, not with the sides there, but the top gone. No, just
There's
shave
no
it off.
19 in the chat. No 19 yet. GC, you got it, bro.
19, no nothing.
I wouldn't go for the Jefferson. Period.
Heck
Well,
no.
so I want to push back on what Jessica X was saying earlier about the little girls and how we have to treat them all beautiful. Listen, some of them are just like ugly little girls. Shout out to you, Complex Design. Your daughter's cute, but there are a lot of ugly little girls, and I make it a point not to give them as much Halloween candy. When they come to the house, Like sometimes sometimes they're just downright breaking in half and throwing it in a box. Like, and that's because they're not equally cute. I mean, so I make it like, don't lie to kids. Don't
No,
lie
no,
to
GC.
kids.
Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about things like hair texture, skin color. You can't change those things. So somebody needs to be confident in their skin
No, they
color.
don't.
They do, because if we create, like I said, if we
Wow.
create a hierarchy, then we're gonna encourage. It's
Okay.
basically encouraging
It's
skin bleaching and weave and all of that stuff. If they
well,
feel lower and that there's something higher up that they know they can't achieve naturally, they're going to go to nefarious methods to be able to reach that
Right,
standard.
Jessica. You know what I'm thinking
it's
about you,
not
Jessica?
creating, Jessica. It's not creating a hierarchy. It's preparing them for a hierarchy that exists.
Well,
It
shout
just
out
What,
to
what Jessica
so
is
so
talking
so
about
so,
is
so just like,
serious.
excuse me, right quick, please. Just like little boys, like myself, I had to prepare for the hierarchy that exists. For example, I was picked last for basketball, and if it was an odd number of boys, I wasn't picked at all. That's just the hierarchy. This is a cruel reality that I was prepared for. So I found other talents. Now, it's not fair, but it did prepare me for the reality. I did not grow up with the delusion that I was going to make it to the NBA someday. So I didn't waste my life down that path. Little girls should be treated the same way. However, what you're doing is you're setting them up thinking that, they're just as beautiful as the girl next to them, and they're not. Now, even if it is based on skin color, and really what skin color means is that you belong to a tribe.
Yeah,
And
shout out to Curlin for the super chat. Appreciate you, fam. And shout out to Snuggles for the super chat as well. And Curlin says, all I'm saying is any form of validation is currency in this day and age.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys.
Okay. Well. I tell you what. Penis is pesos, and marriage is dollars, and
Hey,
and
just
black women are broke. So
I got one more
that
question.
being,
One more question, dude. One more question. I have one more question.
well, I didn't finish. I didn't finish. If I can
Once you're
finish.
done, I got another question, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. After this.
Go ahead.
So basically, what I'm saying is prepare your daughters for the difference, and the only reason why sometimes it's based on skin color is because it represents the tribe you come from. And right now, the dark-skinned woman has a really, really crappy tribe. It's full of women who behave in a defiant manner. Therefore, when guys see your skin color, they're going to assume that you will behave in a defiant manner until you are proven otherwise.
For real.
Do you know what? The way I see it, I get that there's almost a hierarchy already, but the hierarchy exists because certain things have been reinforced from childhood.
The hierarchy exists because a lot of dark-skinned women act like defiant bitches. So
I'm not talking about I'm GC. I'm not talking about character. What I'm talking about here is purely looks. So I'm not talking about any character associations that you might have, but just a hierarchy in terms of looks is created because it's reinforced through childhood. And I get that the hierarchy's there, but the only way that we could actually change it is through what I said, in actually not showing a preference to something that you can't change, like hair texture or skin color.
But if I prefer it, then I'm going to show it.
Yeah,
Like,
but
you can't dictate what my dictates. No. If I prefer something, then I am going to gravitate towards the thing that I prefer because I
cool,
prefer
but
it.
you're not going to prefer that with a little child. So all I'm saying is, with little children, we have to keep that equal. As an adult, go out there. If you like light skin, dark skin, white, Asian, cool. That's the way of the world as we get older. But you have to show them that one skin color isn't inferior to the next. There's a preference, and then there's saying something is not good. There's a difference.
Well, now we're back to the colorism thing.
There's an obvious question. There is an obvious question that has to be asked here. You guys are looking at the screen. I need everybody to explain the logic to me. Why the fuck would you go through that entire destructive process to do the shit that she did to her hair, only to fucking do this right here, which is the original shit that grew out of her head with a fucking did to begin with? Somebody explain it to me. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't understand this shit. Somebody understand this. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
It's the brain that's underneath
can I do
hair.
that?
Well, do something. Somebody help me.
Can I do that?
Damn.
First off, Go ahead. You got something to say, Art? It's your
No,
channel.
no, I'm just going to hit she.
Okay, first off, I want to hit it with that because I hear a lot of feelings coming on this
No,
panel when it
no, there's
comes
no
to the
logic.
men.
Explain the logic.
Nah,
I'm asking
Okay,
for logic.
but this is this. This is this. When it come
You
down
see
to
it?
it,
Wait, you see the clippers? You see the clippers that he's using? You know, with the hair that actually grows out of her head, he would have used that with the actual fucking hair that actually used to grow out of her head, so she fucked it up, right? And he would have just did that with the regular shit, because she was gonna get it any
I
goddamn
think that's the
way, right?
female complex.
Yeah, that's a
yeah,
female
that's a
cutting the hair,
female.
bro.
That's a
That is, no,
female
no, that's what I
complex.
mean. Okay, well, whoever's using the clippers, but help me understand the look that she's going for would have actually been the actual hair that was growing out of her head this whole time.
But
Dude,
complex, you gotta understand.
you're not helping me out with the logic, bro. The logic. Help me.
Complex. You gotta understand this. It's just, the same as this lady doing her hair is the same as men. You gotta understand. Society
I don't
don't
do that
want
crap.
about.
I don't glue wig on top of my head. What do you mean same as I don't do that crap?
What? Really?
Well, you want me to explain, or you just want to
Please.
keep talking?
No, please explain. You said the same as men. Please explain that. I've never met a dude that did no crap like that.
Okay, there's men that do their hair like this. That's what I'm saying. Society don't want a bald-headed chick or a bald-headed man. So when it come down to it, majority of the people that do this is because society is not accepting them. You guys already say that you want a natural woman. Look what this woman is doing. She could go with the whole long weave down to her back, but she's going natural because why? This is what she really wanted to do, but she took all her time getting that old fake weave, putting glue in her hair, and is pushing her hair back, to hairline to the point she looked like LeBron coming down the court, and that's it. Hell, even LeBron got the damn shit in his head. That
But
ain't LeBron real hairline.
they're asking though, what is the psychology behind it? We already know that that's what you're supposed to do.
And you're
Can I ask a
comparing men to
question?
women you're comparing men to women in a very unhealthy way. Because you're comparing male pattern baldness, which is called male pattern baldness for a reason, to women who have to do this because they spent a lifetime of getting weave. Like it's two. One is cultural and one is natural. It's
Can
two
I?
completely different
Oh.
comparisons.
Can I ask a question? I kind of wanted to go
That
back to
was a question.
something Jessica X and Game Changer said about like with the children and dealing with the children that may not be attractive kids and they may just be ugly. Do you think that like if you give a certain type of child, let's say a dark skinned child for sakes, right? If you gave a dark skinned child with really really long hair a lot of attention, do you think that that would encourage or make the other little girl, let's just say she doesn't have really long hair, let's say she has really short hair, do you think that would make her want to have really long hair, but her hair may not have the ability to grow that long, or her parents that she doesn't know how to grow her hair that long? Do you think that would make her want that type of hair when she sees somebody else getting that type of attention?
Do you know
But
the
I
way
don't.
that
I
I
don't.
do it? I do it just quickly. I do it so I'm not gonna I wouldn't do everything equally. So I'd be like to one girl, if she's got like nice dimples, I'll be like, oh my gosh, your dimples are so pretty, you're so gorgeous. If another one has beautiful eyes, I'll be like, oh my gosh, look at your eyes, look how pretty you are. If one of them has nice hair, so you find something that's genuinely cute about all of them so that they can be secure in that one feature, and then they can realize that listen, we all have different talents in the world, we all have different assets. Find your assets and work with it. You don't necessarily need to, you find what works for you. You don't have to just go out of your way to be disingenuous with it.
And real quickly, shout out to Fred Holiday for the super chat. He says, how do women feel about long eyelashes? What I have been seeing lately is ridiculous.
I can't
I
stand
wholeheartedly
the
agree. I think it's
eyelashes.
ridiculous.
I can't stand eyelashes in any, like the fake ones, in any way, shape, or form. Um, I even with the natural ones, I can still tell that they're not natural. And that too, like when what you see is, I know a girl that has no eyelashes because she's constantly got eyelash extensions to the point now where it's ripped out all of her natural eyelashes, and so she has to go and get them. But even worse is just that they've got so huge. Like the eyelashes are literally massive and thick now. It just looks ridiculous, but it's becoming normalized because so many women are doing it that it's just it's almost normal now, but they're ridiculous. I can't I can't get down with it.
Can I just say one thing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So when you don't compliment these girls, I mean, I do agree with you somewhat, GC, but you create little monsters. Like what happened to me when I was in school with my long curly hair. A girl with
They'll pick on each other.
they
Yep.
picked on me. They cut my hair. They put nair in my hair because they were jealous of my hair. So stuff like that happens when little girls feel insecure.
I get it, but you see, here's the thing. It's not me creating the monster, it's genetics that created that monster. Like, like that's just the way things happen. Like, what so would you rather a conceited monster? Do you think that if somebody lied to her and told her she was beautiful, that she wouldn't behave the same way? Listen, at some point in their life, they're going to come to the realization that that they're not as hot as the chick next to them. They're going to come to that realization, and at that point, them knowing, yes, but my father thinks I'm cute, is not going to help. Any adult is not going to help when the boys in the yard, when your milkshake don't bring all the boys to the yard. It's not, and when that happens, yes, it's time for nair, and that's
GC, let me ask
regardless
you a
of the way
question.
the parents behave.
So GC, let me ask you a question. If she is receiving negative attention from the way that she looks, and then she chooses to enhance herself and she gets attention that she's never had before, do you think that that's a problem?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Listen. If you think that being born unattractive is not going to cause mental and psychological problems down the road, absolutely. So is being born sexually attractive. However, you put up with it because she's hot. Those are good problems when she's pretty. So, but my point is that pretty women are better. They're better at being women, and therefore society treats them as such. We shouldn't prepare them for failure, let alone life.
So then if she enhances herself and she gets a weave and she starts to get the attention that she never got before, do you see where I'm going here?
No, because it's not an enhancement. That's a detriment. Like I say, that's a 6% detriment. No.
Hey,
Like for example,
hold on. You basically you. Oh, go ahead, Sister Judge. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify it real quick. So if a chick that wasn't deemed as attractive and she turns around and she gets a weave and then she starts to get attention that she's never got before, what do you think is going to be more what's going to be more encouraging in her eyes when she didn't get the attention when she didn't have the weave versus when she got the weave, she got the attention from men?
okay, there are very few women that get more attention. Remember, I say you go down 6% when you get a weave, which means that if she got attention without a weave, if she gets attention with a weave, then she got 6% more. Remember the analogy that you gave earlier. If she has a weave and a fat ass, then men will still go after her, but that's because of the fat ass. So even if she didn't have that, she still gets that fat ass attention, as she is due for having the fat ass.
But GC, what I'm saying to you is there are certain things that women will do because they don't feel like they get attention. So when they do it and they do get attention, that becomes a positive reinforcement.
I'm saying that you don't get more attention from weaves. You get less.
You don't
You
get
are
that
a
because
lesser.
that is
You are a
your
lesser.
preference.
You are a lesser woman when you wear weave. Period.
I understand
Now, I
what
mean,
you're saying. I get it.
and
I
listen,
promise
listen,
you, I
listen.
get it.
It's not.
But
It's
you
not
can't
my
tell
duty.
me.
It's not
You
my
can't.
duty to repair. It's not my duty to repair the psyche of barely fuckable women. It's not. If
Yeah,
I think
GC, it's not. But what I'm
so,
saying to
so
you is if you have a woman that gets more attention when she has on enhancements, You're saying that you don't, and I get that. Every man has a preference. But if she wasn't getting attention when she didn't have those things, but let's say she did have a nice shape or she had something good about her, but she still wasn't getting the same type of attention when she does do those enhancements, is getting that type of attention. What do you think she's
Yeah, let
going
me
to
know when
go
it's my
for?
turn.
Okay. I'll put it like this. Ladies, if you're seeking attention and penis, like Tommy Sotomayor said, then please go with the weave. If you are seeking long-term romantic involvement, then don't.
A shout out to BMT for the super sticker. Appreciate you, fam. We got Edward Anderson in the building. Let's see.
You know, I
Go
will
ahead.
say to what GC was saying
Yeah, let me know
earlier,
when it's my turn.
sometimes it's a conversation that people like to avoid because it can be a tough one, but it's almost the genetic hierarchy that's kind of there naturally. It exists in both men and women, and that's why women go for the tall guy, tall, good figure, like, well, I say good figure, it sounds womanly, but like broad shouldered. Women look for certain features in men, and women are okay with that. So the genetics works both ways, and so men are gonna have genetic preferences as well. So it's harsh. I get it when people are like, oh, you can't do that to children. I couldn't bring myself to do it, but if we're looking at the reality of the world, there is a genetic hierarchy. It's there. It is.
Yeah,
and the
and you
short
prepare
niggas
them
got
for
to
that.
deal with it, and the ugly bitches can too.
You kind of low, Edward.
Oh, he's talking about your height. He said you're kind of low.
Oh my gosh. Sorry.
That was quick. That was quick.
Anyway. I couldn't help it, Ed. It's all
I'm
right.
so sorry.
Wow.
No, I'm on my no, for real. I'm really low, or you just digging? Because I'm on my iPad, and that shit is
It's
notorious
kind of
for
low.
having low volume.
I mean, low compared to when we normally hear you.
All right, that might help. I need to get some votes. Maybe people don't want to hear me as loud. But anyway, let me know when it's my turn. I'll raise the volume up when I need to.
We haven't heard much from West Coast and DC and
Yeah.
Complex, but
and me.
and she. But if any guys want to yield to Edward because he's new in the building for this topic.
Yeah, let Ed go. He's new.
Yeah, go ahead, Ed. That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate it. Can y'all hear me a little bit better now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I just want to. Here's my thing: the weave is where it starts, but where it stops, but it never stops. I mean, right now where we're at is women are getting their asses cut open in order to transfer fat. They're lightening their skin. I mean, where does it stop? You know, if we're gonna make the argument that Danielle was making to Game Changer, if she gets positive reinforcement. So at what point is it that the woman has a problem? I mean, anorexia, bulimia. At what point is a woman's need for attention? Because what Game Changer is talking about, Game Changer, feel free to correct me if I misinterpret what you're saying, is if a woman wants hoe attention, that is not the society's concern. It's because she has a need for hoe attention because she has an insecurity complex. Yes. And that's nobody's concern. And I feel like Danielle, and I'm saying Theo, like you're trying to make it like this is society's problem. I mean, white bitches are real insecure. They're real, and they're insecure as hell, and they're the top of the totem pole.
And I would say, I'm not going to say that I disagree, but what I'm saying is, and if we're being honest about what we're seeing, if she has low self-esteem and she decides to get a weave and she starts to get attention, even though she has low self-esteem, that is still a positive reinforcement on something that she shouldn't be doing. And what I'm saying is, if you have a woman that doesn't have a weave and she doesn't get attention, and she noticed when she puts on the weave, she gets a lot of attention.
The question is attention from who and what kind, and this is what Game Changer says.
So if she didn't receive any attention from anybody when she didn't have the weave in, period, And when she
Danielle,
throws on the weave, she gets attention. What I'm
Dan,
saying to you is attention versus non-attention is a thing. So you're saying, well, who is she getting the attention from? If she's getting attention from two more people than none, then she still got something
I don't
positive
want
out
to
of that
rehash the
experience.
same because I know a game changer can kind of go to the extremes just to be funny, not be funny, but just to let you know he's standing on that point. But we're all black men. We're black men. Weave ain't gonna make the difference like Game Changer went with the ass. Black men care about your body. Weed is not going to be the deal breaker as far as a dude hollering at you or not.
I
So when you
said
say
that.
any, yeah,
Oh
and
my
I just
fucking
popped
god,
up.
dude!
So when you
No,
say any attention, that's hard because even ugly fat bitches get some attention from black men. That's a problem. Like
You are talking to
I have literally been on panels where dudes arguing with me about giving obese women attention. Go ahead.
These words are true. I mean,
there's
and
positive reinforcement and then there's negative reinforcement, right?
I have literally been called.
All reinforcement is not positive, Danny. Let's do that,
Well,
okay?
that's true
Because
too.
if it's something that leads to a negative effect, then that means that anything that engenders it or empowers it is negative reinforcement. Anything that leads to a
understand.
positive
I
effect.
agree with that. I agree with you.
Okay. So
I
then
agree.
understand that there is a difference between when a man is providing negative reinforcement versus positive reinforcement. And once again, I'm going to disagree with Edward. Not all black men do that shit, dude. Some of us literally just kind of have standards, right? Well, we just like the tried and true real shit.
Complex. I know that, but I'm talking
okay.
about the fact that there's an argument.
But no, because see, here's the thing, Edward. When you do that, it speaks to a point that Danny made earlier that I had to dispel, right? That all men like this shit. And I'm like, no. You see, because we're very
say
clear.
all men like it.
That's not what I was saying.
No. When you said that black men like the weed, blah blah blah. No, some of us literally
say
don't.
That
either. Danny, I was paraphrasing. Danny, I might have gotten it wrong. I was paraphrasing.
Yeah,
I was paraphrasing because we cleared it up.
Paraphrasing my statements wrong.
Okay, so then
Well, complex. Everybody knows that when I say that, I understand that I wouldn't even say it's half, but what I'm saying is it's way more than it should be. So I completely understand where you're coming from. I mean, you're in Cali, Game Changers in Cali, Game Changers heard me say what I've said. My point is you all got a higher tier quality of women versus me dealing in the fucking South. That's what I mean when I say that. So I understand what you're saying, but me living in the South, a lot of these niggas are like that. So maybe I need to add that clarifying point, but I am saying that you will have dudes who will go out of their way and argue. And I understand that it ain't mostly black men, so I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is that you say attention like it justifies it. Like if women are saying, that's why when you say no attention, it's very hard to believe that there are black women that get no sexual attention. Like, do you understand how ugly you have to be to get no sexual attention from no black men? And if you are that ugly, putting a hair hat on top of your head is not going to make that real. So you're going to an extreme too, Danielle, when you say that.
Edward, would you say that some women look better with longer hair versus shorter hair?
Wait,
I would say I mean, yeah, but at the same time, you have women. Hold on, time out. Because you've got women like Nia Long. Okay, let's say it this way. Would you say that as a general law of averages, black men tend to care about what the body looks like more than what the hair is?
Yeah, Edward, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Okay,
I'm
then.
saying,
Okay, made a point. That's a good point.
I'm saying what's being reinforced. If she gets attention versus not getting attention, or if she gets more attention versus less attention, it's still a positive reinforcement.
Okay, I don't want to go back. No,
negative reinforcement. It's
hold on. I want to say this
negative.
one last thing, and I'll fall back. I want to say this one last thing, and I'll fall back. I'll say this one last thing and fall back. Because I really want to hammer this point home. And this goes back to what Complex was saying, the positive and negative. He is correct. Understand, this is how single motherhood happens. When you got females, and a lot of it comes down to them not having a dad, and they don't have that kind of security of being loved by a father, because the women choose the fathers for their daughters, by the way. I'm gonna throw that in there. And then they start looking for this endless attention and narcissism, and there's degrees to it. But here's the thing. A lot of folks will sit there and they get attention from somebody that they perceive is better than them. And this is how these women start trying to secure these relationships with a baby. And then next thing you know, they talk about leveling up because this nigga turned out to not be shit, because they didn't understand what Complex was saying about the positive and negative attention. Like, the reality is, we know that there are certain dudes out here that they look, the only thing they want to do to you is fuck you. And women, because they want to live their hot girl summer and do the weaving and saying the love, as O'Shea says and people say, they see any attention as some attention. They don't see that as a problem. So it's not society's fault. And by the way, society's not going to change. If anything, it's going to get worse. So if we're going to say that it's on society to put insecurity in these women, well, hey, man, I'll pray for you.
I don't think I was necessarily making the point that it was society that's putting it in their minds or whatever. But if we're being honest about the way the world works, and I'll give you a prime example. There's a man in the chat that says Lupita Nyong'o is masculine and she is not attractive. She is not pretty, whatever.
Okay,
But Lupita Nyong'o is a natural woman. She doesn't wear a lot of weave. But there are some men who will find Lupita Nyong'o very unattractive because she does not have a lot of hair. Nope, and she's a natural woman. But if somebody added a weave to Lupita Nyong'o, I'm pretty sure there are some men that would go because they prefer a certain look and they have a certain standard with that.
You all over invest in that. And see the problem with that, and then I will shut the fuck up after this. This is what happens when black women don't listen to what black men say. And what they do is they put their own perceptions on what is happening. Again, a lot of these women wind up with niggas that I admittedly ain't shit because of the ideology that you're talking about. That's all. Or women, because here's the thing. You don't seem like you've done that. But see, you'll be the woman that, well, I know how to pick, but the women around me don't, because I'm kind of going into the same center of gravity of what a lot of women want to believe, because I don't want to be seen as the outside. So at the end of the day, it's nobody's fault. And by the way, black women, what do black women say? What do black women have said, like, in the last couple of weeks? They've said, we don't get these weaves because of you niggas. We do it because that's what we want to do. So if that's what you all are telling me, why is it now that it's somebody else's fault for them getting it? They get it because that's what they want to do. I'm gonna say that if we give certain types of attention to things that we don't want, we actually reinforce something that we don't like if we give attention to it.
You don't have to give it. You don't have to give it. So the whole point here is that they're going to do it anyway. Go ahead, GC.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that no matter what you say,
we don't want y'all to be fat, but you're fat.
Yeah, exactly.
And they still getting penis though.
Yeah, exactly.
But guess what? But ain't nobody buying shit for you though. That's the thing.
You're not going to change. So basically,
you're right.
Basically, what you have is the group of women who are married the least and married last. By men who couldn't marry anything else. Basically, you have them saying we still get married though.
Yeah. Hold on.
And as long right quick, Ed, as long as you're speaking to somebody who's comfortable in last place.
Next time a woman tell me a nigga ain't shit, I'm gonna say, but you getting dick though.
Yeah, exactly. That will be the ultimate. That will be the ultimate end case. Like. It's
black men are more married than black women.
Yeah, so it's basically you're dealing with a group of women who are comfortable in last place. So it's better to not. Now, I do want to say that she did bring up something interesting in the argument, and that is it's a sign of insecurity. A woman who wasn't getting any attention at all finally got some attention when she put a weave on, and I think that is why they attract F-boys. Because, they're insecure, and F-boys are attracted to insecure women because they're low-hanging fruit, so to speak. So basically, they're comfortable
in becoming low-hanging fruit, announcing that they're
This is also why they like narcissists.
Right. Well, bear with me. Announcing that they're low-hanging fruit. They're literally wearing on their head that I am low-hanging fruit. And then when they're
you just said that majority of the men on the panel were F-boys except for Complex. You just said that, right?
Well, we have an F-boy side to us.
Okay.
We have an F-boy side to us. And yes, if you come off to me
if
as
you date black women, you almost have to have it.
Well, right quick. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, if you come off to me as, a woman who thinks that her only beauty is in her hair, and as long as she gets my penis, then she feels validated, then yes, I'll be a F-boy for her.
Now going into that hair part again, because I think Complex wanted me to touch on this too, as far as the value and the virtues behind a woman's hair, talking about her hair as her crown and all these different things. But the conversation we had earlier is almost like it's just a hat. You can just take on it, change when you feel like a change in the mood or something, rather than something that represents you as a person with a crown.
Just as shallow as they are. Go ahead.
Yeah, well,
I think art is speaking more to the concept of like alters and switching personas. Let's just say.
I got some books for you because you sound like you don't know about it, but I got some books for you on that because it's been mentioned. So far that conversation has not been taking place. It's been more aesthetic.
Right.
So that's what's been going on. And now it's to the point to where you could just take it off and put something else back on and go on stage. That's what it sounds like it's going. And you have enough brothers just saying, hey, we don't like, let me ask you guys this. We talked about the amount of the percentage of sisters that have the weaves, right? What are the percentage of brothers that don't like it, in your opinion?
There's different levels of don't like. That's the thing. Like,
don't prefer.
Yeah, all of us, I would say 90% prefer that she has natural hair that's a semblance of the what the weave is. But yeah, I mean, however, a large percent of brothers, don't like it, but in some cases are willing to F them rigorously and for 15 to 25 minutes. Like a large percentage of brothers fall into that category unless they have exceptionally high or low stamina.
90%? You think it's 90%?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say like 75, 70.
75?
I don't really have an accurate number, but I want to ask a question once again to the women on the panel, right? And the women listening. Press 20 if you feel different after you do your hair, if you put a different wig or weave in your hair. If you feel like if you feel like internally you feel different, like almost like you engender something else, like you literally feel different prior to you doing it, right? Like let's say, for example, after you do it, do you like maybe do things a little bit different? Do you maybe do something with your face? Do you feel different after you like do like a complete sort of like switch? If you do, press 20. And for the women, Sister George, I think Melody, Jessica, and whoever else, do you guys feel different, quote unquote, like feel quote unquote different after you do that?
Complex, I remember, I don't know if you guys recall when I was on Fantastic's panel when I explained how I got my first weave and what that felt like at that time. When I got my first weave, I actually felt like a star because I had somebody who really did the weave and she did it great. I felt like a star. But since I've been able to grow my own natural hair and my hair is nice and thick and shiny and beautiful, I feel that much greater because it's mine and I'm confident in my own hair. So I would say that I feel 100% better wearing my own natural hair. I get a lot of compliments on my natural hair. I feel great when my natural hair is the bomb. So I would say I feel better with my natural hair than a weave. But at the time when my self-esteem was lower or low, I would say that it did change something in me when I did get it.
Well, Danny, I'll say this. I do appreciate you for actually engendering like your own hair, right? But I think you spoke to something that I really did want to hit on. You said yes. The answer was yes. You did feel different. For the other women here, and if any, has anybody put 20 in
I'll
the
go.
chat? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Sister Melody.
Okay, so me, my hair is already long and it's already curly. I have beautiful hair. So when I add my extensions in, it's just for a fuller look, or I don't want to put hair dye in my hair because hair dye break your hair off. So sometimes if you see me with like blonde highlights, that's the extensions in between my real hair. You know what I
But
mean? So I can have.
does it make you feel different?
No, I feel like me because it's just like my hair. My
Okay.
hair is long. My hair is
Okay.
nice. So I just feel like myself.
So
I get the
complex.
texture to match.
It sounds like the more the weave, the more the transformation. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get a gauge on like what, because like, see, I'm glad she said that. I'm glad she said that because that was the alters we were talking about, right? You see, so what happens with those alters is that there is a bit of an endorphin release in the brain that happens, right? And like you said, you were put on high. You felt like a superstar, and guess what you want to do? You want to continue to maintain that. And the more you maintain it, the more you start to engender this alter that does not actually represent who it is that you actually are. And these are the things that guys like myself actually observe about women from the outside. That was why I'm glad you actually mentioned that, because that's the first takeaway I get every time I see it. Like I'm not looking at the real person. Whoever I'm looking at, no, they feel different like that than how they feel without the makeup, without the nails, without the eyelashes, without the weave, without all that shit. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna get the same person.
And what happens is it's a slippery
I like to
slope.
ask right quick. I like to ask
women
DC.
cutting their ass open now.
Oh God!
I mean,
Yeah,
for
literally.
real.
They got 4 cracks. Yeah, but I want to ask DC something, and really to all the fellas out there, but particularly DC, because like you said before, we don't agree on most things, but I think we agree on this. Do you ever get the impression that far too many black women are deliberately being as fucked up as possible to see if you'll still fuck them?
Yes, it's an act of defiance.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, how much shit would he put up with and still try to fuck me? I get the impression that they're doing that with their lives.
I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck. I mean, when you put it that way, it's like fuck, right?
Yeah,
because it most certainly seems like it.
Yeah,
you know, because it's like it's
and
all
now
like
you have disease who don't even talk to him. Go ahead.
Well, no, what I'm just saying is that like for
credit
all,
card
for all of,
out.
Okay, but like for all of like the complaining, for all of the this, the that, and the conversations and all that, it's literally like a continued fucking train wreck down like an icy. It's like you're trying to go like with ice skates on, and you're trying to go uphill, and it's just like it's all going downhill, and they keep going downhill, and it's just like holy fucking brakes, dude. Like do something, right? So that's why I'm literally getting to the point where I'm like, okay, do you know how I fundamentally see you guys when you wear this shit? And I reversed it. That's why I did that. I was like, dude, like, how do you think I would look with this shit? And you're like, you look like a fucking clown. And I'm like, okay, get a clue, right? And then we're looking at the chick who's got the George Jefferson, and then I'm looking at what they glued onto her head, and I was like, you know what? If she would have just let her natural shit grow out her head, she could have did that without the George Jefferson, but goddamn, really?
Yeah,
This points to a deep, fundamental psychological issue. I need you guys to understand this shit. I fundamentally, when I look at you, I'm like, she's not all together. She's not all together. And you guys get on me for the sapiosexual shit when I'm like, no, I need some intelligence, because goddamn, some of the shit that you actually see out here, you don't even have to interface with it one-on-one. All you have to do is observe. Use your eyes.
Kevin Samuels is popular for a reason, man. He's popular for a reason. And this goes all into that same kind of methodology, just the same kind of, resistance to doing things the right way and listening to black men, period.
It's a new formula of gynometry. I just had this revelation. So this whole pushback and discussion really revolves back to, this is just another form of black misandry. to Game Changer's point about all of these decisions that they're making or reasonings of having weave, although we as Black men, at least a good collective or a significant amount, and for X amount of time, have brought up saying that we don't want it, but they continue to perpetuate it because we are the man nots and we're the out group. They have the authority to place all decisions, no matter what the outcome is, back on us, even though before then we've never had the opportunity to actually voice it. We've been
Who's the brother speaking? Who's the brother speaking?
So West Coast African.
Hey, West Coast, I got a question for you. Would you say that maybe what we're looking at is some sort of insipid form of self-mutilation?
Yes.
It's self-mutilation.
Go ahead.
It's self-mutilation, but it's deeper than that, because we're talking about there's many different, to DC's point, there's many different conversations that are happening concurrently, and they're intersecting upon each other. So you can talk about the psychology of why one would put weave in their head that's of a different color. We can talk about, to Sister George's point, being the out group. Like if a girl doesn't get enough sexual attention, we can talk about the response of why GC says that, hey, at the end of the day, hierarchies exist. The immutable truth is sexual hierarchy exists in all societies. I think that the core problem is because Black people as a community are the out group, we get the brunt of it. And so we're looking for a particular scapegoat to try to find these solutions behind them. And I think that it's not as constructive to pick, or what's it called, split hairs on little things about, well, why is she doing this, and really looking at it from a construct point of view. If we want to talk about what the men have been saying and communicating, and when Jessica brought up the idea about, well, this is how a woman views it versus this is how a man views it, at the end of the day, women are looking for relationships with who? Men. So at the end of the day, when a man articulates that, hey, this is what we prefer in regards to relationship, and the caveat to Sister George's point about the dynamic between sleeping with somebody versus being in a relationship, which we have all communicated that those are two separate things, and there's nothing that you as the person who is looking for a relationship with us can necessarily do about it outside of what? Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right, which don't work. You're going to have to get on the proverbial program. Now, as a man, and as far as speaking about standards and who you should be sleeping with, that's a whole different conversation. And that's more so a male to male conversation, because that's a decision that men have to come up with on their own. But as far as trying to attach the weave culture, trying to attach all of these different decisions that Black women have made, and then place the onus back on Black men as the result, that's got to get out of there. All we're asking for is accountability on your end, saying if you're wearing this for yourself, we shouldn't be hearing about, well, it's because it is Black men that we're doing. Because it is Black men that we're doing it. Because
I never made that point, but what I did say was, if she is still getting attention versus less attention,
which is you saying that
negative reinforcement.
Because these white men ain't doing it. It's only niggas doing that.
Negative reinforcement. But it's still and you guys are still not looking at it.
So, Sister George, I want to say this.
Wait.
I got it. Sister George, what we're trying to communicate is, yes, she does want attention, but at the end of the day, she made the decision to accept cheaper light. Yes, a woman needs a. Yeah, so it goes back to her. So if her outcome is, hey, I'm smashing a whole bunch of F-boys, and to your point about a man needs to be clear about what they want, men are being clear if they say that they want to smash, no matter what they do or say, but it's a woman's responsibility to protect your own womb and say, like, hey, this guy was full of BS, or this guy was doing this, so then you can figure out what you're looking for, instead of making the fallacy argument about, well, just men need to do better, or the undue the undue burden. Because what I'm talking, I'm not speaking in extremes about this and that. What I'm calling out is the undue burden that women are placing on men, which is the mild form of Black misandry, where you're making a conscious decision. We understand your need about having male light, but what you have to understand when you're in a man's world, as far as the things that we do, because we can't control hypergamy, we accept hypergamy. This is the whole point of the manosphere when we're talking about understanding female nature. And I think that the
West
discussion needs to be
West
had
Coast.
with women as far as
West
understanding
Coast
male
Africa.
nature and saying that, hey, if you want a
West
man
Coast
for a
Africa.
relationship, this is the criteria. But if you're just looking to smash, this is the criteria. Otherwise, you're going to be
Sir,
SOL.
So,
sir,
screen, please.
but the
Screen,
whole
please.
point is, the whole problem to me is, if you're saying that as a man that you have a certain standard and you're still going against those standards and saying that this is not the standard that you like, but you go ahead and enforce something outside of what you like, then that's what women are going to do. If men said they decide that they don't want to fuck fat bitches, right? And they're saying that no, I'm not fucking with fat bitches, then I'm saying that as it being a man's world and you're saying that you want to create what you want and this is what you want, then you shouldn't. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm saying if you're enforcing negative standards that you don't want, then that's going to be up to you as to whether or not you choose to deal with that or not. And
If women stop getting weaves, men would fuck you regardless. You do know that, right? Jesus
No,
Christ.
no.
Being
This
that
is
she
where the
still has a
bullshit
weave
starts.
and she's still able to get penis, and she's still able to
Then
get
the
penis.
weave, the option, the choice to get the
But the
weave was on
George,
her.
we already
Let me
discussed
finish
that,
my
Sister
point.
George.
Real quick.
So
Let me
here's the
finish my
thing.
point real quick. Let me
Because
finish
you
my
Come
said
point.
on,
it
man.
If
before.
she is
Because I'm
still
tired of
able
this
to
dick
get the
shit.
same dick that the woman without a weave is getting, and that woman without a weave is also not getting married, it's not reinforcing anything because neither one of them are getting married. Whether she has weave, whether she has
They're
natural
getting
hair,
their
You
nut
do
off.
this is what
oh
it
see,
is.
I'm gonna let you finish your point. I'm gonna let you
Boy.
finish your point. Because you think, see, the thing about it is, and this is the thing why like you doing okay. Danielle, do you think we're fucking stupid and we have low IQs? I want to make that clear
I
first.
don't think that I don't think that you in your head are stupid. I think that your dicks are stupid because y'all fuck a chick with
Come
weave.
on, man.
Y'all
That
Now
was
this is
after
after.
marriage. No,
Now
no,
this is
no.
after
See, the
hearing
problem,
complex
Edward,
talk.
Edward. I'm sorry.
How far is the
I'm
vagina
sorry.
of a
No,
woman would
no.
take care?
But wait. No,
Hold on,
see,
I'll
you
wait.
can't.
Go ahead,
Wait,
complex.
you cannot get that shit off with brothers like myself. Get the entire fuck out of here with
I
that.
just
All
got off.
niggas are the
You know,
same.
no. Okay. See, because I firmly fucking established standards here, right? And I fully fucking told you to the point where I even proved what it is that I do with my own daughter and her goddamn hair, right? See, so we're gonna wholesale stomp that shit out right now. The fact of the matter is that we've already illustrated here. You guys have this hybristophilia-based type of self-mutilation fantasy. Let's get right to it. That's why I needed to go deep psychology with it. I'm sick and tired of the surface level shit because it doesn't really matter what we tell you, you're going to do it any goddamn way. And if you're going to do it anyway, guess what? Guys are going to fuck you anyway. Like I said, if you stopped tomorrow, you guys would still get fucked.
Yeah,
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
And if we didn't stop,
You're still going to get fucked. So that means the choice is all on you.
Hold on.
Make it make sense, y'all. Edward, you got it. Make it make sense.
Complex. Here's how bad it is right now. Like it's to because we're not even going to talk about women putting acid in their 2 and 3 year old daughter's hair when men tell you not to do it and then y'all do it anyway because that means
listen to this shit,
after.
dude.
We're not even going to say that. We're not even going to talk about the fact that
God.
all American women are getting like plastic surgery, but y'all look at surgery like getting teeth cleans. Like now, and not all women, but you got women that are telling other women. I was just listening to a 48-year-old telling women to sleep with as many men as they want, not understanding like how much like psychology that cracks out. Anyway, this is my point. Let me get to the point. You keep coming back to this North Star of black men are still going to fuck. Do you understand that tells me a lot about the dudes that are around you as far as your experience? Because I know these dudes you're talking about. Like, I understand why certain black women think black men are stupid because I know the dumb niggas that a lot of black women are around all the time. And I would believe that black men were stupid too if I was around these niggas 24/7. And it's the same thing with sex.
Edward, we had men on the panel earlier who said that they would still sleep with a woman with weave. So
I would.
you're speaking about the men on the panel.
I would.
I'm
Not
not talking
all of
about
them.
but when I'm not talking
Not
about
all
just
of them.
No,
well,
not you,
that's fine.
Complex. And I was going to say that earlier because you personalized what Sister George was saying, but you'd already established that personally,
it's cool. It's
you've
cool.
already set that standard,
Not
so
the
it wasn't
only
applicable
one.
to
ahead.
you.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
You're
man.
right.
Finish
No,
your thought, bro.
You know what? You're
cool.
right. Here's the thing about the dudes on the panel, though. Here's the secret. They're not telling nobody. All them dudes on the panel, all y'all tell me if I'm full of shit, please. I know DC and Complex will have no problem. And gangs, actually, I got a good panel for this. They have no problem telling me I'm full of shit if I am. If I were to tell you all
Full of shit.
Yeah, like so I got a good panel for this. If I were to tell you all to show if I were to tell you ask you all a question of let's say I had a deck of cards of 50 cards, and then I said pick up the ugliest chick you would sleep with if I threw these cards down. And then I picked the cards up and said pick the ugliest chick that you would commit to and possibly marry. All of you all, would that be like a completely different card?
Absolutely.
So and here, hold on, I'm about to connect it real quick. Now we Danielle keeps defaulting to, well, nigga, you will still fuck. But here's the goddamn secret. We in our heads instinctually separate women that we would sleep with from women that we would commit to, because we don't control sexual access, but we do control relationships.
I said that earlier.
I know. Hold on. I'm not done yet. I know.
Real
That's
quick,
cool.
Edward,
Hold on.
Edward.
I'm not done yet. And this is a big psychological reason as to why you all have that consistent outcomes you all have, because you all are trying to think like men. Daniel, hold on, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. Do you not realize that you telling me that you can get a dude to have sex with you is equivalent to me saying that I can go find a woman that I can say, hey, let's go to the mall and I'm gonna spend $10,000 on you.
Edward, I do think
It's
that there
not
is
the
a total
same thing.
I absolutely agree that there is a total difference in that.
You don't talk like it.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Wait, yeah, let her finish.
What I will say is this. If you are looking at the majority of Black women going around unmarried, unnatural, they're not getting married in droves. That's still not reinforcing to another
that's
woman
because
that
Black
if
women
she,
don't
let me
want to
finish
be
my
married.
point. Let me
Go
finish
ahead.
my point. Let me finish my point.
They're getting dick though.
If you're looking at droves of women not being married, natural or unnatural, then you can't say to the woman that's unnatural that she's not getting married because she's not natural. The natural woman isn't getting married. The woman with weave isn't getting married. Everybody's getting dick sucked.
That's why I keep speaking. That's why I
So
keep
hold
speaking.
on,
Like,
time out. With that defeats the purpose of you having to weave in the first place.
Well,
It doesn't defeat the purpose.
I just said that.
It doesn't defeat the purpose because she's
Yeah, it
still
does.
getting the same
Because
type of
Danielle, I am, and I'm not just talking about some
she's still
Instagram.
getting attention.
In my job,
attention. Nobody's getting married, but she's
you
still able to get
have
attention with the
women.
weave.
You have
Right,
hold on, time out. You have women.
I
They
like
are
that Black
cutting.
women have
They
taken
are
a stance
cutting.
that we're not going to get married, but we are going to get fucked.
They are
I
cutting.
like that they're comfortable with this position.
Thank you, GC. Thank you.
And they are. Hold on, Danielle.
That's what it is.
They are cutting themselves open. You got women. You know what? Women will make that same damn argument. They get their skin bleached, and they live around nothing but Africans in Africa. So you all I understand it makes sense in your head. But the reality is,
I'm not saying it makes sense in my head.
Hold on. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna be done. This is worse. With Danielle, this is actually worse than because you have a dude. So for you to actually promote this to females,
Edward? I'm not promoting anything.
Am I the only person is hearing this? Guys, am I hearing this?
No, Edward. I don't think at any point that she promoted wearing weave. I think the point that she's making is that if you're giving somebody dick, that is some form of reinforcement. Whether you're saying it's a small form of
Negative.
reinforcement
Okay.
or
Jessica
a
X,
high
do you
amount,
think
it's
black men?
Negative reinforcement.
Do you think black men promote single
No,
motherhood?
no,
if
no.
you're
Excuse me.
sleeping with
Excuse me.
them, negative
My,
reinforcement will
my
be,
penis
get
is
away from
positive
me.
reinforcement.
You've got a weave on your head. Get away from me.
In your opinion, do black men promote single motherhood in America or in the UK or wherever? Do you think we promote that?
No.
Oh well, no, that's not true. Because because we fuck single mothers, and some nigga somewhere gets these chicks pregnant. So by that same logic, then we must promote single motherhood. Here's the thing, too.
No, because what you're doing, Edward, what you're doing is you're speaking in generalities, and there is a nuance to the argument, and that's why you're both going at each other when really and truly both points can be right. It's not always 100% one thing, 100% another thing. You have some men like Complex who are going to say, I'm not sleeping with a woman with weave at all. You have other men who say, I'm going to sleep with you, but I'm not going to take you seriously. And then you have some men who say, listen, I'd sleep with you and I'd still marry you if you have other attributes that I like. So this can't be it's never going to be 100% argument. There are nuances to it.
That's not what I'm saying, though. But what I'm saying is what it comes back to is that because I can get some nigga somewhere, whether he's homeless or whatever, to sleep with me, that means that every black man is reinforcing it. Now that's what I'm.
That's not what was said. That's not what was said.
I divert other black men. Is that what I'm hearing, or am I just fucking?
Well, no, I didn't hear what she was saying.
Some attention is better than no attention at all. Some dick is better than no dick at all.
No woman gets no attention. That's BS. That's all I'm saying. So even that argument on his face is bullshit.
Like and that's the problem. Some women feel like that, and then
so now it's how they feel. Well, women feel like a lot of shit. That doesn't mean it's true.
Day to day.
This is why I said in your own head.
I will say, Edward, I get that the majority of men don't prefer weave, but the majority of men, and especially black men, will tolerate it. That's all.
You will never. I am 5'5". You will never hear me come out of my mouth that women prefer shorter guys just because I can get black women.
Generally.
Exactly. So by definition,
men don't prefer weave. Most men don't prefer weave.
But so why are you keep on coming? So what percentage of men do you say are cool with it? What percentage?
I would say 70% are cool with it.
Well, if you say most men don't prefer it, how does 70% cool with it?
This is what I'm talking about.
Cool, and his nuances again. Cool with it versus prefer it are two different things. If we're talking about what people prefer, I'm with GC. GC said it earlier, and I'd even go a bit higher. He said 90% of men would prefer that the weave that you have on your head was actually growing out of your real head. I agree with him there. That's what most men are going to want, but what people will sleep with, that's a different.
Dudes are not gonna let the pussy go because of a hair hat.
There is.
Well, right. They said earlier
there are some that are going to. So complex controls his environment by what he's choosing to put his dick in. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I don't like it that much that it's not even worthy of my dick. And I'm saying, my thing is, people have to put a bit more respect on their penis.
Well, this is
Stop
where
sticking your penis in things that aren't worthy.
This is where
put some respect on your dick.
This is where pump and dumping happens, and women complain about being pumped and dumped. If you're pumped and dumped, chances are you did some shit like this. Meaning, he said, you know what, you're good for sex, but you're not good for nothing else. So once you start playing with that, you get dropped off. So when women say dudes are wrong for that, there's a reason why dudes do that. This is one of them. And they won't tell you that. See, it's a courtesy. Us even saying these things is a courtesy. Well, most dudes are going to do is
I get you. That's why I tell women, like, listen, just because he slept with you doesn't mean that he's taking you seriously. And the women give me pushback on that. And I'm like, you can push back all you want, but that's the way that it works. Men aren't going to change. And so when we're saying it on the opposite end, that women are still thinking if you're willing to give them dick, then you must like them somewhat. And let's be real, you're putting your dick in it, so you like it somewhat, then they don't feel like they're that bad.
Well, I'm not putting it in her hair. But I want to respond to what Carolyn is saying. You want me to read it, or you got it?
Well, let me get to it. Let me shout out Snuggle668 for the super chat. And then shout out to Curlin for the super chat too. Go ahead, Game Changer.
Okay, so Curlin is basically saying you have two women. One of them get attention from two guys, and the other one get attention from eight. The one with the weave get attention from eight guys. What do you think the one without is gonna do? Well, the one that gets attention from the two guys, the one without a weave that get attention from the two guys, should really just marry one of the two guys. But because marriage isn't really a high priority to so many Black women, what they wind up doing is
not married.
Yeah. So what they wind up doing is getting the weave and living off the attention for the rest of their lives, and wonder why, guys prefer them least of all. See, when I say that y'all vaginas are the least valued, this is the type of crap that makes it less valued. Just because men fuck it doesn't mean that it's more valuable than that. It means that it's the most valuable pussy available to them at that time. Here's the thing. Every time a man is talking to you, his penis is not in a vagina. It is hanging lazily on the left or right pant leg of his trousers, is what it's doing. And for him to say that he would prefer it in you than laying lazily in the left or right pant leg is not a full compliment. The fact that you take that as attention or validation shows how invalid you are. Kind of like emojis isn't sex, or kind of like when people when a girl winks at you, or says we're online friends, or puts you in a friend zone. This is not actual validation. But if you take it like that, then you are the female equivalent to a friend zone. And you will live a life of pump and dump until you find the penis that has no other vaginal options for the rest of your entire life. That is the process that so many Black women have gone through. Paying attention.
I don't disagree with that at all. It still doesn't stop the thought process, and it still doesn't stop chicks from actually doing it. I don't disagree with that.
Nothing is going to stop chicks from doing it. At least now we know who to fuck. Like, at least now we know who has low self-esteem.
Y'all gonna still fuck a girl with weave and a fat ass. Y'all still gonna fuck the chicks with
exactly. Gleefully.
And Black women will still not get married and die alone.
We know who's easy. You're highlighting the low-hanging fruit. Thank you for making your fruit easily accessible to me and others. Basically, you are wearing a sign. You are Mexican. You are wearing a sign that says cheap oranges, and you're standing on the side of the freeway. That's you.
Oh, you didn't know what low-hanging fruit was before this conversation, darling?
Well, it's not really hanging if it's being sold by Mexicans, but yeah,
I'm just saying
that if you're content with being low hanging fruit, then that's what you are.
I mean,
well, we're still ignoring the fact. You're still ignoring the fact. You're still ignoring the fact that if sisters woke up tomorrow and decided no more weave and they all went natural, you're still getting the can you say the penis thing? Can you say that?
Penis.
There you go. Yeah,
I think it warrants a little bit. I think it warrants a little bit of context as well, because when we get into the idea of trying to solve this as a problem, we need to understand at this point you're dealing with something as large as poverty. We're getting into these abstract ideas of what someone ought to do with a phenomenon that's biologically based in an environment that has made this so accessible that there's no dialing this back anymore. Because there's social media and the amount of attention any woman can get, that has completely changed the paradigm. Her accessibility to sex has gone so profoundly.
I call that fast and empty calorie attention.
There's nothing you can do to dial that back when somebody is growing up biologically and psychologically predisposed to being literally having their entire being validated by that. And even though it meets diminishing returns very quickly, they're inundated with it everywhere they go. It speaks to a point that was said earlier. Maybe the solution could have been found if we lived in villages or any era before the internet. At this point, if a woman wants to get any attention, she can. In fact, she has such an overabundance of it. She can discriminate. And oftentimes it's on such an automatic level that it's being filtered out by the Pareto principle. So we're really talking about men that she's interested in are literally challenging her for what I will, for the conversation's sake, call the blue book value. And there is a blue book value that's attributed to that men are stating. And it's predicated on relationship dynamic versus sexual dynamic. And due to the fact that a woman comes out the gate having intrinsic value based off the fact that she's female, and a dude simply doesn't in this same sexual hierarchy, if he can get access to it, he's going to take it. But it's not going to change the way he perceives his personal value or SMV with regard to that. But that does disproportionately affect women. And that's what changes the entire
and that's what
dynamic.
It keeps coming back to in this conversation.
But at the end of the day, that's just it. Even if it's the same issue that people have against the social phenomenon known as the simp. How do you get rid of simps? You'd have to get rid of women. Then you get rid of simps. And I guarantee you, even if you got rid of women, there'd still be dudes trying to get at other dudes simping. This is a psychological built-in dynamic. So when we're talking about hair specifically, the only thing I can really say about this is that if you're not using it to emulate your own hair that grows out naturally, there's probably something deeper psychologically going on. Because we've said this from the ground zero. Your hair is not going to necessarily, or rather, whatever criteria that you've met that got you laid is purely the fact that you're female ultimately. Because there's a dude that will like you however you are. Period.
I gotta hop off, but I did want to say this last quick thing. You know, it's like musical chairs, because at the end of the day, what you're dealing with in today's society is basically it's basically letting all of the protections go. And the reality, this is what women don't understand. This bill comes due. See, the unfortunate thing with women is that men are given especially black men, we're given real immediate consequences to almost everything we do. Women are not given that until they run out of their sexual marketplace value. This is why I got animated. Hold on. This is why I got animated when people were saying, oh, well, I still get dick, because I understand that when that stops becoming true, you're so far past the value that anybody is really going to care about. Like, this is where, Kevin Samuels talk about dying alone and all that stuff starts to become real if you haven't secured stuff. Because what women are looking for as their kind of like mechanism, saying, well, men give me attention, men give you that. At the end of the day, women try to act like they don't understand why that is. Men want sex. Men don't care where they get it from. So, look, I don't care if y'all wear weave personally. I'm just not gonna be dating women that do it. If y'all want to do it, no, as an aggregate group, I'm not out here at all. Well, how do we stop women from getting weave? I could care less, because I'm not gonna deal with the ones that do. And these Z's are not doing that. And see, so by the time we get to that point, there's not gonna be, well, how can we reconciliate? Because they've already dismissed black women in general. I'm not saying I want that to happen. What I'm saying is that dudes like Complex, dudes like me, we're not going to have these arguments with you all. It's a privilege for us to even do this. What we're going to do is we're just going to say, oh, that's effed up. You're disqualified. And that's it. We're not going to tell you. We're not going to care. It is because hold on, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because dudes, even DC in here, because dudes are telling you what they think. You act like men have to tell you what we think. We could go ahead and let
men are not gonna still do what it is that they want to do when it comes outside of getting ass. If a man wants some ass, he's gonna be nice, he's gonna be sweet, he's gonna be kind, he's gonna take whatever to get to the ass.
So by definition, what you said about women not getting attention is complete bullshit, then. So both of those things can't occupy the same space.
I'm saying, Edward, this is what I'm saying. If a woman is not getting attention and she does something that's going to get her attention, she is going to do what gets her attention.
So black men used to be stepfathers. Black men used to be stepfathers in much bigger numbers. They are no longer that. Black women used to be married in much bigger numbers. That's no longer true. So my point is, so my point is, my point is, and the Z's who are 22 years old and in 8 years will occupy the prime dating market. You already hear what they're saying. So I'm gonna give you this. What you're saying may be true for you, but for the women that's coming behind you, that is not true. Cause them niggas are not playing. And so,
that's what it needs to be. I'm not mad at that.
So I guess that's what it is. What we're really having a conversation about is we don't care about the other women. We just care about what I can get away with
That's
today.
not what I was saying. I'm giving you the process of what a woman thinks when she is still able to get validation, when she still gets reinforcement, positive or negative.
We don't
she's
control
still
their
getting
reinforcement.
Let me finish my point. All I'm saying is she is still getting something out of the deal, whether it's dick, attention, and it doesn't have to be commitment nowadays. It just doesn't. And guys are mad that a woman is still able to get.
No,
these
we're not
things
mad. We don't care. We're just not dealing with them.
Yeah, y'all care. Y'all care.
Why do you think we
things
care?
have consequences ultimately. Like
Yeah,
you can
why do you
choose to
think
do
we
what you
care?
want, but the end result. But
Like Edward just said, she doesn't face her consequences until very much later on in
Right.
life when she realizes
Correct.
Why
that
do you think
nothing
we
else is
care?
Correct. Correct.
Like,
But
you
the thing
really-
is,
like,
you
what,
had
think 'cause we're
societies
talking
before
to
that
you
had
we
other women
care?
that would actually check that. So because there's so much intersection going on with modern society and what's going on now, because we could replace hair and swap out any other adjective you want. You know, someone could be fat. That's a big issue.
Okay, let's talk about
we could
this.
have
The next
skinism.
topic needs to be surgery.
Well, the point is,
we're
ultimately,
gonna actually do something on that Wednesday. But damn, you took it off. Yeah, you got it out of us. So we were supposed to be doing something on
Well,
surgery
stay tuned.
Wednesday.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to point out that algorithm because this is just one of many different vectors you get to the same conclusion. It's correct to say that at the end of the day, because she's still having access to sex, she can validate whatever she wants as far as the way she is. She can take a snapshot of her current condition and say, this is enough. And there's too much basically dick available to her to where if she doesn't find it in one direction, she'll find it in another. People will still approach her. There are a lot of reasons why that is. And there's no one size fits all answer to solve that. So long as we exist in this modern paradigm with social media and all of the way everything is set up with intersectionalism going mainstream, this is going to continue to be an issue. So the only solution to this is to really start with the questioning, are you having a problem with the blue book when it comes down to men making a decision on who they want to commit to? Or is this really just simply about thinking that because you have sexual access to someone that you should have relationship access to the same caliber of dude that you slept with? I'm not really understanding where the point of contention.
I think that most women nowadays are understanding that a relationship is not around the corner. She is able to outsource everything that she needs from a man at this point, including dick. And it being
So
that
what are they
she's
complaining
able to make-
about?
Well, I think it's. I think.
Why
it's
are they calling
on both
Kevin?
sides. I
Why-
think it's on both sides. I
Why-
think that men
When
care
you
because men
outsource,
are
you do
sitting
realize
here-
that when you outsource, you can turn higher profits, right? When you
Well, if
outsource,
she's
you
able-
actually
if she's
you
able
you
to
you
outsource
reallocate
dick-
labor. Yeah. So what's the complaints about? What's the issue? What's going on?
If she's complaining, so are you guys. If you guys are actually sitting here having a conversation as to why black women are wearing weave, then you're actually sitting here complaining too, as opposed to walking.
I'm here to favor the art.
I'm here.
You don't never see us do this shit on
Wait. Edward. Hold on, Edward. Let me address this.
All right.
I have a daughter. There will never be a time in the future where the type of stuff that's coming out of the modern woman's mouth will ever come out of hers. See, this is what I'm doing to basically put a solution out here. I'm going to start with my own, right? Now, what I'm having this conversation for here is because, once again, my good brother Art here wanted me to come on here to contribute. However, I really do have to address the I guess you could say, once again, the psychological and intellectual disposition of our modern day woman, right? When I do things like challenge you with simple logic, All I have to do is mirror it, and I say, well, what would you think about guys who do this? Yuck. Right. But when I turn around and say the same goddamn thing, there's a multitude of reasons why it is that I guess for some strange reason, I'm supposed to accept all this shit. No. See, so this is wait a minute. Wait. Okay. And I'll take that. Right. However, there's also a lot of pile-ons for brothers like myself who have said standards, right? Because you recall, we play games too, supposedly, right? And what else? We're arrogant, we're egotistical, we're this, we're that. Men need to have more standards, and then when they get up here and they actually exercise them, it's an issue.
No, it's not an issue for me.
Not with you. No. I said not with you. But what I'm saying is, sisters writ large, let's not play the games here. We're grown folks. I'll be 44 this year. I know what the fuck is going on. Okay? I was the one who's happily married here. That's the other ironic part here. To a woman who had no problem rocking her natural hair. Okay? See, that's the other part here. I was literally married to a sister who had no problem with this shit. And I specifically chose her. Right?
Right.
To have it to wait, hold on. No, let me get this out. I specifically chose her because that's the proper sister to have a child with. Exactly. She don't have much. Wait. Okay. I know. I'm not making a counterpoint, Danielle.
No, I'm just saying, but you stuck to a standard and you upheld your own standard. You didn't weigh from your standard though, right?
No, not at all. You're right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so being that you didn't weigh from your standard, you were able to go out and secure the woman that you wanted, and you chose to make her your wife, and y'all had a beautiful daughter, and you want her to go by those same standards.
She's no. She secured me. She secured me. Okay.
Either way it goes, but y'all got together, but it was a woman that you wanted to be with who did the things that you wanted her to do, right?
Well, here's the thing, right? Because here's the thing. I'm already out here doing the shit, right? That sisters claim brothers like don't do, right? But see, like I said, when I'm very firm on the shit that I demand from y'all, because see, I'm already out here doing it, I don't want it to be an issue. You get what I'm saying?
Because I'm out here. Understand a woman who is on your program is going to
just understand what
you want.
Right. But see, just understand when we're going to have these type of conversations where we're having generalities and stuff like that, I have to smash this notion that the responsible brother, right, who's got some fucking standards and who will stand on the square with them does not exist. That's utter bullshit.
Complex.
You exist, Complex, and you stick to your standards, which is the point that I was making
one of your panelists feels otherwise.
Well, Complex, there's another thing going on here that I know you and Game Changer can speak to, BB. You're in Southern California, he's in Northern. Because, how California goes is how generally the nation goes, right? And if you look at the actual sex, because seriously, this is why women should care. When you look at the sexual marketplace, the dating marketplace for Black women in California, there's a reason a lot of your colorist crybabies come out of California, like a lot of them, or they come out of the West Coast because we talk about, well, niggas, you still gonna want this pussy, so it ain't gonna matter. You're absolutely correct, but it doesn't have to be yours. And what's happening is dudes are basically that outsourcing shit. That shit's happening too on the other side. And where dudes are outsourcing you all, because see, conversations like these say, okay, well, the software is the problem and the software is not going to change. So therefore, why am I still here? And this is why you have California's a perfect example of this, where dudes are just exporting and not going overseas, but they're just going to the Latin woman, the other woman that are not doing this. Hold on. And so then so with this crap about what men care more than women, no, men are not bitching about weave like women are bitching about not being able to get access to the dudes that they feel like they do. And see, they talk about no, it is true. Like there's whole economies built around women crying. The entire Black church is built around telling women what they want to hear. Men are not paying for that. This is like the fallacy that Black women got to stop believing. Y'all got to stop believing that we're just as triggered as you all are. We're not. we're not. And
And
see, I think
Edward.
I think y'all
Go
just
ahead.
created like a
Well,
whole
no.
space full of
Well,
never
I'm
mind.
not. Well, Daniel, I don't know where we're on the last part, but
And
there
you
was
are
a point that I
really
wanted to.
going. You're really going to equate the manosphere with the decades of
No,
media
I'm
that
not. I'm
black
not.
women.
That was
Yeah, you just
disingenuous as hell.
did.
I'm
No,
not.
No,
I
man.
was just kidding.
I'm
Edward.
sick
I'm
of that
not.
Edward.
shit. I'm a
Yeah.
direct person.
No,
Like
no,
for
don't do
real.
that, Aaron. I was just kidding. I was really just
No,
messing
I
around.
can't
Yeah.
tell
I'm not.
anymore.
Well, real
Okay.
Go
shout
ahead.
out real
At
quickly,
that point, I was messing.
shout out to
You
Nicole
brought
Ali, the
Mr.
Queen of
Paco
Science,
on there. That
for the
shit.
Cash App. Appreciate you,
Oh,
sister.
Mr.
okay.
Popo, because you guys like fuckery. Let's not sit here in front like the space
I
doesn't
don't.
like
I no.
fuckery.
I don't like fuckery.
Well, let
No.
me follow up on a point that Edward made. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to follow up on a point that Edward made. Okay. I'm from Southern California. My wife was a dark chocolate sister from the South Side of Chicago. Okay. So yes, outsourcing does happen, but let's bring it a little bit closer to home. What nothing out here compatible, right? But I mean, my whole point, like I said, a lot of times women are too wrapped up and too intertwined and interwound into their own thoughts in their own heads, right? To the point where they largely just take themselves out of the game, out of the picture and shit, right? So that's why I was like, well, look, at the time when me and my wife hooked up, she knew me. It took a lot of time for us to get to know each other, but at that point, I'm like, hey, look, I'm moving. It's on you. What's good with you? And that was that, right? But see, I had no problem choosing up on a sister like whose mind was right, whose body was right, whose spirit was right. I had no problem with that shit. So this is all I'm trying to put out here. Honestly, it really ain't that deep. It's not that hard. Y'all got the idiosyncrasies. I really don't know. You got a protagonist. What's going on?
So I just want to tie this back to the title that I see on the video, which is psychological implications that are tied to that. And I was busy on another live stream when this started. That's why I wasn't here earlier. But I caught in the very beginning, I think Jay Shine really pointed out at the root what this was about. So I want to know if this retort about men still willing to sleep with women with these things being a defense against things we know really do exist, such as concepts that the doll test really brought up. Did we ever conclude or really dive into implications of beauty and tying it directly to phenotypes associated with being Black and the Black experience here in the United States? Did we resolve that yet?
I tried to, but Game Changer said you should just call those little ugly fuckers and leave it alone. So I tried.
Wow.
Shout out to Ryan for the super chat. Appreciate you, fam. And Roger, man, I don't know if you want to come up because this is right up his alley too. Roger Report, appreciate you, fam, for the super chat. So what have I stumbled into? This should be interesting. Kind of late for the party.
Like I
So
said,
I'll just say this, and I'll get ready to go. I'll just say this.
Go ahead.
Ultimately, I'll offer my subjective opinion. To me, if I find a woman and she is not using her natural hair, and I don't see her wearing her natural hair or emulating it with the weave or whatever, it signals to me an incongruence. But I also have to look at the bigger picture. Why is she doing it? If she's doing this because she has a kind of career, for example, in the federal government, it's a problem when you show up with natural hair issues. Like I get drama because I have dreads. It got to the point where I had to put in a religious accommodation because I was getting harassed by upper management. And you can get blackballed out of certain promotions and positions if you're not doing that. So from that angle, I can see it.
When that religions accommodate, they would probably mad.
They was pissed, pal. But that's what I'm talking about. Like you've got to put it into context. When we refer or defer to the blue book value, yes, it's a knock. But again, this is so caked into the culture and you're so surrounded by it. You can look at people getting ready to go to church and they're getting their hair done straight. They can't open up a magazine and not see that. The further back in time you go to where the magazines first showed up, Jet Magazine, that's where you see it. If the only time we saw serious pushback that I can recall in recent history is when the Black Power movement really kicked off, and then the resurgence of the Black Power movement in the early 90s. That was pretty much it. From that point on, it's just been this is just baked in part of the culture, and it's so underground and deep seated that it's a ritual at this point. Because I'm in Japan, I don't see people doing this. They got straight hair that's black. They're not dyeing it a certain color. They got other issues going on, but I see an opposite but equal equivalency. You go to Korea, you'll see them doing things like, quote, corrective eyelid surgery, end quote, where the eyelid crease that they have, they'll get surgically removed and make it rounder so they can look more Western. You go a little bit further into India, and you'll start seeing individuals using these products that make their skin, quote, more fair. When I look at what's going on here with hair and our hair texture, I don't see a difference between a cultural practice that takes place in these other regions I just mentioned and utilizing weaves and hair straighteners to change the hair texture here, especially with what we understand as being the stereotypical Black phenotype. So
no
for me, if you're wearing your natural hair and you found a way to naturally straighten it, which is out there, cool. I can rock with that. I don't charge that. In fact, I see it as a bonus. And that's going to go 3 times over for somebody I'm interested in having a long-term relationship and potentially marrying. And I think a lot of people feel that way. But again, it gets moved.
May I piggyback off that? Hello, chat. Hello, panel. Hello, Art. I know I stepped in late. He's absolutely correct. Yes, and it is a bonus if you do it the right way. But let's face facts. Our women are lazy as fuck, and we know they suffer from the Miss Ann syndrome. They want to do. They'll tell you in a heartbeat, no, I don't want to be white. Everything they do in this society is for them trying to be white. Men don't have this problem. We got over this problem when the Black Panther Party came through and the revolution happened in the 70s. We woke up. We let it go. You might see a few dudes around here, and I'm one. My hair is naturally straight, and I can't help it. But I'm Black. But it gets curly too when it gets wet. I can go back and forth. But that's just me. But for the majority Black male, our hair is nappy, it's conky, it's short, it's afro-ish, it's tapered, it's trimmed, and we don't care. Or we'll wear it braided, it doesn't bother us. But to the Black woman, she has to have every color of rainbow in her head all of a sudden right now. These older women will not shame them for it, will not correct them. You was not born with this in your head.
No, because it's Black men's fault. Go ahead.
No, it's not Black men's fault. It's Black women's fault because they
that's
propagate this shit. Yeah, I know you're right, Ed. They try to throw it off on us for us to accept this responsibility. But no, sir. So see, this is what I do, Ed, when they throw it my way. I say, bullshit. I didn't give you the money to go buy it. I didn't tell you to pick it, and I didn't tell you to put it in your head. That's your idiosyncrasy, and that's your insecurity.
Which is why they got to level up in the first place, by the way.
Well, the reality.
Am I on?
Hey, is that bronze? Is that?
Yeah, that's Bronzeberg.
Do you know the vibes? All right, man. Peace. Yo.
Hey, Bronze, what's going on, G?
What's going on, G? So I was hearing y'all conversation for a little bit, right? So this is the thing about the weave thing. Kind of been annoying a little bit because this is what it comes down to, brothers. As much as we say they're trying to assimilate into being the white woman or whatever it is, you got to understand, brothers operate with their deeds. I think Sister George touched on this earlier, right? So there are always going to be men out there who kind of try to accommodate the idea that she's wearing a weave.
Oh, there's been to accommodate a bitch being fat.
We're not accommodating that. We're just putting up with it to get a piece of pussy.
Okay, right, but still, even if we say
there's niggas that accommodate women that have STDs.
But hold on,
go ahead.
All right, yeah. So look, this is the thing though about the weave topic. Certain dudes just ignore the weave and look at the face and the body to make up for the fact of the matter she's wearing the weave. So that's the thing that I say. Certain things we can go on and on about the weave conversation, but at the end of the day, brothers are still going to smash. So I think certain instances when it comes to the weave, dudes is just getting with the shorty with the weave as a way to say, yo, this is an easy smash. We don't take her seriously for LTR, for a long-term relationship.
Yeah. It's low picking, low hanging fruit. You correct, and we're hunters. We're not finna go hunt for something hard or something easy right there.
And I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it a hundo. certain brothers gotta stop capping, son. Because certain dudes will go out with the women with weaves when it's done nicely. When it doesn't look like shit and it's actually nicely textured and it's not all colorful. Like, dudes will do that. So, certain people have to stop being so, like disingenuous with their points. Like, certain dudes really be going for the shorties that got the weaves. It's just depending on how it's done.
Yeah, dudes that
You
go
know
for the
what I'm saying?
shorties that got STDs too. They be like, y'all,
That's
man,
not, but it's
she
not the
just got
same. How,
gonorrhea. She
bro,
just got
bro.
that.
That's an
I
extreme,
like the point
Ed.
that was
No,
Nah,
it's
said.
not. It
Ed.
happens a
That's
lot
an,
more than you think.
but
No, he's
bro,
That
making
wasn't
that's
a
an
the point.
extreme. Who
literally
the hell we
valid
get
point, dude.
STDs from with weaves, fam?
Do you know the
No,
percentage of
Nobody
black
chooses
women
to
that
have an
is
STD.
you,
Like,
you
let
know
me
the
get
percentage
herpes.
of
Like,
black
what the
women
fuck?
that got STDs that are sexually
Ed,
But look,
that does
let's
not
kind of bring
correlate
it
into the
back to
conversation, though.
yeah, we're trying to bring it back to a central point, bro. Because I was
Like,
following him.
no one chooses to have an STD, bro. Like, yeah, let me have herpes. The fuck? Like,
You'd be surprised.
there's no
No, go ahead,
correlation.
Bronze. Hey, Bronze,
But
go
that's
ahead,
what
dude.
I'm
You got it.
trying. It's not a correlation. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. So what I'm trying to say is, dudes will accommodate the weave on two different factors. Number one, they'll accommodate it if she has a pretty face and she has a nice body. Number two, he will accommodate it if it's laid nicely and it looks good. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So as much as brothers want to say, "Oh, I don't like dealing with the girls with weave," certain brothers are lying. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all go ahead.
But that's why I asked the question earlier about, okay, we got most people agree that 70% of brothers just not really, liking or caring for the weave, but at the same time we got 90% of brothers that's not really caring about the weaves or whatever, where we got 70% of the women that are wearing the weaves. Because like if you look at the black church should be like the best National Geographic of weaves. If you look at the whole thing, like damn near everybody in the black church wearing a weave. And that's supposed to be the holiest of holy place.
Because they're lazy and they're hypocrites.
Well,
Art.
the reason
They're
why
lazy.
the reason
Let's just
why
call a spade a spade.
no, what you're saying is absolutely correct. But the reason why I brought up the STD argument is because it is going to be a lot more prominent of women cutting themselves open. And by the way, let me tell you something else too. Black women destroy their daughter's hair under the same logic that I've heard.
Yes.
Black women will dip their daughters at 2 years old and 3 years old in acid so their hair can look straight. And the dudes don't have access to these females because they won't do it in front of the dudes. And I've heard the same logic that women have put today under that gourd of a woman is not even a female, a young girl is not supposed to be thinking about sex. I've heard the same exact logic. When it comes back to women, hold on. Women like how their hair being straight looks or how it looks with weave, and they basically imprint that onto their daughters by changing their daughter's hair. You see, social media and snitched on y'all real bad in the last few years. So this is why when I hear this bullshit, as far as it comes back to dudes are validating it, do you understand if we're gonna have the argument that black men still sleep with black women? So this is why we do it. Do you understand it? It's actually very little black women can do that's gonna happen.
They accommodate, bro.
The
address
argument for children about as far as sex or anything, none of that was ever said on this panel, and it was not the same logic.
No, what I know, because I know it wasn't said, but what I am saying
it wasn't implied. It wasn't said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I've heard the okay, so let's start here. Are you saying that there is no epidemic of black women introducing weed to their daughters? You saying that doesn't happen?
Absolutely, Ed. I'm not disagreeing with that.
So why do you think that is?
Okay. What I am saying to you is, generally, if you have two children, and let's just say they're dark-skinned children. Let's say you have one with
we're not gonna say that dark-skinned children. Stop that. That leads into the colorism aspect. That leads into the colorism. They love to do that. Our women love to do that. Stop that. We need to stop them.
Why is there so much? Yo, this
Let her
is so
answer the way she
aggressive,
wants to
B.
answer it.
Goddamn.
No, that's not right. That's not
Y'all
right.
brothers go hard for these
Let me
weaves,
finish my
dog.
point. You don't even know what I'm going to say before you're
No,
Yeah,
you
I'm
interrupting.
curious
started
as
it
to
out
what
with subtextually putting in a
It's
colorism
not.
aspect. That's
It's not
bullshit.
now.
Hold on,
AL.
brother. Goddamn, brother.
Yeah, let her speak.
Let her say it. We
It's
can
only
break it
Monday.
down
Praise the
later.
Lord, brother.
Okay, two girls are dark skinned. Both of them are dark skinned in school, right? Let's just say one has really long, nice hair, or she has really long hair versus one with short hair, right?
Okay.
What happens?
Let her
What
do it.
let me finish my point.
Mute if you need
What generally happens at school, if a little girl has long hair, most people will give a certain type of attention to that girl with the long hair, and they're gonna say, "Oh, little girl, you have such long, nice
It
hair. I
shouldn't
love
matter if
your
she's not
hair." Let
sexually
me finish
active, but
my
go
point.
ahead.
I'm not talking about that. Let me finish the point.
She's talking about colorism.
No, you guys, you do have to let somebody get their point out so you
Yo,
can
y'all
fully
brothers is
understand where
hype,
they're
man.
coming
But the
from and
point is
then
muted dead
reply.
when you see where it's coming
Hold
from off
on,
the rip.
My
AL.
brother,
Hold
my
on,
brother,
AL.
my brother. Relax, brother.
Just let her get it out, then you know for definite.
What I'm saying is,
Yes.
if you give the other little girl a lot of attention, and then you see an average looking little girl there, and she may not have those same attributes, people will give certain props. Oh my gosh, your hair is so pretty, Betty. And then the other little girl is sitting there looking sad, and they'll give her an afterthought. Oh well, I like your outfit today, Susie. And it's not the same thing, and it's not the same type of attention. So when that girl goes home, and if you ever notice the video or seen a video of the little girl being sad about how her hair was and how short her hair was, that's a thing that starts that mindset, because we do give attention to attractive beings. We do. And so that's what starts a certain mindset off, and that's what a girl go home. Well, she has long hair, mommy. Can I get this long hair in my head? And mothers, and I do blame the mothers. Absolutely blame the mothers. If the mothers are sitting there
You
and they
completely
think
scapegoated the mothers, but go ahead.
I'm not completely scapegoating anything. I just said that is it's her problem, because she does it. If she doesn't reinforce her self-esteem, she does get her the weave, and that does start the problem. That's not scapegoating anybody, but I'm saying that's where it starts from. We give attention to people that we deem pretty and
So
attractive.
let me tell you. So let me read. Okay, now that I got a better understanding where you're coming from, let me tell you what happens. I've seen black women, and I'm talking about women in my family. I've seen, like, I'm not even gonna go into my own personal family and what dudes have had to do to basically kind of rip this from some of the women in our family. See, when we talk about protection, a lot of times black people don't like talking about protecting black girls from black women themselves and their own bullshit that they pass down to their daughters. See, we can't have that conversation. But I've seen this happen before they even go to school, which is why I use those ages. So when you're giving me stories about people getting around people, like, that's not happening in family members. And then, by the way, you make it sound
Yes,
like
it
a light
does.
skin.
Yes,
You
it
make it
does.
sound like,
Yes, it
hold on,
does.
you make it, and if it does, it's the women doing it.
No,
That's
no,
another thing
no,
that doesn't
no,
get
no, no,
said.
no, 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 no.
You
It's
keep on
everybody
wanting to
that
make
does
it,
it.
because
It's
why would a boy
everybody.
do that?
It's
Why would a
everybody.
cousin do that?
It's everybody.
Edward,
Everybody
may I
does it.
interject?
Bullshit.
Please? I
Do you
listen
know
to it.
it's
May I
not
interject, please?
everybody? Like,
Everybody does it.
colorism.
Edward,
No,
may I interject,
Everybody.
please?
It may
all
not
right,
necessarily
now,
be colorism, but I'm going to tell you,
no, it's not, because hold on. It's
everybody does it.
always
You're
black.
getting drowned
Everybody
out.
does
I
it, but
can't
it's
hear you
It
both at the same
always,
time. Sister
it
George's
is
mic is really
always,
low.
I'm gonna let AL have it. It's always black men only are doing the damage, or it's everybody. I have never heard
Black
it come
women
out.
are doing just as much damage, but it
No,
is still
That's
damage
true.
being done on both
Stop
sides
it,
of the
stop it. Right.
Hold
spectrum.
She
Ed,
on.
just
calm
gave
down,
she just
bro.
gave a first acknowledgement.
God
Ed,
damn.
stop. You didn't
She
hear
said
her.
it's
You
everybody.
didn't
She
hear
said
her.
it's
She
everybody,
just
bro, and I agree.
acknowledged that black women
It's
do it.
women and men, especially in the family. They
No, no,
initiate
no,
that.
no. It's not
Yes,
men. It's
Yes,
women. Don't know.
bro.
You're not
It's
it's
gonna let
both
us
women
women.
change the
Hold on,
and
hold
point.
on.
it's
No,
definitely
Wait.
women,
Hold on.
and it's
no,
Let me
no,
say
definitely
this.
women.
no,
Yes,
no,
it
no.
is. It's women and
It
men,
doesn't
No,
bro.
it's
excuse
not.
anything.
Yes,
Listen,
it
It's
is,
Emily,
definitely
you
also
were
bro.
women
trained
too.
by
Bro.
It
black
is
women
women
to
too.
do that.
What?
Alpha men and men with sense and logic do not do that. I
And
need
not,
you to stop that, sir.
Hold up,
Do
yeah,
not
bro.
say
and
men
I'll
and
prove it. I'll
categorize us
prove
in
it.
that
Hold on,
state.
It's
sir,
Monday,
hold
my
on. No,
brother. I'm
What's this
sipping
other
moonshine.
dude?
I
This
You're
can't
other
be
dude,
wrong.
aggressive,
Bronze.
bro.
You're
How
dead
Bronze,
am I
wrong.
I'll
wrong?
prove it.
Wait,
Bronze,
hold on.
I'll
How am I
prove it.
wrong?
No,
How am
I'm
I
gonna
wrong?
prove it. I'm about to prove it
So are
right
you
now.
wrong? I
No,
haven't
Ed,
even had a
Ed,
chance
you
hold
through
up.
just.
Ed,
I'm
stop.
about to prove it right now.
Chill it for a second, bro. Let him explain it. I want him to explain. How am I wrong?
No, this is what I'm gonna do. Ed, you can have the floor right now.
I'm
Go ahead.
asking you, bro.
Fuck it. Yes,
Damn.
I'm about to answer how you're wrong. I've seen women, and I'm not talking just in my family, when the child is born, they start combing over that child like he's a goddamn, like, whatever they do in science when they're combing
A
over a dead body.
demigod. They
Looking
treat
eight
the child
ears,
like a
Hold
demigod.
looking at
on,
all
wait.
the dudes are not doing that. See, my problem is this is my problem in this conversation.
Anecdotal
No,
evidence.
my
You're
problem.
saying
No.
personalized
Hold on.
experiences in order to validate
Issue.
your point right
Hold
now, though.
on. The issue that I have is it's always going to be it's either black men doing something that's harmful or black women. Danielle, I challenge you to show me anytime in all of the breakdown that you've ever done. Please send me the clip. I'll send you $25 in cash out right now. If you can show me anything you said outside of maybe the last week that's held black women exclusively accountable without you roping in black men. I'll have 20. I'm hopping off because I
Give me
challenge you. You've never done
no,
it.
I'll
no.
cash up $100 if
Wait
she can
a minute.
prove
Wait
it.
a minute. I'll take you up on your challenge. I'll take you up on it. But give me $25 for every fucking video that we've done holding black women accountable without outside
You
of black
hold
men.
black men accountable. You hold black women accountable by saying everybody's accountable. That's not holding black women accountable.
That's not what I said. And when
They
you're
never say
talking
black
about
women.
a certain thing, if you're
She said,
talking about
you're
one
right. She doesn't. She
specific
says
issue,
everybody.
no.
Yes, they love to
If you're
deflect.
talking about one specific issue, if you're talking about what people find attractive, Game Changer literally.
That's why I gave you access
All
to
right,
your entire
Ed,
portfolio.
we've got to go one at a time because I can't understand what's going on.
Bullshit.
Everyone's just
All right,
jumping
I'm
over each
done.
other. There has to be a bit of
I'm
order.
This is too much. I heard too many clapping of the hands, yo. I'm trying to hear these points, bro.
Okay. I'm saying
Really,
you
man.
had Game Changer literally sit over here and say, okay, if the child is ugly, then we need to treat them like they're ugly. And what I am saying to you is people, including adults, will treat if a child is not attractive or a pretty child or a handsome boy, we treat those children like they are like that. It doesn't have some things to do with hair and facial structures. Yeah, it does, but that happens from everybody. That's not just from women. That's from everybody in society. If we see something pretty versus ugly, we treat it a certain way. That doesn't have anything to do with men or women. That's a people thing. But I will say that
Mm-hmm.
women are definitely responsible, which I did agree with. Women are definitely responsible when we do put the shit in the child's hair. We are definitely wholeheartedly responsible for that. But you said to show you a video that we've done on the breakdown, and you will give me $25 where we held the
Yeah.
women exclusively accountable. I say give me $25 for every one of them I produce. Are you with me?
I'm not gonna do. I said what I said, and that's the only fucking thing that I said because I'm challenging you. Because I mean, I've heard you on BGS, but like, so we'll see. I'll be waiting. My email's in my about section.
Don't worry, it's coming shortly.
May I interject, please?
Well, real quickly, I wanted to before y'all go on, I want to address the comment that's on the screen. It says what does we have to do with spirituality? When I mentioned about the black church, if anybody know about the black church, is weevalicious. Okay, so and the thing is, the black church is supposed to be your spiritual zone to where you try to get people hooked up, get married, you treat people with reverence, but still, all the way from the mothers. What do you call it? Anybody know about the mothers area where there's all the women wearing white in the front and all that? Everybody damn near in the church is wearing a weave, but yet it's supposed to be a sanctuary. It's supposed to be something holy. So that's what that has to do with it. You're literally having this kind of thought process in a place of worship. That's something to think about. But go ahead,
It's not
El.
a place of work. It's not a place of worship. It's a place of fakery. That be anything that has religion attached to it is bullshit. Why do you think most men and young boys walk away from those religious places? Because men have the instinctual mindset of knowing, all right, this is real, this is fake, and we can analyze it in our brain real quick, and we're gonna walk away from what's fake. Women perpetually want to stay in the world of fakeness. They love that shit. They're gonna construct a whole world within a world of fakeness and try to convince you, the man, that, oh no, this is what it really is. A while ago, this woman started off a statement talking about colorism, but then in a sense said, no, it's not about colorism. When you started off talking about dark girls versus light girls, that's something women do. We do not start off our conversations with colorism. Only women, and
You are
especially
making a
women,
fucking
y'all been doing it for over 400 years, and y'all use it as a goddamn scapegoat. Period. Point blank. Men
Well,
have
you
not been
making
on
points
this.
that was never
Hold on,
even
I'm not through.
made.
I'm
So
still speaking, please. I'm still speaking. Thank you very much. And as for the gentleman who told me, no, men do that too. No, effeminate men who've been trained by women to think and walk like that, they perpetualize this shit also in society. But real, upstanding, vertical, straight, logical thinking men, we don't even think about women's hair like that or colorism like that. We're beyond it. Now, I'm not through. I'm not through. Now, when you were talking about certain men don't mind having women with weave in their hair. Okay. Certain things men put up with, certain things men don't put up with. We know women have been wearing all these different type of animals' hair inside their hair for years, but only claiming it's only yak, it's hair from horse all the way to goddamn aardvark. These people from India who put this shit together, they don't give a shit about these black people. They are yes, they have all types of hair. They blend this shit together. Everything. It's been proved as fact. But yet and still, when you tell our sisters this is what you're putting in their head, they'll look at you, roll their eyes, side eye you, stick the hand there, stick the finger there, put the hand on the hip, wave their head. You can't tell me nothing. But wonder why they're going crazy. And not along with that, then you're putting in the goddamn perm chemicals in your head. Because I took barber college for 2 years. I was in barber college. I studied the use of hair. And all I know is this: when you putting all kinds of acids and chemicals on the softest part of your scalp, right above your brain, think about all the crazy shit it's doing to our women after they put this shit in their head.
It seeps right into the brain.
They've done like autopsies on women who have used relaxers throughout their lifetime, and they have like a black gunky substance that sits just underneath their skull, and it's from relaxers because of the chemicals. So it's doing something under there.
A $10 billion a year industry. Hair.
This is what you get. This is what you get.
The question remains: who of us in our race spends this much money a year? Not the men. We don't even get to $1 billion in buying Jordans if they try to pull that stunt. We don't even get to $1 billion in buying clothes.
I can't even get any investment for my damn app. Okay.
You got to have a Weave app. I'm joking. But real quickly though, man. I think you guys are not really listening to what Sister George is breaking down, because from what I'm understanding is the darker the person is, the nappier the hair. It's a degree thing. And so the thing is that so the thing is, because that's when I played that dolls test video, they didn't really go into the hair per se, but the girl was talking about how she had big lips, and the girl was dark, and then the mom said, which pick the doll or choose a doll that looks like you, and she reluctantly picked the black doll. So when you're talking about just the skin and whatever, now you're talking about features like nose, lips, and the hair comes with the package. So if she's saying that, maybe Sister George can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if that's what she was getting at. But that's what I would get if I'm hearing that you're throwing in skin shade.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to assess then, when it comes more or less to the colorism altar, right? That usually if it's darker skinned women, usually those are the women you're gonna come across as going to assimilate more into the whole weave and the whole entire I guess the hair texturing thing. Like there would be more to do that, and I guess to brothers it would seem like more of a self hate on that side.
Yeah, I'd ask the
Especially
sisters
the
that I
dark
could.
skin. Just yeah, because I mean I don't know, because I mean look, because usually how I see it, dark skinned women usually are the ones that express more of an aggression of like men are not choosing me. They don't like my skin. They don't like my nappy hair, and it's almost like if it's nappy hair on a dark skinned woman, and it's viewed as unattractive. Where if it's natural hair that's on a brown skinned woman or a light skinned woman, it seems as like acceptable or more okay. That's what it seems like. Because I just try to analyze like not from my viewpoint, but like other.
But
I
finish
mean,
it off with
yeah, I
seems
mean,
like to you.
but bro,
When you're saying it
hold
seems
on.
like you're
I'm not even
generalizing.
done though, Evan. Chill, just give me a second, brother. Goddamn, let me break this down, brother. Yeah, it's
Okay,
Monday.
just
All
use your
right,
etymology
all right,
wisely.
all right. Hold on. So what I'm trying to say is, it does seem that way, right? So I wanted to ask the sister George, do you see it more so happening with dark skinned women that would be more likely to get the weaves or get like more the hair chemical relaxers and all that other stuff when you're talking about colorism as opposed to brown skinned women or light skinned women?
I think because the hair textures generally, or a lot of times can be different, then yeah, because the darker skinned chicks usually try to emulate their lighter skinned counterparts. So I do think that it would be more so on darker skinned women who probably have more issues with their features and their hair textures.
Okay, enough said.
And if Edward is still here, I dropped 3 titles of my videos in the back, and I expect my money soon. Thank you.
Did you timestamp it?
I don't have to timestamp it because those are
Okay.
specific videos that where we did talk about certain issues that women have without blaming the men. So yeah.
So let me do this. Can I kind of address that a little bit? You know, I always affectionately refer to as Bronze Bird as like my original co-host for like the Sapio live streams that I do, right?
Fact.
Right. Now what I want to do is I want to just address something here, just briefly here. I want to just talk about something here. Give me just a second. Ugh. I gotta grab my charger here. All right, Steve. I hate the.
I have to give like me and Complex. We originally talked about that this had to be a necessary panel, and then I
Yes.
went to Sister George to look at the feet. You know, she gave me some tips and things on how to put this together. So I have to give these two the credit. You know, it wasn't just me.
Oh,
Okay, go
appreciate
ahead.
you, bro. And Danny, you know I love you, sis. Come on, all right. I gotta give you a hard time. All right. So I don't like. I hate the colorist because it's non-existent to me. This is a new thing. I wholesale reject it. My wife was darker than I was, and
I absolutely
she had.
reject it too, Complex.
Okay, but I have to state this unequivocally as a male, as a black male who has to constantly be bombarded by a lot of bullshit ass assumptions about said black men that I happen to be. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. Why? Because brothers like myself have all the fucking receipts in the world to prove you all otherwise. Right? Like this is really starting to get one of these things where the gears are getting ground. And I'm really getting sick and tired of this. Okay,
Complex, you're
hold
making
on.
arguments that I'm not making.
I'm not saying that
personally.
you're Danny. I wasn't addressing you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm making a greater point. These are things that I hear black women say, and from my own marriage experience, it is utter bullshit. And I'm getting sick and tired of all of these different deflections and all these angles where sisters want to literally try to force it down my goddamn throat. And then I'm sitting over here in my frame like, have you ever been happily married to a black man? Yes or no? No? Okay. You don't really have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. You don't know the first fucking thing you're talking about. Okay? And see, and this is my problem. Sometimes what a lot of you women need to do is humble the shit out of yourselves and tone it down a bit, and understand when you might be dealing with men who actually have the fucking ability to lead, who have some goddamn experience. See, I will utterly refuse, right, all of a black woman's projections. I'm sorry, because like I said, I got all the receipts to prove otherwise. And what you guys need to understand here is like, no, brothers like us do exist. Okay, we do. And we getting sick and tired of the bullshit. This is facts. I already showed y'all a picture of my little one, and I already showed you her head full of beautiful natural hair. Don't tell me that it's a bunch of bullshit. I already showed y'all. And you think I'm the only one? Wasn't Jay Shine up here? His daughter's older than mine by a few years, but guess what? He rocks the same way. So you had two single fathers up here with daughters letting y'all know what time it was. We getting sick and tired of hearing the bullshit. Don't tell us this. We live it. We tell y'all what it is. Y'all got it.
Well,
They tell you what
Art,
it is, but they ignore it.
Art, thank you so much for having me. This is a really, really great discussion. I appreciate everybody who joined the panel, and hopefully we'll get a chance to converse next time. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister
Bye.
George. Appreciate you.
Long live Sister George.
Okay, any more chiming in? What we got? What we got?
Okay, well, I just got here, so I'm gonna say this. When it comes down to it, I done pretty much gave up on black women not wearing weave. They're gonna do that because there's something subconscious going on with them, and they do want white people's approval, especially a white man's approval, and that's just that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Because no reason you present to them to not wear weave is ever going to be good enough, because again, it's not for you as a black man, it's for white people, and it's really for that white man. Okay.
But Roger, why do they say they're doing it for us all the time? Why do they get it absolute 100% lie all the time? This is what y'all want.
Well, because white folks, especially the white supremacists, have trained black women to blame everything that goes wrong on black men. So it doesn't make a difference what you're talking about that's going wrong. They're supposed to blame it on us because that's what white supremacy told them to, and they pretty much stick to it on a regular basis. So they ain't about to come off that. When I mean, just in general, it's hard to find a black woman blaming a white man for anything. That don't regularly happen. Okay, it can happen, but that's not a regular thing. Just think about your own life. Think about jobs you've had, places you've gone, anybody who's on the business and things like that. Black women don't really blame white men for anything. Okay, so they can't blame a white man for wearing weave because they want to be impressive to that white man, which means what? You actually don't count as a black man. But she ain't gonna tell you to your face you don't count, because that's not smart on her end. It's harder to deceive you if she tell you to your face that you don't count. That's why I got this weave on, because it's really for this white man. Now, if you deal with women, especially women that know how to do hair, they even do young girls' hair because they want to impress that white man. Men say all the time on a regular basis. Black men on a regular basis say natural hair is fine. They don't wear it. Why? Because we said it's fine. Now you put them with a white man, they will wear a natural hair if the white man say it's fine. You will not find a black woman having a problem wearing her natural hair when she's with a white man. If that white man okays it, she gonna have natural hair. Just is what it is.
You just
most
gave
white
me
men, but most white men prefer natural hair.
Roger just gave us an epiphany what to do. It's called reverse psychology. Gentlemen, every black man out there that's listening to me with the sound of my ear, start telling all these women wearing this obnoxious color ass weave and weave in their hair and lace fronts. Tell them that shit look great. Tell them it looks good every day. Tell them it looks beautiful every day. Reverse psychology. Because guess what? Anything we tell them is bad, they go do. Anything we tell them that's good, they go do opposite. So we just got to flip the script. Tell them it looks great.
No, what we told them,
they don't believe us when we tell them the truth.
No, because what we already determined is what that actually is negative reinforcement. Okay, so no. The fact, this is what we already determined. See, the fact of the matter is that if what you're going to do is conduct negative behavior patterns, then guess what people will do as far as men is concerned? They'll just essentially adapt and adjust, and they'll get used to fucking you with a weave in your head. That does not mean that they're going to somehow think that you're somehow more attractive. Well, some do, some don't. This is the other thing we needed to establish. But the reality is that not in terms of that whole thing, it's going to happen regardless. So this is why I told them, I was like, look, if women decide to wholesale tomorrow to wake up and no more weaves or whatever, guess what? Dudes are still going to hit. They're still going to hit it. Like, there's this notion or this thought that, well, we must have it in order for the sex to happen. It's like, no. Like, if you guys woke up and decided to do something different, your ass is still fat and the tits are still there, right? And the face is there and all that other shit. So guess what? Dudes are just, they'll just be, okay, I'm gonna hit it anyway. That's why I was like, it's bullshit. Whether you do it or not, dudes have a penis and they're going to use it.
Well, we basically
that
fuck
is
from
true,
the neck down anyway.
What I would suggest that men do, just take a stance that you're not gonna pay for it. That's it. That's what I would suggest men do, especially if it's really bothering you. Now, me, I'm just to the point, but I'm older. I don't have this fight with women. When I was younger and started discovering how much this stuff pays for, because I've been nice to women, and I've actually paid for a woman to get something in her hair, and I paid for a woman to get her hair doing things like that. And the older I got, the more expensive these hairdos became. And my thing is, and I just happened to come across some information and actually started talking about the damage that this actually does to people's hair, and then you start realizing there's a psychological issue going on with Black women. So I won't argue with them about it. I'm just not gonna pay for it. You can wear it long as you get it. I don't want nothing to do with your weave. I'm not paying for no hairstyles. I'm not paying for no.
That's the negative reinforcement we were talking about.
What do you mean? Because I'm saying I'm not going to do.
Paying for it's negative reinforcement. Okay, goddamn it, what the hell can we do? Because everything you say,
how's it negative reinforcement by not paying for it? This is what I'm saying. I got older and I realized there was psychological issues going on with Black women.
Roger, you may have missed out. You might have missed out. See, because what they were trying to do was saying that it has nothing to do whether you would pay for it or not. It's the fact that you would actually still go ahead and have sex with them. See, so by you doing so, you're actually co-signing on all the craziness. They're putting it on you. You got to understand
that's
this.
Just women lying.
I understand that. But as you say that, understand that it was said up here that by you doing that, guess what you're doing? Just so you know.
No, I get it, but I'm just gonna have to throw that into the category of women lie. The one thing I can count on every single day, long as I wake up, I can count on Black women lying to Black men and Black women lying on Black men. That's something I can count on, and other brothers need to realize that too. So that was just another lie.
Somebody said a minute ago, so what do we do? If you want to keep weave out of your environment, just don't deal with a woman with
have
weave.
A standard and say, look, you don't deal with it because I don't.
It's simple. It's simple. Just enforce
So
that standard for yourself.
So by that means you got to reject 70% of the women.
Yeah, if you really listen, if we can say 80% of the women in society are overweight and we don't like overweight women and you can reject them, then you must be able to do the same with hair weave. You can reject women that you find ugly. You can reject women who are just have absolutely disgusting personality. You have to set yourself a standard in life if you want a certain quality of person around you.
Thank you.
You have to.
That is true, and that's why I'm saying if you don't pay for it, it's a problem that pretty much goes away. If you as a man are in a relationship with a woman and you refuse to pay for it, because they're going to get you to try to pay for this. And if you go to a beauty shop, and I know people who do hair, most of the women who go to a beauty shop got a dude to pay for it. That just seems to be the case.
That's a problem. That's a problem you as a man are setting yourself up for when you could do as Jessica said, and as I actually practice, you just simply don't accept it in terms of any sort of person that you're going to deal with on an intimate level. That way, it totally negates that whole issue that you're talking about.
So let's
I, I,
put this on the table here with celebrities. So like for example, who's like really known right now? Well, Beyonce's old as hell now, isn't she? But even when in her prime, when she was because don't she have that weave like surgically implanted in her head or whatever? It's like permanent.
She could pay for the fine
Surgically.
some weeks.
I don't think
Right.
she has it surgically implanted, but I think she wears wigs.
So the question is, would the average dude that say they don't like weaves, would they turn her down or even not marry her?
Well, you
That's the
can't marry her because she's
dilemma.
already married. Number
Well,
one, you
to
gotta
answer
take
to
that out
answer
the
to
question.
answer your question
Uh-huh.
no. Most guys would not turn down Beyonce because she has a weave. Now, in a woman's mind, in their twisted minds, what they're saying to themselves is, "Oh, they fuck Beyonce when she has a weave," which means that they're okay with it, and then they continue to have weaves. I mean, basically, fellas, what you want to escape is a mindset. You want to escape a mindset, which is, as long as you fuck me, I will give you the absolute worst that you're willing to fuck. Now, this way of thinking, which is primarily black women's way of thinking, hasn't gotten them anywhere. They are in last place. I want y'all to think about employees. And I want y'all to think about the guy who works just hard enough to not get fired versus the guy who wants to get a promotion. Black women are not promotable. For the most part, they're not. That's why very few of them get promoted to marriage. Now, they complain and they blame the black men for that, but really, they just are good enough to fuck. And they're okay because, when you bring up the fact that you're just good enough to fuck, they say, well, at least I'm good enough to fuck. That's their logic. I say, continue to fuck the ones that are barely fuckable and slim enough not to be fucked.
Well,
He got points.
and I just want to say that whole thing about I mean, the women use that same lie on so many different things about where we have sex with them. They feel it's cool. That's just a lie they tell. Black men got to understand when they being lied to. Okay, them having sex with a person ain't got nothing to do with how they feel or validated. Because again, the weave ain't for you in the first place. The weave ain't got nothing to do with you as a black man. That weave is for white people. And you got to accept as the black man that weave is for them. It ain't for you. That's why they won't take it off. If you tell a woman not to wear weave, if it was really about you, she would be okay with it because she saved money because she don't have to pay for it. You don't got to pay for it. And I found out,
Roger Report, what I'm saying is they're even though it's a lie. The lie is that we're okay with being pumped and dumped through our 20s and 30s and somewhere in our mid 40s, hoping for a mad dash for somebody to die with. That is what they're saying. And I say, okay, if you want to play that game, two can play that game. Guess who loses?
No, I mean, I totally get that. But my thing is just as men, I don't get involved in what women are lying about. I don't act like it's real. I do according to what is real. Hair ain't got nothing to do with them having validation from having sex. Has nothing to do with that. One of women's main problem is they getting a bunch of hard dick and bubble gum out here. They're not getting the relationships, and that's why they upset. Or they having a baby by a dude that won't take care of them. That's their main issue, that they can't use sex to get what they want because they don't want to do a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, they'll have the sex because they a lot of them just hoes at the end of the day.
Actually,
they will have the sex.
Roger, I would actually
Excuse
argue.
me. I want to respond to Shonda, and this is really a general response to all the detraction. If you do that and hold your ground, I think that's what you meant. The sisters won't have a choice but to change. Also, don't give the female money and pay the stylist directly. Okay, here's the thing. If you don't do that, then what they'll do, because this is a special type of stupid they are, is have an empty vagina and die. So when they die alone, they can know that they had the pleasure of getting some penis inside them, provided that they look like Beyonce when they have a weave. If not, no penis for you, and then you die. I want you to take Miss Average at best. I want you to take Miss Average at best with her weave. Weave or not, she is still fucked up down to the soul. Now, and just because somebody has fucked her in the past, she will say, I'm okay being fucked up down to the soul. And that's okay. She is good to fuck when nobody else will fuck you. And nothing is going to change that. So why try it? And I want y'all to be clear. Just because you don't have a weave, that still doesn't make you marriageable material. You will still get pumped and dumped just with with real hair. You see, hair is symbolic of a defiant nature. But if you have that defiant nature without the hair, then you are relegated to life of penis, pleasure for others, and dismissal. And you're okay with this. You're okay with this. How dare you? How dare you have the audacity to say that I'm going to do this and you're going to have to do this to get me to stop? Bitch! How dare you fix your mouth to say, this is how I'm going to behave. If you don't like it, don't fuck me, is what you're saying. Guess what? I'm going to fuck you and I don't like it. You think that if you think that that's a reward, then hey, more power to you. More power to you if you think that being pumped and dumped regularly is a reward. Like, oh, at least I'm getting penis. You're stupid. And you will die in a pit of stupidity and penis. I'm done.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, because this needs to be recognized even in this conversation. First of all, the weave issue is not as big to men as it is to women. Women have a psychological issue that they're battling when it comes to this weave. Men don't have a psychological issue. It's just some do you prefer or you do not prefer. Now, men who really care about it, yeah, do exactly what was said. Don't date a woman who got weave. Me, I don't care about it as much, but because it's something stupid to pay for, I'm not going to put my money on it. And usually if you just don't give money to get their hair done, it's a problem that just magically goes away. Because as women get older, they want some dude to pay for it. That's just reality. Most of them want a guy to pay for it.
Here's what I did. I just camped up and I showed y'all what it is. I'm loving on my daughter and her beautiful, natural, curly ass hair.
I saw that. It looked beautiful too. It looked real beautiful. God bless.
Goddamn right. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Let's cut the bullshit. All natural over here, homie.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm saying most men would do that. But I am saying that from what I can tell when it comes to women, the reason they get their hair done is because men give them money to pay for it. Most women cannot stand paying for their own hair unless they are really making some money. Now, if you don't pay
Roger,
for it, the problem goes away.
Roger, and don't forget this aspect. When you won't pay for it, then they try to shame you. If you don't pay for the hair and the nails weekly, they try to shame you. Get the fuck out of here. That shit you want on you. And it's not for me, it's for you.
And that is going to happen, but men got to learn how to just say, so what? You know, because I've heard that. I've been with a woman and, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, would you pay for my hair because we going to this event, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I'm straight. Well, don't you want me to look good? Sure, I want you to look good. Well, why won't you pay for my hair? Because I don't need to pay that money for you to look good. You can look good in your regular hair to me. You see what I'm saying? It's that simple. But that's a response they're not.
And in the history of man's women, I've never seen women pay for men to get their
not
hair.
understanding.
I've never seen.
You don't
women
understand what we go through. You don't understand that. I thought you were my man or whatever. You know, I do all this for you and all this BS, man.
I don't care. Fuck your damage. Where's my sandwich?
I do hear that. I just tell them the truth. I do understand. I just don't care. That's all. That's what the truth is. I don't care about nothing you got to say about me misunderstanding anything. I'm not gonna pay for it because that's not what I'm into.
I'm still in that, Roger. I understand, but I don't care. I'm still in that one.
but the thing that I'm looking at.
Imagine, fellas, I want y'all to imagine what life would be like with a chib like that. I want y'all to just sit and imagine. What if women applied that to everything? What if every time you have a complaint or concern, they say, if you don't like it, don't fuck me. And then just move on with whatever.
Bro, they fucking do.
Exactly.
Where have you been lately?
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So basically, these are warning signs of that mentality. Like some women just do it because they genuinely think that men like it. And if you ask them at some point in the relationship, they'll just say, okay, if you don't like it, I'll change. You know, they are willing to do that. But some of them are of the mindset hey, if you don't like it, don't fuck me. You will spend your entire life with a chib of this mindset. They're awful. Son, what's that? Shonda, you're awful. You're awful. You think that in your tits. That's an awful way of thinking. No response.
Did I miss something? I stepped away for real quick.
I was trying to read like what it says there. I'm trying to follow like what does it say?
Well, replace the word grow with grown. It says if you do that, if you do, I think she mean if you do that and hold your if you
I'm trying to understand what
ground. I mean ground, yeah. If you hold your ground, the sisters won't have no choice but to change. Yes, they do. They have a choice to stay single and die, and they're choosing that in millions. What are you talking about? They're choosing that in millions. So at least I get a nut the other way. Simple.
They're choosing it in millions. You're correct. They're basically they're choosing our hair, our nails, and you can't tell me nothing society over anything you have to say. Period.
Exactly.
Let them die alone.
This is her being disingenuous. This is her being you better hope you're sexy. You better hope you're sexy, and guys are willing to spend time with you long enough until they get tired of fucking you. Because that's it. That is the only attention you get in life.
Sean is actually
also,
good people.
It says also don't give the female the money, pay the. I don't understand that part. What is that?
Also, don't give the money to the woman. She's agreeing with Roger.
The comment was to manipulate men and try to make women do this all the time. They try to make their problems men problems. As men, if you don't like weave, you're fine to make that decision. What do I do personally? I don't involve myself with paying for weave. The weave problem goes away when you're unwilling to pay for it. If she want to get her hair done, that's on her. I don't care what she suffers through because she got her hair done. You can't go get your hair done and then come to me next week talking about, can you help me with my light bill? I'm be like, no, you got your hair done. So it obviously wasn't important to you. That's how you stand your ground. You don't allow their problems to become your problems. You be a responsible adult. Do like you're supposed to do. And if you can't get weave, that's your issue, ain't my issue, because I don't care nothing about weave. It's just that simple. And if it becomes that big of a deal where all we do is have sex and you can't have a relationship with me because it became too much of a problem for you, then I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, somebody mentioned about.
To piggyback off of Roger right quick, check this out. When in the history of men and women, grown adults, have you ever seen a woman say, weekly, here you go, husband, here you go, man, here you go, boyfriend, here you go, dude, here's $10, $20, go get your hair cut. They don't do that shit. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do that shit. So why should
let me address I think the T Riddler's comment. Yes, I'm going to be bringing back the all female panels again, but I'm not going to have too much interaction, with the brothers too much, because I mean some of these topics are kind of touchy, and somebody's always there to touch a nerve, and I just want them, I want to be able to keep the conversation going, So, but they will be working with us, we'll be doing different topics. It's not going to always be about weaves, but it's stuff that we want to hear from the thinking women as well as the thinking man. The other part too, I was I lost my, the thing about how women, because I was asking this in the very beginning of the questions that I was asking the sisters. If people, I don't know if people caught what Sister Raw B said. She said, I only get my hair done for me. I don't even care what people think about what my choices are. It's about how I feel and how I think. And she's not the only one. Matter of fact,
that's also the deflection tactic that they use all the time too. That's another one of those tropes.
But it's a lot of sisters that think this way. I mean, I've heard it, especially professional women.
Yeah, that's the second place go-to excuse tactic that they use on us when we're telling them flat out we don't like that shit. Well it's something that makes me happy.
Let me break down where this could be going though, because this does touch on what Roger was saying. Because if it ain't for us, it has to be from somebody else. If it ain't for our approval, somebody else is in the corner looking and admiring and encouraging that, hey, this is what I should look like.
So Art, if that's the case, then guess what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to request that Sisters Wholesale stop doing right now. If that's the case, then guess what you're going to stop doing? You're going to stop having an issue with what our preferences are.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's the
That's
only
what you're
thing.
going
I
to do.
think
If that's the case,
if
then that's what we're going to do. Like, can we all agree on this?
yeah, if they want to say they're doing it for themselves, all right, fine, you're doing it for yourself. Be
Then
happy,
don't
but
call me.
then don't turn
Don't start
around
calling
and
black men colorists. Don't say texturists.
yeah.
I don't want to hear none of that shit. Can we all agree on this?
Don't be
Yeah, because I
choosing.
don't.
Don't be
Let's
getting
grow up,
on us
folks.
about
Let's
who
grow
we
up.
choose
Let's
to
grow
fuck
up.
and this and that and the third.
Let's
Yes.
grow up. Okay, let's grow
Yes.
up. Can we
I'm
agree
in
on
agreement
this?
with that. I'm in total agreement with it.
Yeah, but that
And
was kind of important. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say to see the thing is it's more that deception because they not gonna come out and say they're doing it for white men. And my thing is black men just gotta not let their problems be our problems. To me, there is no colorism in the black community. I know this leads into that direction. It don't even exist in the black community. For me, there's no such thing as domestic violence in the black community. If you with a man, if he hit you and you hit him, I'm totally fine with it because y'all together. So there's no problem. We got to stop letting their problems become our problems as men. If they want to get their hair done, get your hair done. Just take care of it yourself.
I don't know about the last portion of what you said, but they're not doing it for white men. They're not. Whenever I guarantee you, look around 99% of the time, if you see a black woman with a white man, her hair's natural. It's natural.
Yeah,
So they're not doing it for white men. I feel like they're doing it more because of the media. That's why I feel like they're doing it because they're trying to go for what the media tells them is
I can
what
touch
they're
on that.
meant to be,
Jessica,
or they're
who
competing with
controls?
each other.
I
So
can touch on that.
I say this
What
a lot of the
Jessica?
time. What
Let me
people
say.
don't realize, just quickly, is women look at weave, and people have argued with me about this, but the fact still remains. It doesn't change it. Women look at weave as a status symbol. If you're able to have the most expensive hair in your head, what you're doing is you're showing other people that you have money. Just as women will clown other women who have cheap hair in their head or synthetic hair. It's almost a status symbol, like a handbag, a pair of shoes. The more
Yeah,
expensive,
she's
the
right
better.
about
So
that.
they're competing.
On that
yeah,
note, she
but
I just want to interject
Well,
real quick because
with
I
that
get where
statement,
I
you're
get where it's,
basically making
what
it clear that black men fucking them has nothing to do with it. I mean, they're
No,
gonna
no,
want that
I'm just
status.
saying.
Well, they're
Here's the
gonna want
thing.
that
I'm
state.
saying,
Well,
in order for
I'm just saying.
you,
But before people were saying, you were one of them, that if they stop fucking us, then then we'll stop doing it. That's bullshit
no,
because y'all
no.
still gonna
What I
want that
was
status.
saying earlier is don't confuse my argument with anyone else's. What I was saying earlier is you control your environment. If you don't like a woman that wears weave, do you know how you deal with that? Don't deal with women that wear weave. It's really simple. We don't have to
I
overcomplicate it.
agree. I
Still
agree.
fuck them and then say, oh, but I don't like it. It's if you don't like it, just don't deal with them. Problem solved. You don't have to deal with me.
You did
no,
mention you
no,
did
no, no
allude.
problem is solved because then
No,
it
no,
turns
no,
around
no,
like
no.
Art
Jessica,
Newstyle
you
said.
did
There'll be
allude.
70% of us that don't like it that only have to deal with 30% of women who are natural. That number,
Ayo,
like Kevin said, numbers are numbers and you can't get over it. There's going to be more men who want
women.
natural women and not
I
enough
get you.
natural hair
Women,
women for the men.
women are
You did allude that
competitive,
because
right?
we give
So
them
what they're gonna
validation, we're
do
giving them mixed
is if
signals, and they feel
if
valid in
if
doing so.
70% of women can look around and see that the only 30% of women who are getting picked are the ones with natural hair, and they're not getting any any play in the market. Guess what those
It will
women are gonna
become a
do?
tipping point.
They'll
I got you. It'll
eventually
become a
take
tipping point.
they'll eventually take that weave out. They
Yes,
eventually
There
will
are
because
some
it will
there are
create
some
agree with
women.
you. It will
See,
become
it
a
will
tipping
create a
that's
point.
new
ridiculous.
hierarchy amongst the women as well. It
But
will create a new
Jessica,
hierarchy and encourage them both ways.
Jessica, what's
Okay,
ironic
okay.
about
So
that
one
is
thing,
that my wife
right
fell
quick
into that.
complex, right
Just real
quick
quick,
complex, please.
All right,
Please,
go ahead.
if I could say this, you speak as if we're controlling the hierarchy, but the truth of the matter is they will still do it because of the status symbol. amongst the other 70%. They're just fucked up that way. Okay, so I mean, so on one hand, to create this illusion that, you know, oh, if men only go for women with blue ribbons in their hair, then all women will wear blue ribbons in their hair is really ridiculous. What you know is that they're going to do what they want regardless, and then they're going to take men fucking them post hoc, you know, as a justification. Beyonce with fake hair is hotter than Issa Rae with real hair. So for people to say, oh, we should just go for Issa Rae first is retarded. You know, and we should do that for the sake of creating this new hierarchy. Come on, that's just ridiculous.
Again,
that's
so then that means weave
and
isn't your problem.
knowing and with
Beauty
that,
and
and
other
when you add
standards
that, when
are
you
more
add
of an
to that,
issue
when
for
you add
you.
to that,
So you have
that
to think
you know that they will continue to go for the hierarchy due to advertisement and just the way that their social hierarchy works means that they know that the reasons that they do it have nothing to do with men fucking them.
Women compete with each other through various different methods, okay? They compete for attention. And so when you look, the reason that women have hair, and it's a status symbol, because when you look on social media and the women who are most promoted, most validated, right? We're talking through likes, amounts of followers. These women have millions and millions of followers. When you look at them all, what do they all have in common?
Big tits and perfect asses.
They're not natural women.
Asses, but for whatever reason,
GC, let me finish because I didn't interrupt you. They are not natural women. So in a way, these are still the women that are uplifted, and so women are attempting to emulate that and compete with each other to see who can be uplifted the most.
Do women have
Part of that is part of that. I'm not finished. Just quickly, part of that again, what women wear. That's why we have designer labels when it comes to our clothes, our shoes, our handbags, our houses, our cars, all of that sort of stuff. Women are competing on many different levels. If you want to control your environment, if you dislike weave that much, just simply do not deal with women who have weave. It's that simple. I guarantee you. One of the most powerful things that I always tell men that they have, more powerful than the media itself and all of these other mechanisms that are going on. If you completely ignore women who you don't like, and I mean ignore them, don't give them anything, those women will change their ways. Male validation is one of the most important currencies to a woman. The most important.
So once again,
Game changer. Let me get something in real quick. Game changer, please, brother.
Yeah.
Look, this is the thing, because I understand where Jessica's coming from, but it ain't about male validation. It's about white male validation. It don't make a difference what a nigga think. So all that about what women gonna do in response to what men do, that wouldn't matter if they cared about what black men were going to do. They don't care. And we just need to accept the fact that they don't care when it comes down to the weave. It ain't about us. Men got to just accept that. It's not about us. And what I'm saying is, we as men got to respect that they do have choice. Even when I said something that I guess you were uncomfortable with about, I don't worry about people having violence in their relationship. See, when a woman is grown and she like a man that's gonna beat on her, I respect her right to have a man that's gonna beat on her, because that's her choice. She has the right to be there if she wants to be. The same way,
we're not arguing.
That was a completely different.
I get you. You're like you're on the side of just let them be. That's their relationship. They're gonna do what they do.
They are going to do that. And what I'm saying, when it comes to weave, the weave ain't about black men. So nothing black men do is going to influence what they're going to do with that.
Thank you, but
Roger, when you see white women, when you see black women with white men, they never have weave.
No. I was responding to what you said earlier. Roger brought up a different dynamic, and then we're going to go down this rabbit hole, and then what I was going to say is going to be forgotten. I want to point out that that even though Jessica X claimed that, oh, I'm getting somebody else's talking point in it. You're just basically saying, you control the environment by taking away the penis and ignoring them altogether. So this is your talking point. Fellas, basically what they're saying is, we're going to do this. If you don't like it, don't fuck us. Fuck you, and put up with our shit. That's basically what they're saying. If you don't like it, don't fuck us. And until I'm going to be as fucked up as I possibly can, and the only thing you can do about it is ignore us altogether. And then when you try to leave, we're going to bitch about you leaving. That is the type of women. That is the type of women that we are forced to deal with. They're not submissive. They're not cooperative. They don't care about community or family building or any of that shit. They just care about the fake shit that they put in their hair.
You're not forced to
y'all want to deal with this? Y'all want to deal with this? A bitch that's perfectly content getting pumped and dumped, just to say that at least I got my fake hair. Fuck that. And
here's
what I mean by you can't continue arguments.
And keep in mind that this is not limited. This is not limited to hair, fellas. This is not limited to hair. They will apply this fucked up logic to each and every single thing that you say and do. You say, can you cook? If you don't like me not cooking, then don't fuck me. It's like, hey, could you clean up? If you don't like me not cleaning up, then don't fuck me. Hey, could you take care of hold on, fellas. Can you take care of the kids? If you don't like how I treat the kids, then don't fuck me. They will do this for the rest of your fucking life collectively. Yes. That is the core of their behavior. And they want you to put up with this shit. This is deep in their culture. They don't want family. They don't want communities. They don't want anything. They just want leverage over your dick. So I say they're nothing but what's between their legs. That's the only leverage they got, and they give that up for weed. Fuck them.
Okay, so here's just quickly complex. Complex, just quickly. Here's what I was saying when you're conflating two arguments into one, because it's like, you see what she said? She said, if you don't like it, then stop fucking with us. You're referring to me individually. I don't wear weave. That's not me. I'm saying if you hang on. I'm saying if you really don't like something, do not deal with it. It's very simple to control your environment that way.
You went into the hit.
It's very simple. It's not hard. It's not anything that's given. It's not anything
to answer, not to comprehend. No AL me. Don't try to calm me down, because you have been interrupting everybody, sweetheart.
No, I haven't. You have. You just interrupted me. So what I'm saying is, it's very simple to get control of your environment.
Somebody needs to correct you. You have interjected over everybody all night. You're doing it right now,
I've been
but you don't
silent most of the night, and you interrupted me.
You know what you're doing.
You interrupted me. I'm not going to argue with you, because you've been doing that all night.
Chill, fam.
Doing that.
Let this go smooth, man. Let this go smooth. Go ahead.
So again, it's very simple to control your environment. You can't control what everybody else in society is doing. And we can talk about the problems. We can talk about how you can solve them. That's what we've been doing all night. But at the end of the day, what I've already said is these women are not going to stop wearing weave. We can talk about it for hours. They're taking hair off corpses and putting it on their head. If they know that and they're still going ahead and wearing weave, that means they're not going to stop until their number one thing that they crave is taken away, and that is attention. I'm saying until that attention goes.
But before it was the hierarchy of other women. Now it's male attention.
No, because do you know why? Right now they're still. Right now, because
she's just daring you to do that. That's ridiculous.
Right now they're still getting the validation. They're still getting the attention because people are still sleeping with them.
Before it was
like you are still sleeping with them.
Said that before it was about hierarchy.
If you want to change that, GC,
it's a dummy
there's
mission.
A very simple way to do it.
It's a dummy mission, fellas.
Stop
Basically,
sleeping
so
with
y'all
them.
remember before when she said that, it's really about what's being advertised in hierarchy, which means that it is about something absent male validation. This is her way of putting it back on black men and blaming us for, excuse me, complex, and blaming us for wanting to fuck attractive women. So basically, she's going to say, even though she knows better, even though it's about being brainwashed by society, she's going to say, oh no, it's your fault somehow for wanting sex. Fuck that. And fuck the lies that they're trying to instill into us.
And then
she's not doing that.
And guess what?
Jessica,
Guess what?
Jessica, hold on, Jessica, because I want to speak up for Jessica real quick.
Here's the options for black men. You can fuck them and they'll be brainwashed stupid, or you cannot fuck them and they'll be brainwashed stupid. All right.
Yep.
Nevertheless,
so again,
they're
right now,
they're still going to take the hair off of people, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to not put the donor thing on my license just in case a bitch try to steal my hair. They're always going to take the hair. Okay, so fuck them in the process.
So no, it's not two different arguments that I came with. And I'm not changing it. I said that women are competing with each other, right? And you're saying that I changed it to male validation. No, the removal of male validation is the solution to the current environment, because currently they are still getting the attention and the validation because they already have that. They compete through many different means. One of those is, like I said before, it's going to be the materialistic items, the hair, all of that, because they're already getting the validation. The moment that you take that validation away, which is the top of the hierarchy when it comes to what they want, they will acquiesce, and you'll see the majority of women will see what's happening.
That's when they start calling you a colorist and a texturist and a this and a that. That's why I'm like, dude,
I get
can't
those
take
things.
this shit.
Those things will still exist, but
Jessica,
those things will still
as soon as a
exist.
man, Jessica, wait. I have
if-
literally waited. I've waited for quite some time, right?
No,
the reality
I'm gonna say something after Complex.
It is a bunch of fucking bullshit. Here's the reality. When a guy exercises some standards and he says, no, I don't do this. I don't do this. I don't do that. Fuck that. Here's what you guys do. Colorists, texturists, this is, that is utter fucking bullshit. You guys got it.
No, and Complex, I get you. Just quickly, because I'm going to be brief. I get you. There's going to be another thing. There's going to be texturism, featureism, all of that stuff. Colorism will still exist.
All
but
bullshit.
We're talking about and no. But at the end of the day, listen, weave is a choice. And again, what I'm saying is very simple. Control your environment. You can never control the whole of society.
Jessica, you missed the point. Jessica, you missed the point that I was trying to make. Even if you do that, there is a greater narrative being put out here by sisters who think that guys who actually exercise some fucking standards are all of a sudden an ist of some kind. Fill in the blank. Colorist, texturist, featurist, whatever, right? See, so even when you say control environment, guess what happens? Guess what happens when y'all don't like it? You get on the fucking social medias and then you want to call brothers like myself colorists, featurists, texturists, and all this other bullshit. So then guess what I got to do? I got to cam up and show you my daughter and say it's utter fucking bullshit. That's why I'm like, no. We're going to dead that. We're going to dead that shit. I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing it, because when a man like myself, when brothers do start exercising some standards and shit and hold y'all to that shit, guess what you go do? Guess what you go do? Oh, you know what? He looks like he doesn't date. He looks like he doesn't date black women. He looks like he dates Asian or white women. I bet you date Asian or white women. You let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut the bullshit.
No, and Complex, I get those things aren't going away, but you are a minority in society. You're a minority in that you have those standards and you're saying, wait, even Complex, from this conversation, we've realized that you're the minority. Hang on, AL, you have to let the point go so that you know what's being said. Complex, you're the minority because you were the only man on the panel who said, I don't like weave and I don't deal with chicks that have weave at all. So you're
guess
the
what they
minority.
did? And guess what they do when I do that? Guess what they do? Call me a colorist, a texturist. Okay.
I get you. No, right. I get you. But you're the minority. And that's how you control individually.
My point,
no, I get you. I get you. I'm about to explain. So individually, you control your environment, and that's what I'm talking about on an individual level. Just stop dealing with those women.
I'd never deal with
If
them.
enough, no, I get you. I'm saying
Right.
just in general. So if enough men who actually didn't like weave took the stance, because it's the majority of men don't like weave, okay? If the majority of men took the stance and all were like you and said, do you know what? I genuinely don't like it, so I'm not dealing with it. The women would start to see that their validation and their attention is going, and you'll see the weave start disappearing with it. Just like
I have
how when it
pushback. I
comes
have
to
pushback. I
Wait
have
a minute,
pushback.
man. Can I please get in? Can I please
You
get in?
got
Because
it.
I'm about to
Go
be
ahead,
busy
Roger.
in a
Go ahead.
minute
And I'm after
anyway.
you, Roger.
Look,
I'm after you.
this is the thing. Jessica is absolutely right, and the logic is just being applied in the wrong direction. Complex, you're absolutely right. If you take that stance, they're just gonna pick something else to have a problem with, because that's what they do.
There you go.
They've shown
There
that
you go.
time and time again that that's what they're going to do. Jessica, your
Yes.
logic is your logic absolutely makes sense. It's just applied to the wrong people. They don't care what black men want. As soon as you accept that they don't care what black men want, it doesn't make a difference what we do, because they're not doing it for us. They're going to do it for white men. Just because they don't have a white man don't mean that they ain't doing it for white men. They ain't got one for the most part, but they want one for the most part. They can't get one for the most part, but they're still going to keep trying for the most part, which they've already proven. What black men do is not a factor in this. Your logic makes sense if white men came out and said they want black women in natural hair. If white men did that as a whole, they would have natural hair, because
And
that's
Roger,
the goal. The
yeah.
goal is not a black man.
Hold on. I'm behind Roger. I'm behind Roger.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick.
Now, let me just say this real quick to finish up. You know what I'm saying? So two people can't be right at the same time. Her logic is absolutely right. But like I said, at the end of the day, what black men need to do, if you care about it that much, because I don't care about it, and I don't think most men care about it to the level that say Complex does. Complex cares about it. Well, he ain't gonna even talk to you if you got one. And I totally get that. And if a man cares that much, he shouldn't. Me, I don't care what they do, because I know they're gonna do it anyway. I just don't pay for it. So any woman that deals with me, it's a problem that kind of just goes away, because once she finds out I won't have her pay for anything that deals with hair, the problem goes away. She got to figure out how to pay for herself, and she can't be irresponsible in other areas and get her hair done, then come to me and say, "Would you help me do this?" I'm be like, "No, because you just got your hair done." See, a lot of men will fall for that. They'll if you won't help them with the hair, they'll let another bill run into a problem. They'll say they need some money for something else. If you just got your hair done, your answer is no. You don't need money. You good. I'm not saying I wouldn't help my woman if she needed money. You know what I'm saying? Because I actually would. I try to do well by any woman that's dealing with me. But if you just spent $200, $350 on some hair, and then you tell me, "Oh, you short on something," are you coming up short with me? Because I know you just spent money on your hair. You cannot allow your hair to affect our relationship financially. That's what it
Robbing
comes down
Peter
to
to
at the
pay
end of the day.
Paul, but asking Phil to pay her bills. That's that bullshit.
Let me break down these super chats. DJ Nav, appreciate you, fam. Says, if you don't like fat chicks, you're something. If you don't like chicks with weaves, you're something. If you don't like chicks with a bunch of tattoos, you're something. You can't win. And shout out to Marco El Grande. He says, LOL, telling hoes what to do. Excuse me, what to do. Good luck with that. All
And
right.
I get DJ Naf's comment in that he's saying that you can't win. But at the end of the day, you have to say, forget what these women think. You can't, at the end of the day, you have to stop caring. If they're going to cry colorism, featureism, all of that stuff, you have to stop caring what they're going to cry about. Because if they cry about something and you play into it, you give them power. You're giving power and validity to their argument. Stop caring. Who cares if they cry colorism? Who cares if they cry featureism?
Jessica.
You keep doing you, and
Jessica.
that's how you can know.
I
Because
was
if you buy
being so
into those
patient.
things, they
Jessica.
start to
Wait,
control
hold
your
on.
environment.
Let me
Once
respond.
again,
And
she
Let me
just
does
respond.
quickly,
what
because
she
this is
does all the
what they're
time.
saying about
Hold on.
when
Wait.
Zero says women pull men's hoe card. That's exactly what women do. They'll be like,
What
okay,
you over here
if
doing? What you over here doing?
no,
Trying to overtalk
AL,
everybody.
please,
I just said
please,
I was behind Roger, and after he spoke the super chats, what'd you do? You ignored everything every
AL,
man was saying, and you started rambling. Did you not?
AL.
Sure. not sugar.
Okay,
You
okay.
just did it.
I'm
You're
just gonna
guilty of
finish
it.
it.
You're
So
guilty of it. No, you're
women
not
will
gonna
be
finish.
like,
What you're
if you
gonna do
don't
is
like
hush
it,
and let a
then
man interject. Hush,
don't deal
hush,
with
and let
it.
a man
And
interject.
that
You're doing
is
it again. You're
that
doing it
is
again.
pulling
Shut the
someone's
fuck
hoe
up.
card.
You're going on. You're
Do
going
you
on.
know how
You're
you
not even
pull
respecting
somebody's
the
hoe card
dialogue,
back?
lady. You're not
Do
respecting
you
the
know how you
dialogue.
pull a
I
woman's
was
hoe
behind
card?
Roger, and
You
you're
pull a
going
woman's
on.
hoe
You're
card
going on.
by
Look at her. Look at this is
AL.
quintessential definition of a disrespectful woman, like Kevin says. While ago, Roger just said, when I get through, and I said, I'm behind Roger.
What is with the attitude, AL? You've been
Art
doing
just
it since you
interjected
came
with reading
on.
the super chats, and then you came right back
All
after he
right,
finished the
AL,
super chats
rage
and
at
started.
somebody else.
Just
Rage at
shut
someone
up. You're
else.
full of
Rage
shit.
at somebody
You're full of
else.
shit. You're full of shit because you have no respect, no decorum. And I'm man enough to tell you, I don't give a fuck about your
Sure.
pawn British accent. You are just like
Sure.
any other woman. You're full of shit.
Wow.
And these
Okay.
men are not they're gonna be nice enough not to tell you, but I'm man enough to tell you. You were rude, you were disrespectful, and you just interjected out of turn and out of line. They won't tell you that, but I will. I don't give a flying fuck.
Brother, where is this coming from?
It's coming from the fact that she's disrespectful. Every day I hear this shit from Kevin Samuels show, how these women, you'll be trying to have a dialogue with them and trying to talk, and they'll overtalk you. They got to get their point out no matter what. That's where this is coming from. We were following a rule of orders, a rule of law, a rule of following the leader. And she just did what? I'm going to interject and say what I want to say because I have to be heard. I am woman, hear me roar shit. And we just witnessed this shit.
No,
And ain't
you're
nobody
doing
checking
that.
it.
You're
Ain't nobody know. That's
experiencing
what you just did,
this is
honey.
weave
That
pill
once
rage. This is what
I'm
we're
talking,
seeing. Okay,
and
go
you're
on.
trying to interject. Shut the fuck up. Wait, your turn. Thank you, honey.
Do you know
When a man
what,
has
AL?
to
Guess
has to
what?
sugar you or honey you, there is
I
a
was a
form
guest
of
on this platform.
disrespecting nicely
I was a
because you're
guest on this
rude. It's being
platform,
rude, honey.
AL.
It's being rude, sugar.
I
You're
was a
being rude, honey.
guest.
You're being rude, sugar.
No,
You're
you're
being
being
rude, honey.
rude.
You're being rude, sugar.
You're
You're
being
being rude,
rude,
honey.
AL,
You're being
because this is
rude, sugar.
somebody else's platform
Sugar.
that
I
I
know.
was
So why don't
invited
you
on,
try to
and you're
participate
being
the right
rude.
way? Normal people, honey. You fucking jumped the line. Did you not? Habitual line jumper.
I want to
That's
shut
what you
it
are.
down, man, because this. I mean,
Habitual line jumper. I'm
maybe
out of here, man. I ain't got time for no line jumpers.
I'm gonna shut it down.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I guess because we've been on for what over 5 hours, and people are getting edgy. So yeah, I hate to see this stuff go down, man. But trying to avoid all that stuff. I mean, because I want to have these kind of dialogues, just back and forth, so we can learn from each other. Just anyhow. Yeah. So anybody have any last words?
So I was just gonna say, women will attempt it. Basically, women are gonna say, "What are you willing to put up with and not put up with for pussy?" Women will challenge men that way, and it's like Zero calls it pulling somebody's hoe card. And the way that you flip that on a woman and you pull that hoe card back on her is actually by walking away and not giving her that power. You have to decide what's more important. What are you willing to sacrifice, essentially, for pussy? Okay, you're in control of that. So that's it. But Art, thank you for having me up. It actually was a good panel. It was a good panel. It was a good conversation. I enjoyed it.
Well, I appreciate it. So I'm gonna try to build more like that. So that's probably you see the reason why I have separate women's panels.
Yeah.
Okay. So no matter what happens, I try to mix things up. It's always something. So I appreciate you coming through. We'll be in touch, brother Roger.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that like I say, Jessica, I think your logic is correct if it applies to the man that they want. Black women don't want black men like that, where they're trying to make adjustments for black men. And that's what the issue is. So what we do ain't going to affect their decision. What you're saying makes sense. And if a guy actually does care that much, like Complex Express, yeah, don't deal with somebody who got weave. That makes all the sense in the world. I don't care. I'm used to black women wearing weave. And now I have a understanding that it's a psychological issue with them. So dealing with them trying not to wear weave is just going to turn into a problem that I don't even care to deal with. I just don't care enough. But the thing is, because I understand what it is, I'm not going to support the problem. So I just don't help pay for it. If you want to get it done, do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because it's your thing. As a woman, you have to make your own decisions. Now, how you operate with weave and stuff like that, that may bear into if we're actually going to be into a relationship or not. Because maybe the only thing you can qualify for me is just some dick. And if that's all you can qualify for, it's not my problem. That's her problem, not my problem. If she want a relationship and I don't, she has a problem. I don't have a problem. Okay. So my thing is, men just don't allow women's problem to turn to your problem. If she want it, she want it. You what you do is not going to affect whether she wants it or not, because she didn't get it for you in the first place. They're telling you that they're not doing it for you when they get put on the spot, when the pressure comes down. And they're not going to tell you I'm doing it for a white man, because they're going to hold on to that deception. But you do understand they're saying now, because it's coming out, that we're not doing it for you. Now, she said, I do it for myself, or I do this for other women or whatever. It don't make no difference who they say they're doing it for. The rule is they ain't doing it for you, so don't care. Don't help them with it. If they're going to do that, let them figure it out for themselves, and the problem goes away for you. And if it's that big a deal to her that she can't get money out of you, then just leave that broad. Simple as that. And that way the problem is never yours. Take your stance and don't let a problem be yours where you don't want one, and you'll be all right.
And shout out to Marco El Grande for the super chat. It says, easy, just poke the holes you like, ignore the rest. We got another one from Brother Zero. Every time I think of C Zero's name, I think of Shock G, because he got that do what you like voice, Let's see, Brother Zero. Appreciate the super chat. It says, thank you, Art Style, for this classic. I've been begging before, but not like this. Applause worthy. All right, Brother Complex.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't like the shit. And, if women say is, you guys need to like have some standards, then you know what? I don't want to hear any shit when I actually do it. Right. Because as soon as you do it, then it's like, you're a colorist, you're a featurist, you're blah, 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 blah. Right. It's never fucking ending. That's why I literally just was like, dude, I don't really give a shit about modern woman's idiosyncrasies about something as benign as some shit that grows out of their head. Like I said, dude, that's a deep psychological deep dive, literally just on the basis alone that you have some sort of complex about it. Shout out to myself. The other part too is that yeah, I did want to kind of show my daughter off a little bit. Because I'm like, wow, dude, she's 9 and she doesn't have these fucked up ideas about her own self-image and stuff like some of you grown adults have. That speaks volumes. I'm just saying. Art, call me when you shut this down, dude.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay. All right. Art,
so, appreciate you, fam. So definitely, I think this was very, very, very important to have this discussion, more in a constructive, less aesthetic, but I know it turned into that. I definitely appreciate Sister George and Raw Be Privilege and Rhonda Mary. Shouts out to you, sisters, and definitely Jessica X for making this possible. This stuff is very important because I still really wanted to get into the mind. Not about your taste. I don't care about your taste. Because like a Game Changer was saying, you got a lot of women out there that look good with weaves. But, the thing is, the mindset behind wearing something false to try to represent who you are as a person. I want to I don't know if we covered any of that stuff or if we answered any of those questions but I think that was very important. I think that was something that I don't know. You think we need to do something else as far as following up on this, or do you think we covered this enough?
I think we probably covered it enough. I don't know, but I suppose we could always go deeper into it. Maybe with the women for a bit longer. Maybe even a separate or like just guys on the panel. And look at it from that perspective and just see how the two shows differ from solely women to solely men.
Yeah, because I have to give the main reason too that got me this ideal was Prophet of Thought. Everybody know him as Xavier. I think I was on his panel for the second time. This back in 2018. Let me see if I quote him right. He said, when you look at Asian couples, you can tell they're together. You look at Latino couples and Arab couples, you can tell they belong together. But when you see the black man and the black woman on average, they look like they're two separate people. Now that hit home to me. I'm like, damn, I never thought of that. You know, because I mean, that's one thing to have the Afro wig and the what's the other one, the braids, but that straight stringy weave hair, you next to a bald headed black man, it's like, huh?
Yeah, I do think if it was more of a natural look and it wasn't so obviously fake, then maybe it wouldn't be as much of an issue. I think men want a natural appearance just in general. Men don't like tons of makeup. Women just who are obviously fake. That's why they're not a fan of the big eyelashes. So I think if it wasn't, just the super straight hair, it probably wouldn't be as big of an issue as it is.
Yeah, we might touch on to weaves in Africa.
Because they're over there now, yeah.
Oh my God. I'm gonna give me some African brothers on the panel and talk about weaves in their country. Cause that's an epidemic over there. I mean, you got the bleaching cream, but then weaves, it's a lot. So we're gonna try to touch on a lot of stuff. And I appreciate everybody coming through. I was in triple digits for a minute. So, and then I guess was chairs thrown? I guess so, huh?
Yeah, a few towards the end.
Yeah, I guess so. We pulled it off. So appreciate everybody for coming through.
Final words, Art. I'd just like to ask you all to hit the like button before you leave. And if you haven't subscribed to Art New Style already, be sure to, because as you can see, there's so many great discussions going on here. Art, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Raj Report. Appreciate all the brothers that came up. Jay Shine, Complex Design, She We Here, DC, Game Changer. Hell, he expanded it, didn't he? Melody, West Coast African. Appreciate all the people that came up here. I'm trying to think. Did I leave out anybody? Oh, Bronze Bird. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah, She was here. Oh my God. Look who's here, y'all. Prophet of Thought. I had to bring you up because at first I wasn't gonna let anybody up because I'm closing. But
did I miss it, man? Did I miss the festivities? What's going on, man?
You missed all 6 hours. I gave you the credit for what you said.
What's that?
When you said that when you look at Asian couples, you can tell they're together. If you look at Arab couples, you can tell they're together. You can look at all these different nationalities that they look like they belong together. But see the black man and the black woman, they look like two different people from two different worlds.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, those are your. I'm glad you're here to back up what I said and what I witnessed. That was him. That's the guy right here, y'all.
Absolutely. I mean, but far as I mean, my wife don't wear fake hair. She hasn't worn that shit for like a very, very long time. I believe that when it comes to this hair thing, you often hear women say they wear it for, protection of the natural hair. They wear it because brothers like it. They wear it because, they're trying to look similar to what the quote unquote accepted beauty standards are in America or in the modern day society. But I don't believe any of that. I believe that it's a confidence thing. I think a lot of women wear it for confidence, because it's not like you just got, nice looking women wearing it. You got 350-pound buck tooth 5'2" people wearing it too. So it's not like it's oh shit, y'all ain't tell me that my reverb was on. Damn.
Oh, I thought you did that on purpose.
They said you
No,
sound
my
like
bad.
God in the chat.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I think they wear it for confidence, and I think a lot of women wear it for the simple fact that, well, let me give y'all my theory, right? Let me give y'all my theory. A lot of black people in this country, right? A lot of us grew up without our fathers, right? Most of the people born are females, right? So when you talk about black society, most of the people that are walking around are females, right? So they're females, they're growing up without a father, without a male influence, right? And a lot of these females growing up hearing what? Your daddy ain't shit, your daddy don't want you, your daddy ain't worth a damn, your daddy ain't about nothing, right? So as these women grow up, when they look in the mirror, what do they see? Because we got to be honest here. Those of us who have daughters, me, myself, my daughters they look pretty much like me. And most men will tell you that their daughters look like them. So if you're a girl growing up without your father, right? And you got your mother telling you look just like this dude that she freaking disdains, that she hates, that she just think is the worst thing on this earth. So when women look in the mirror, what do they see? They see that same person that they've been told and taught to hate. So the only thing that can make them look different from that person is what? Put on a wig, put on the hair, put on the whatever, right? So I believe that this weave thing kind of makes women get away from what they look like, the man in their life that was never there, that they've been taught to hate, and also to help them get away from whatever it is that gives them low self-esteem, low confidence, low self-ego. I think the hair represents all of that for the most part. I think it's representative of confidence, ego, self-esteem. I think it's deeper than just beauty. I think it's deeper than that. I think it's more to it than that. I think the hair is a symbol of being. It's a symbol of something that makes them feel better than what they look like already. Because let's be honest, a lot of these women out here, they have this ugliness complex about them, especially the ones that are ugly. Okay. You can't tell me that a person is ugly and don't have an ugly complex. But if they throw the silky hair on, if they throw the silky yaki on, it makes them look different. And different, I think, is equated to pretty with most of them. All right. I think that's equated to prettiness. Different. Not so much that it's making them look pretty. I think because it makes them look different, they equate that to pretty. But I don't know. I'm just an old Negro making an observation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I'm glad you ended with that, man. Yeah, because that's the stuff I think we don't talk about enough. We're only talking about like, how bad it looks or it's dirty and all this, but there's a psychology behind that we don't touch on enough. So I'm like, this is important, and it's very important to have this conversation with the women. The women, and I'm glad Sister George and Sister, Mary, Jessica, all of them, they gave you like different perspectives on it. If you can tell, it sounded like they all had something different. If you listen to playback, it wasn't like we're all in solidarity, like Game Changer says, a sisterhood. I didn't see the sisterhood. I think they were really giving some well thought out views. So
yeah.
I don't know what other topics I'm gonna have to get to top this one, but this seemed like it got very popular. A lot of people were interested in this. I thought I would do it for 3 hours, but oh well.
But when you think about it, Brother Art, when you think about this whole thing, right? Because you often hear people talk about the European beauty standards, right? You hear that a lot, that people have people have gravitated towards the European standard of beauty, and they come at brothers because of that. They believe that this is what brothers look for when they're looking at it. But for them to say that, it's kind of weird, because if you're putting straight hair in your head and you're wearing blue contacts and you got 5-inch eyelashes, aren't you now taking on those very same European standards of beauty that you say people shouldn't gravitate towards? I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand it, because straight slick hair, that's not African, is it? That wouldn't be considered an African standard of beauty, would it?
No, not at all.
So,
but
there you have it.
So closing thoughts, brother Game Changer, because you didn't get to do closing thoughts.
Yeah, I do. So I want to point out that you said something that that you didn't see Sisterhood here. Sisterhood here was on prime display. Basically, Art, what you had was a group of women with real hair defending women with fake hair. Now, these are women, and that's because these are their sisters.
Okay.
That's what Sisterhood is. So basically, these are women who understand that there is some psychological damage and issues and esteem issues that goes on to why they're wearing this hair. But what do? They blame Black men. Why? Because that's what the Sisterhood does. For everything that is wrong in their fucked up souls, they will blame Black men. That is what the Sisterhood does. Yes, men ask why, and instead of saying we're fucked up in the head and we're fucked up psychologically and mentally and aesthetically, you say that it's because Black men fuck us, even though we're fucked up in every way you described. You see, that's what the Sisterhood does. They protect other sisters by blaming Black men for every single fault that they have.
Okay. So that's okay. So I appreciate you letting us know that and giving us something to think about. It's very important. Only thing that you didn't do was say scroll, please. I was hoping you did that on my panel one day.
Okay, well here I'll bring up the scrolls right now. Because
I'm trying to get out of here, man.
Okay.
And so shout out to brother Rod D. Beasley and Truth. But I'm trying to close the panel out, y'all. So maybe on the next time. So don't charge it to my clicking or what's that word? Charged in my head. Don't charge in my heart. But
it was a pleasure and an honor to be here, and I'm gone. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you, fam, and thank everybody for coming up. Thank you, Prophet.
Yeah, brother Art. I appreciate you letting me on, man. I seen that you were ending it, man, and I seen that you had sent me an email. I wish I had caught it earlier, but I appreciate you having me on, and peace and weave grease, I guess.
I know you were busy firing people, so
peace, folks. Peace, brother Art.
Peace to you. Peace to you, Game Changer. Appreciate you, Sister Jessica, for the super chat. All right, you guys.
Oh wait! I got the scroll for you if you want.
Okay.
All right. So
here it comes, y'all. I need that.
All right. All failures of the Black community is due to white supremacy or Black men, depending on the circumstances. So apparently the failure of women who are afraid of their own hair is the fault of Black men for fucking them. Just saying. All right. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. So shall it be. So shall it be written.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So you guys be safe, be out. See y'all on another panel, another chat. Peace and hair grease, and see y'all tomorrow as well.